voice in the background. But, okay. And this has been a very exciting event this week. Some of the best AC play we've seen. And it has all been brought to you and this live stream by a variety of sponsors that continue to support our broadcasting efforts and USCA at large. First, we'd like to thank Oakley Woods Croquet for all of your croquet needs, for being a sponsor of the YouTube channel that this is streaming on, as well as Chris Barley, Karen Weiss, who is a local member and artist here in Venice, and then the Sarasota County Parks and Recreation Department, as well as Visit Sarasota for all of their continued support with bringing this venue to such high levels that it can host such events. And then we want to give a special thank you to the Sarasota County Croquet Club, where this is being hosted, and all of their members for providing us these lawns for an entire week and depriving themselves of this beautiful facility so that we can come here and have this beautiful competition. And I've been coming here for many years personally, and it's always one of my favorite venues. And Sarasota and this club have a wonderful relationship with one another, and we just thank everybody involved with that for continuing to promote the sport of croquet. And also, in the spirit of promoting croquet, I'd like to thank the USCA itself, who hosts this YouTube channel and is our organizing body here in the United States for our croquet competitions and sanctioning and all they do to promote this sport. We actually have, in fact, I'm looking dead at him right there, a little up to the right of the screen. We have Adam Peck and his mother Ursula Peck, who is the office manager for the USCA, as well as Brian Hovis has been a player here this week, who is doing tournament services for the USCA and has been helping me with some of my tournament direction logistics. So even at the national championship, the work never stops, and they continue to tirelessly promote the sport and keep everything on track. And we really appreciate all the work that they do. So spread the link around, guys. We're going to start in a little while, but tell your friends. This is going to be a riveting final. Just a little information, for those of you who have not been keeping up. I'm going to pull up croquet scores right now just so I don't quite tell you wrong, but this was brought up the other night, and I think it's a wonderful stat. So if I go to Zack Watson, Zack had the best block performance out of anyone in this tournament. Out of 6 block games, he won all 6 with triple peels, one of them being a straight triple peel. And then when he entered the knockout, he only dropped 2 triple peels out of 5 games. So he is currently on a very, very, very strong form. And I don't know how he ended up dropping those 2 triples. I know that he at least had an opportunity at one. But, I mean, it's been some of the cleanest croquet that I've ever seen Zack play. So 6 for 6 in the block. And then he had another 7 games with 5 triples. So that's 11 for 13. And just what an incredible run he's had. And then Matthew Essick on the other side, if I go to his block performance, he did win all 6 of his block games, but he only had 4 triples. So there was a couple of games where he did drop some triples in the block, but as he was getting warmed up. But then as we go into the knockout, he found his form, and he is now on an 8-game, a 7-game triple streak, because in the knockout, he has not dropped a triple the entire time on his way to the final here. So I'm expecting that this match is going to be a best of 5. It is going to be a best of 5, but I expect that it will not take very long, no matter what the outcome, because both of these players play incredibly quickly, and both of these players are incredibly efficient when they get on the court. So I expect a lot of fast TPs out here today. But hopefully there's some good back and forth, and we go to 5 games, and it's a spectator special. So spread the link around. Let your friends know that we're here. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, the person you can see on camera right there, it's hard for me. I have to zoom in my own phone. That is Ursula Peck, the aforementioned office manager of the USCA and a longtime friend to all of us here in American croquet. So, all right. We have about 20 people with us. I see Richard Hayes has left a comment. Looking forward to number 4 and number 5 in the world playing each other in the finals of the AC Nationals. Good morning from Hilton Head Island. Good morning, Richard. If anyone else is joining us from anywhere in the United States that that has a croquet club that they want shouted out on the live stream, please let us know. And if you're tuning in from parts unknown or exotic, we'd like to know how far this live stream is reaching you all. And yes, this is though it is a national championship, very easily this this national final is the quality of a world final event. You know, the number 4th and 5th in the world playing in good form all week. You don't get much better than that outside of a world championship. So I see that Matthew Essick has entered the venue and is preparing himself to take the field of battle. All right. Slight connection issue here for some reason, but we'll get it back in just a second. There we go. That might have just been my monitor. So for those at home, I can see the court. I'm sitting maybe 50 feet out of corner 4. So it's not the best view in person, but to see it, I have to look directly over this monitor that is what you guys are seeing. So I'm going to try to make most of my commentary off of the monitor so that it matches what you guys can see. However, if for some reason I am afforded a unique or better vantage point by looking at the court itself, I will specify so, and I will make any comments that I think relevant to your viewing pleasure from that. But I will try not to routinely talk about things that you guys cannot see the same way that I see it. Okay, and it looks like because Matthew was late, it looks like the game has started and he will not have any warm-up. So, and Matthew has won the toss and has elected to play a super shot into the middle of the lawn. So I think we're just getting the cameras situated and we're about to see Zack Watson take corner 2. Common response to the super shot. There we go. So the reason that, so a lot of people who are maybe getting into AC croquet or are playing it and don't really understand maybe some of the finer points of the openings, the super shot is a very popular and albeit somewhat aggressive opening for the first ball. So when we look back into the middle of the lawn, we'll see Matthew's black ball in the super shot position, or one of the common super shot positions. It is a couple yards past hoop 5 and a couple yards west of hoop 5. And the idea is that no matter where Zack went with the red ball, Matthew was going to shoot it red, hit it in an ideal world, and attempt to go around on the third turn with a 3-ball break. Zack's response to going to corner 2 is designed to make that as difficult for Matthew as possible. First off, Matthew has to hit a 13-yarder. Second off, if he does hit, he has this very awkward roll shot to try to get red out into the lawn. It's not going to stay near hoop 2 as a pioneer and get a rush all the way over on his black ball. But now Matthew will be attempting this hit in. Fires, and he center balls it. My goodness. So Matthew coming out incredibly strong with a good hit in right out of the gate, fresh out of bed. And Matthew will be happy that he's started off with that good of a hit. Matthew did not hit well yesterday in his semifinal. That was the one thing that people could say. His break play was immaculate. His triples were very clean, but in the entirety of 3 games, he only hit one 8-yarder. He did not connect with a single hit in or lift, or most of the longer hit-ins that Darren left him when he broke down. So Matthew was very dissatisfied with his hitting performance yesterday. And if he comes out, and I'll just say this, if he fails to hit any better or much better than that, Zack's going to have a pretty easy time of it, because Zack has been playing very efficient breaks, very efficient croquet. He's not going to drop a lot of turns. So Matthew needs to hit. Matthew needs to get balls around. And that hit right there looks back in form. So whatever issues there were yesterday, he must have addressed them on the practice court yesterday evening. And you just always expect him to find a way. So this is the result of his rush up to hoop one, and it's a nice takeoff. He's got himself a good position. And he's off to the races. Now, mentioning earlier that awkward roll shot, he has sent red very deep. You can see the red ball lurking right over there, very close to hoop one and not very close to hoop two. And he doesn't really have a lot of room on the split shot to get black all the way to three and get a rush on red, unless he might, because his drive shots are better than mine, but this is a pretty wide angle. But you have to prioritize the rush on red. He did that a lot better than I would have done. Black just kept going. These courts have sped up significantly throughout the week. I would say that for those who are interested in the speed of the lawns, at the start of the week, the lawns were an 8.5. Easy. I mean, they were slow. You had to club everything. I wouldn't have expected black to get, 2/3 that far. But they stopped irrigating. You can start to see browner patches of the lawns beginning to appear. It's been windy. It's been low humidity. So in some places, the lawns are now probably up above a 10.5 or an 11. So they're becoming a lot more reasonable. Okay. Giving himself a decent look at this hoop here. He's going to just try to sort of bang this through, not really worrying about control. He sent red deep for that purpose. It's a little angled here, but I don't expect it to cause him any problems. Yep, clean through. All right, so he seems to have things well in order. Now, the only thing that will keep this from being completely cleaned up right away is he's left himself a slightly longer roquet on red, and because black went so deep, it creates a wider angle for his split shot. That can sometimes be a little awkward if you don't judge the speed quite right. Now, most likely he's already played harder shots than this. It's going to be fine, but I would say this will be the last hoop where there's any real specter of an untidy situation. Yeah, so red is a good pioneer, down at 4, maybe about 4 yards in front of the hoop. And he has a nice approach here to hoop 3. Yeah. So we're expecting this break at this point to go around to 9 hoops and see a leave. That's a good view there of the angle of that hoop shot. The hoops have been set. They set new hoop holes yesterday evening before we left. And they're running really, really tight these last couple of days. In fact, Zack Watson made the comment when he was running his breaks around yesterday against Edmond. And for those watching, you saw that there were several hoops where he almost failed to make the hoop. It just, the ball grabbed and it kind of groveled through. Zack made the comment that the hoops that day on that lawn felt more challenging than they did at the World Championships that we had hosted at the NCC. And I will say this, the hoops there were not trivial. So we expect the hoops today, especially as we get on into the middle of the morning and into the early afternoon and the court heats up. We expect that to become more of a factor as the ground hardens. So BCM 61 says, watching late on Saturday night in Brisbane, Australia. Well, we thank you for tuning in all the way from Brisbane. And hopefully we can provide you some good entertainment or maybe something to fall asleep to. Who knows? But some people have different views on AC. But we certainly do enjoy it. Also, for those who are Matthew fans, if we can go back there, that camera view, that lady sitting right behind the Matthews back there in the rocking chair is his grandmother, Becky Essick. who probably holds the title of being the biggest croquet fan in the history of the world. There is not one video on YouTube of any discipline of croquet that she probably has not watched. She follows all of the major tournaments and Matthew's progress religiously. She knows everything, so it's not uncommon for the team to be in Australia, England. I'm sure it'll happen this summer, and she'll text Matthew and just be like, I saw Zack did this, and like you did that, and like all this stuff, like this is good.
She and her husband, Casper, are the reason that Matthew is playing croquet. They started Matthew playing croquet when he was about 4, and so Matthew has just failed at 5.
He's asking for it to be checked. He's saying it's stuck. So that it's spun in place. So like I said, folks, Michael Albert has now, but David's beating him to it. Michael Albert may help reset the hoop, though. And you can see under that blue umbrella is me. So, like I said, I'm about 50 feet out of corner 4. But, so Michael Albert is grabbing the sand bucket and the hammer. So, like I said, folks, the hoop, they've set new hoop holes, and the ground is hard enough. These hoops are tight. They've got them clamped down, and we had this issue. Zach had this issue yesterday with a hoop that had to be reset. So these hoops are not going to play nice today, and it's not as warm or as dry as it's going to get quite yet. So this is what the players have to look forward to, but certainly makes the game more interesting. It's probably one of the biggest challenges that has traditionally been faced by the American players in association is that we don't have a lot of what we would call, difficult conditions. Most croquet in America is within country clubs, golf clubs, where the membership that utilize the lawns value quality of the lawn, like aesthetic, the quality of the grass, the smoothness. And so, they don't want to see the brown courts where they've dried them out and gotten them fast. And then beyond that, it's most of the courts in this country are made with sand bases for drainage purposes. And again, it's sort of because they're mostly maintained by USGA standards with golf course crews. So they drain really well, and they're very pretty to look at, but it's very hard to get the underlayer firm enough to actually hold hoops, especially quad weight hoops, over the course of a day firmly in the ground. The one exception that I've played on in this country to everything I just said was when we hosted the 2024 GC Worlds in Chesapeake Bay, Virginia, which is built on this thick clay loam, what used to, I believe part of it used to be an apple orchard, but the hoops there were so difficult that Jeff Sue, the tournament manager during the World Championships, in consultation with some of the other powers that be, they actually made a decision halfway through the block to loosen the hoops from their tightest setting because it was considered, some of them were considered virtually impossible to get through. I mean, it was some of the most difficult hoops that I personally have ever played on. But we just don't get that in most places. So it's very tricky going from those conditions to, like when we went to the last McRobertson in Melbourne, the conditions were quite difficult and the quadways were very firm in the ground, and it's a bit of a shock, when you're not used to it. So these players have experience now on those types of conditions, so it's not outside of their ability. But when you haven't been used to it for a while, and all of a sudden you get back on courts where you have to be that respectful of the hoops, it can lead to some uncomfortable moments where instead of getting that 8-inch straight on hoop shot, you get that 1.5 foot angled hoop shot, and all of a sudden it just makes you a little more nervous. We saw Zack yesterday after he had a couple of those near misses, those scrapes with those tight hoops. He started running his hoops a lot more firmly in order to just ensure that he doesn't grovel through them anymore. So, but that gives up some amount of control and not getting forward rushes. So there's a trade-off. Have to make sure you get through the hoop, but you have to make sure that you maintain your break. And while we're having this little interlude, I would like to take this moment also to thank the folks at I Do Live Streaming, who are the ones responsible for bringing us this broadcast. If we pan over to the right with this camera, then we will see next to where I'm sitting with the umbrella is their Command Central tent. I'm sure we'll see it in a minute, but they've been doing some wonderful work all week long to bring us these broadcasts and all of these wonderful matches for your viewing pleasure. And they've been doing the majority of the live streaming here from the United States over the past few months in West Palm Beach. They brought us the U.S. Open broadcasts and the World Championships. And we just really appreciate all the work that they do, and they've really dedicated themselves to learning about croquet and learning what the people want to see and how to keep up with the games. So it just gets better and better each time. There's that white tent over there. So there's me sitting under the umbrella, and I do live streaming is set up with their Command Central right there in the tent next to me. So this is a wonderful, there we go, hard at work. It's a really, really complicated operation, but we thank them so much for their expertise and their support here to come all the way from West Palm Beach over here to Venice, which is across the width of the state of Florida, to bring us these playoff days. And we just look forward to many more broadcasts with them in the future. All right, so back to the action. They're just double checking that all the balls fit through. So when I said this the other day on the live stream, human beings have not made a perfectly spherical object. It is currently beyond our scientific ability to do so. We've gotten very close, but so croquet balls, unfortunately, are not even close to the most spherical thing we've made. So each ball, though they are supposed to be identical, is going to be slightly different. One ball is always inevitably a little bit wider in some part than another. And so one of the challenges in croquet is identifying out of each set which is the biggest ball, and then making sure that the hoops accommodate that ball.
And I will say that when we set these courts earlier this morning, we set them at a tight 64th of an inch. And as the day has heated up, it's probably already 10 or 12 degrees warmer than it was when we set these. The irrigation's been turned off. The ground is quite firm, and the wickets have just tightened up a bit on us.
Yeah, I expect that won't be the last stuck hoop of the finals here, especially as we get on.
They are set to a pretty tight tolerance.
We apologize for the creaking. That's our umbrella trying to get away from us. We had it tethered the other day, so we're going to find a string and tether it to the tent again. This umbrella is doing the Lord's work, though, because I've already gotten too much sun this week, and if I bake any more, it might be done. It might be all she wrote for me. All right. So Matthew's break, neat and orderly. So when running a 3-ball break, as opposed to a 4-ball, which is more standard in AC, but obviously the 4th ball's not in the game yet, people will notice that he left his black ball really deep, not near hoop 7. It's about level with hoop 6. And that is very intentional. You don't want the hoop 7 Pioneer in a 3-ball break to be up in front of 7, because when he came out of hoop 6, he had to turn around to the south and send the ball all the way to hoop 8. And if he does that, he's going in the opposite direction from where any Pioneer in front of hoop 7 would be sitting. And he's going to have a very long return roquet. So in this case, he left black deep intentionally so that he could send the 8 Pioneer and then rush the black ball back. So for those of you who are maybe 6-wicket players looking to improve your 3-ball break play, it's a good thing to always keep in mind that the hoop 7 Pioneer needs to be south, needs to be well inside the box. So, yes. So, Matthew's not thrilled with that split just by the body language. It did roll out, I think, a little longer than he was anticipating. But he's gotten great shape on red. Michael, I think this match more than most others that you see is going to be solely determined by the number of hit-ins.
Oh, I agree with you. I think first break is going to be whoever takes the first 9 is going to have the advantage here with these two guys.
there's some matches where, due to the difficulty or just due to the skill level of the players, that you expect there to be some level of interactivity, that, breaks will be failed, that triples will be dropped, things will not go the player's way. I fully expect that every turn we see, barring some unforeseen disasters, will be clean, and games will be won and lost solely on if you hit 3 times and I hit 2 times, right?
Absolutely. We did move the wickets this morning, so they are in fresh holes. They're well away from any of the old holes, and they are in very, very firm ground that's not been punched before.
So Matthew looks to be, he'll be setting up a leave that is basically the 3-ball version of a diagonal spread. So he will take his partner ball, rush it over to the boundary. And he'd love it a little more north than this because, again, that just leaves Zack a short shot. Yeah. Now, the idea here, he is going to roll it up north. Then he wants to... Ooh, that one got away from him just a little bit. Not that it's going to cause a problem, but just a little bit longer of a roquet than you want to give yourself. So the idea here now is that he's going to be able to give black a rush with red, and then he's going to leave his partner ball sort of almost back in that super shot position, or he may decide to be defensive and go all the way to the other boundary. But he's basically going to leave his partner this rush so that if Zack misses, that also got a little further out than he wanted. I think that drifted on.
I think he's going to put that ball up by the peg.
I think he will now with how long that rush is.
Yeah.
If he had gotten that rush tighter, he might have assumed, he's going. He's being very respectful of Zack's hitting ability. And I would be. So this is more defensive. So basically, the idea is that if Zack misses, Matthew will try to take the rush he's given himself on black, on red, all the way across, send that ball towards 2 as a pioneer while getting the rush on this line ball, which is obviously more difficult than if the ball were in the lawn. But it also means that if Zack hits, he's not as likely to get a perfect rush over to blue, and he's less likely to get full control for his own break. And then the other point of giving the rush to black with red instead of blue is Matthew will get to approach hoop 1 off of partner, which does 2 things for him. Number 1, it's safer because this hoop 1 is going to be the most difficult hoop because you haven't quite built your break yet. You're going to be approaching it from a long way behind it. So if a mistake does happen, God forbid, he won't be immediately giving up an easy shot to an opponent. Then the second thing is the on-time triple. He wants to score hoop 1 off of his partner so that it goes naturally to hoop 3. Yep. Zack taking the short shot. Very sensible. No reason to take a defensive shot against Matthew. You know he can build. Take the shot that guarantees you the hit. Well, nothing guarantees you the hit, but maximizes your chances of hitting. So he's just being very careful. And you can see Zack Watson's other half there in the background. That is Sydney Watson, Zack's wife, supporting from the sidelines, from the shade. All right. Very compact swing Zack has, very efficient. It's off. And he's hit. Beautiful shot. Snicked to the left edge of it. So he's actually gotten fortunate. A lot of times, because you're approaching from the south, you can end up hitting sort of the right half of that ball and pushing it. Heck, I've seen people push it 10 yards north of where it is. Just, if you just catch a little angle of it on a fast lawn. But he has managed to keep it pretty much right where Matthew left it. So he'll be able to manufacture the same rush over to blue. while simultaneously popping black out onto the court a little bit so that it's retrievable. Boss War Eagle says, amazing job, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for tuning in from Shreveport. All right. So this is an important rush here. Part of Matthew leaving blue on the boundary was for this exact purpose, is that if Zack hit, it makes the build that much harder. He's got to get the rush to the proper spot here.
He's going a little north.
Not a huge problem. He's close to it.
More difficult. I think he wanted to be a little south of that.
In an ideal world, I'm of two minds when it comes to this. Yes, he's not going to be able to get any sort of pioneer out. He has a good enough stop shot. He can pop that ball out a little bit, but it's so risky when you're approaching from the south of a line ball to try to just slink past it. I think here it's preferable. Oh, I see. I like what he's doing. So this is one way to play it. So Zack has a very efficient stop shot. So what he's going to do is he's going to try to send red. Ooh, that stopped it just in the next time. I thought that was going. He's trying to send red as a deep reception ball behind hoop one. That is the idea, I think. Ooh, he has not hit that. Well, the other idea is that two bad pioneers makes a good one.
He's also got black, which he'll collect.
Yes. So actually, there's a world in which he tries to get over to black before he hits one of the two balls over here and rush it back to the side after sending out a three pioneer. So, yeah, he's trying to get a reverse rush on this. Uh-oh. He's left himself quite the angled hoop. And that's the problem when you... Ooh, this is a tricky one. Great shot. My goodness. What an absolute shot. So, well, he got his reverse rush to the corner. So he'll have plenty of space to send this to hoop three and get a rush on partner to hoop two. So even though this is a long rush, once again, we're in the situation where he'll be safe. And with black sort of hovering down towards hoop four, if he does end up having to sort of hide or retreat into the corner, it's not ideal, but it's not the end of the world immediately. But he's lucky to have escaped danger there. Yeah, so like I said, Zack's stop shot, quite efficient. Getting himself a nice rush up to hoop two. Oh, the rush went a little long. It's very cuttable, but you just saw that last foot of rollout. Same with the hoop rollout. Lawns might be running just a little bit faster than...
Well, we had the irrigation turned off last night, so they are going to be a little bit quicker. They were double cut this morning.
That's a great rush.
And they were rolled.
And obviously, Zack was out here practicing earlier, but as the sun continues to rise in the sky and, there's a nice little wind going, it just continues to dry.
Yep.
The morning dew settles. And so that is also not the best hoop approach. It just looks like he's a little gun shy in his touch. Now, again, he's going to run this firmly. I suspect this will not have any problems, but...
We'll cut some wire on that.
Michael, I was talking about this yesterday. Zack has a very efficient swing. He accelerates.
Not a lot of backswing.
Not a lot of backswing. He's generating a lot of power from the strength of his arm. It's a bit of a pushy swing. And the problem with that is it doesn't generate as much spin, especially when he hits it firmly in those short distance hoop shots. It hits the hoop with not a whole lot of extra top spin.
But it gives him a great stop shot.
It does, and he's very accurate because he's incredibly athletic. So, but I think he's going to struggle in these tight hoops if he has to shoot those slightly longer ones or more angled ones, because it's going to hit that hoop and it's just grabbing. It's not wanting to let go.
So Zack is the pro at the National Croquet Center in West Palm Beach, and they've got a lot of quadway hoops, but they don't use them a lot. They have 2 or 3 different sets and styles of hoops, and they tend to use the others that are probably a little easier for their club members to be proficient on, and as a result, he may not get as much time on these as Matthew gets.
That is a great shot. So one of the things that I was raving about Zach's game yesterday is the accuracy of his split shots. The man is putting balls
On a dime.
on a dime. He was giving himself in breaks yesterday from halfway across the court. He was giving himself 2-foot rushes, like dead at his target from halfway across the court. Like prime Reg Bamford split shots.
Well, I heard you going through some stats earlier today on how many triples he got out of his total number of games here, and I think, what is it, 60%, 65% of the game?
Oh, it's more. He's 11 for 13.
11 for 13, so he's running about 88%.
Yeah, I mean, are we seeing a TPO?
I think we are.
It's Christmas. Game 1. So, ladies and gentlemen, because of the hitting ability that was aforementioned, and Zach's understanding that he could go around, set 9, set a new standard lead, and Matthew's just going to hit and finish, he has decided to put fate in his own hands and peg Matthew out on the assumption that he can play a defensive game, 2v1.
So it'll be interesting to see whether he does this TPO with just taking 9 wickets, or whether he opts to take it all the way to the peg and play 1 ball with Matthew.
Yeah.
He's not going to be ahead, so I would say the odds are against that.
I don't know, man. I wouldn't want to face many people less than Zach in a game of 1 ball. I just wouldn't. Especially given how good his split shots have been. Like we just said, 1 ball is going to involve a lot of weird roll-ups to the hoop. But only time will tell. He managed to effectively jaws the blue ball. So for those at home wondering, well, when is it appropriate that I try to do a TPO over just a triple? Well, it is not as winning of a strategy typically by the numbers as just doing a normal triple, because in a normal triple, it ends the game. Game's just over. In a TPO, the opponent still has plenty of opportunities to take it away from you.
As we saw just a couple of days ago at the beginning of this week,
That's right.
Tom and his partner were playing in a doubles match, and that was Kyle, and the opponents TPO'd Kyle's ball. And what happened in the match, Tom?
I hit a suicide shot at the moment I needed to, and somehow managed to through sheer force of will get a break around to finish.
It was a spectacularly fun game to watch.
But so going back to the TPO, it is generally why would you hit it all the way out like that?
He may have been. I couldn't see if he was dead straight.
He
on
was
that
dead
ball.
straight on
He
it.
was. Then I'm not sure.
It was not in doubt. He barely even stalked it. I don't know. Is he for 5?
He's for 5.
Is he going to do a pass roll? He's looking at peeling this right. What is he doing? I've seen Zack do some incredible pass rolls, but this is borderline reckless. This is not borderline. This is reckless. I guess he's trying to make a statement here, Michael.
We'll see.
I mean, so folks, the standard idea is that he just popped it through by a few feet, took off back to red to make 5, and then just dealt with
Well, he's pulled that off.
Yeah, yellow is fantastic. Blue is
Blue is
middle of the court. But you just don't have to do that.
Peg.
You just don't have to do that.
No.
You know what it might be? He probably knows he's not getting a forward rush out of 5 very often with how these hoops have been playing. And he's thinking, gosh, if I leave this blue ball back here in no man's land, I'll probably have to do a big roll shot anyway.
He can load red
and get naturally towards.
At 7 and then get the rush on blue back to peeling position. So,
but folks, I cannot accurately describe to you how aggressive that shot was to willingly decide to do a 80-foot pass roll.
most difficult shot on the court.
To a ball that objectively was not that good of a pioneer. He needed a rush on it. Okay, this is the hoop that's stuck for Matthew, so it should not be stuck now, but it is firm.
For some reason on this set of balls, the yellow one appears to be the largest.
So, as stated, he wasn't going to get a forward rush. So now he looks like a genius because blue is actually a really good pivot ball that he could get a rush on while sending a nice pioneer instead of having to do a wide court length split shot. Now, do I still think that was the right way to play this? I hesitate to say that, but Zack knows himself.
When it works, it looks great.
So to say, you look like a genius when you pull it off. So.
And they do say luck favors the brave.
This is correct. So, and there's no one bolder than Zack. Great athlete, supremely confident in himself. Yeah, that's nice.
I like that.
Red could be better, but
he's going to be coming to red after appeal, so
yeah. That's not bad with a good takeoff here to push that into position. Getting a shape on black. Not bad at all.
He's done a nice job of that.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, this is looking very in order. So I've tried to say it twice now. I'll get it to this third time because there's no more theatrics, hopefully. But a TPO should really only be attempted if you can get it on time. We've talked during this broadcast in days past about on time versus delayed triples. Zack is currently doing what's referred to as an on time. So he is making hoop 6, and then he's going to immediately turn around from hoop 6 and peel the blue through penalt. So when you're doing a peel for the hoop that you are for, just in the opposite direction, that's on time. The traditional, the delayed way of doing it is he would be making this penalt peel when he's already for 4 back and doesn't have a whole lot of time. So even if he messes this up now, he has way more outs, way more time to come back.
You just don't want to be doing a TPO as a rover peel, straight peel. And
that's
failed.
A bad peel. And I think there he should have played that as a roll shot. You get less draw. I get it. He wanted it through firmly, but jaws there is fine. In fact, jaws there might be
jaws
preferable.
might have been better.
Because what happens if you peel it, it grabs wire and it goes through by 8 inches, right? Then you have no prospect of getting it down. Jaws is much safer. He'll have more opportunities, but now it's not on time anymore.
The good news is it bounced back into almost near perfect peeling position.
It's to the side.
It's a little to the east, but very easy to clean up. It's only a foot back.
I suspect if he gets shape on it, we're going to see a death roll.
He's going to try it. Yes, he's going to try it.
If he's willing to do what he just did at hoop 5, then why not just go for the death roll?
I seem to remember somebody else pulling off a successful death roll earlier this week. You in that TPO attempt.
Did I death roll?
You did. Oh no, you did not in that.
Let's say I didn't TPO.
No, that wasn't you. I'm sorry.
I haven't death rolled this week. So. It's gonna be tricky to get shape on this, but he's got to get just past it, but close to it, because he doesn't want it to go. If you're gonna do a death roll, you want to keep it very tight to the hoop. But you also need to make sure that you're in a position where you can accurately get your ball down to 2 back. So he needs to push it back to the west a little bit. So an ideal position for him to get this yellow ball is almost directly in line with where the hoop is between him and his target. So it's going to be difficult. He has to make a decision. Yeah, and see, he just sees this little awkwardness. How does he want to play this? I don't know if this is going to be a death roll at the end here. He's going to have a hard time. Yellow slid out a little bit.
He's got to be almost in the jaws to make that.
Well, the problem is he's got to cut it.
Yeah.
And if you come up short, yeah, it's too much. Or maybe it's not. It's hard to tell. Yeah, he's just taking off.
I think he's just going to take off and worry about that after 2 back.
If you keep it really good here, there's always a chance of a rush peel. If he can get it sort of right in the mouth of the hoop, if he can come back north after 2 back and rush peel it through,
he did one of those yesterday, I think.
Then he's
where
in
he
business.
just took off and drifted that ball right into the jaws. Can you see?
Oh, it's perfect. Look at that. He left it right in front.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Beautifully rush peel. It's just outside the mouth of the hoop.
So I think we're going to see him come back after 2 back. And
Absolutely. So this
Red's
is
actually in good shape for that to get to 3 back.
I don't love where he's put, how close he's put black. You'd like to, I think I would have hit that softer. You would like to be able to come through this hoop firmly and use the boundary. But his stop shot is efficient. But because now what happens if he's caught a lot of wire before and groveled? What happens if you grovel? Okay, he didn't.
Okay.
But we saw that yesterday with Edmund and Zack on these hoops. So, all right, folks, we are heating up out here. This is awesome. One good rush anywhere north of Penalt. Oh, he doesn't like that. You can see the sort of the head shake. So, kind of ended up in no man's land there. It's still very manageable.
It just made it a lot tougher shot.
Right now,
if he'd gotten that ball north of hoop 6,
right,
and
because
just to the east.
This is going to be his 4-back pioneer, and he now has to roll it up to 4-back while getting to the other side, hopefully pretty straight on Penalt, and rush it. He wants to rush it cleanly. Red is not that great of a 3-back pioneer.
If he gets a deep rush, it is.
The black ball is traveling. The black ball is not good.
He's got a pretty angled shot here, so it's
That's not
possible that blue just grovels through.
Yeah. This is that bad rush there. And again, you know, I don't know why he hit it as softly as he did. He was trying to control that almost. Anywhere on the north boundary is good. Should be firm. Very firm. Yep.
Okay.
That is on the south boundary.
That's okay. He can croquet that back while he goes to red.
Yeah. All right. Michael Saylor says, these guys are amazing and the commentary is great. Thank you from Pocasset, Massachusetts. So,
Pocasset. Where is Pocasset, Massachusetts?
and is there a croquet club there?
Is Pocasset out on the Cape?
That little boy in the background is Zack's son, James. So, with his wife, Sydney. That is going to be a big boy one.
James already has a mallet. He's out there trying to whack the balls around. That's probably how Tiger Woods started.
All right, big roll shot here. Has to be pretty precise on his back ball.
Oh, it's looking very nice.
Oh, yeah.
Very
Oh,
nice.
yeah. And that's what I'm saying. That is a beautiful. He's got to cut it slightly, but what a great rush to get from there. We can
I'm
see
happy
it.
with that rush every day.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. From that distance and angle. And he's got black in the vicinity that he wants it. Nice cut. Yeah.
It's far enough back. It will allow him to put it out so he can easily get where he wants to go coming out of 3 back.
The only thing is black is not good. Black is behind 4
Black
back.
is deep.
So, in an ideal world, folks, you would just tidy. You would send red down, going to blue. You push blue much closer to rover, and just do a takeoff to your 4-back pioneer. That now introduces a lot of risks because a takeoff is much harder to control the distance.
And he's 2 yards behind hoop 10, so he's got 5 yards to land in.
I think he's a little closer than that, but it's just, I think his approach angle from blue is going to be awkward. It's going to be crossing the hoop.
Crossing the hoop.
So the hoop is pretty much, if people can see, the hoop from where blue sits, the hoop is directly in between you and black. So any angle you get on it will not be direct. Whoa, what is he doing? Whoa.
He's not setting.
Whoa.
He's setting an escape ball. He's planning to peel this after four back.
What are you doing?
He's going to tighten it up, take off, and try to peel it after four back.
I don't like this. This is, okay.
And he's got a rush red all the way back to penalt.
He did this in a triple. He did this in a triple earlier in the week where literally every peel was an escape to a hoop across the court. He did four back going, escaping to one back. He did penalt escaping to three back, and he did, he did penalt escaping to two back. It's like Danny Johnston in that regard. Danny Johnston will do that and just run all over the court with escape balls. But folks, with the hoops being this difficult, and he's already misfired a rush or two. In my opinion, he should have just sent red to penalt, tidied up blue, and just dealt with the straight rover peel. I get it. It's a TPO. You don't want to be doing it, but you might be sacrificing the break here to try to force this. And then the problem with breaking down in a TPO.
Ooh, he's going to be short on yellow.
No. It's trying so hard. Yeah, he's going to be short. The problem with breaking down in a TPO is that you've taken away a lot of the hard work from Matthew. Matthew, if Zack breaks down at any point now, Matthew will only have one peel to have to do, and he'll have all the hoops to do it. So he's going to get the peel early. Good takeoff. But now, what are your rush prospects?
He's got to go deep and try to bring black, and he hasn't done it.
Yeah, and you see a little kick there. He wanted to keep going. Michael Saylor says Pocasset is near Sandwich, Massachusetts, on Cape Cod.
So he is out on the Cape. So he's at Bob Kroger's club, I would assume.
Okay. This is getting adventurous. I think some of these decisions, Zack is making are based on the fact that he does not want to be dealing with this straight rover peel. He thinks it's, too risky. With how these hoops are playing. We've seen it. It was what ruined Edmond in a game against him yesterday, was the straight rover peel over on lawn 4.
That was a different court. That had a little bit of a hill at the rover hoop.
Fair.
And the ball did roll off. It rolled off twice. It wasn't just
But these things weigh on your mind, regardless. Many triples have gone to die at rover hoop. He's approached it decently. He's going to have to be precise. This rush back to penalt, I would just be shaking in my boots, and I'm a good rusher. He might jaws it, but he's got
Jaws is okay here.
Yeah, but this is a significant angle. With how wide of a split you have to play this to get the rush on red, you'd be lucky to get in the jaws, I think, with the amount of draw. I would just aim this dead middle of the far wire and just pray. The rush is the imperative part. He needs. He's playing. No, you can't play this flat. You'll never calculate the draw playing this flat. I would be doing this as like a full roll.
Well, he's just moved that ball totally outside the. We're looking straight at it.
Oh yeah, it's not even pointed at the hoop. It's not even pointed at the hoop from our real life perspective.
And it went in and bounced out, but it is almost in the jaws.
That should be fine. With another ball down there, he might have a chance at a rush peel if he gets decent control out of penalt. So the rush is looking manageable, but this is the problem. If you don't get great shape on this penalt hoop, you're probably not going to get control of a rush, and you're going to end up doing a straight rover peel anyway, albeit an almost unmissable one.
He's going to put red over to the east side of this hoop, I think.
That's a good shot. That's a great shot.
He's through.
Ooh, he got lucky with the wire there. Never say that association croquet is boring, folks. Only if you do it wrong. I bet you money he's debating whether he's going to try to rush peel this or not.
Well, from where we're sitting, we're angled, but it looks like blue is sitting
Dead in the mouth of the hoop.
dead in the mouth of the hoop, about a half an inch to an inch back.
Nice shot of the crowd here on the south boundary. I see our tournament director, Doug Grimsley, over here setting up the trophy table for today's later ceremony. They look nice. There's Darren Guffey, Mika Maloof, David Maloof, and there's Becky Essick, Matthew's grandmother, and there's Mark Claff. We want to give a big shout out to Mark Claff.
Big shout out to Mark. Mark's in charge of our grounds and maintenance crew, and he is out here every day at 7 a.m. He is 94 years old, still plays croquet at a very high level, and is one of our most dedicated members.
He's going for the rush peel. He's sent partner back to the peg. Ooh, yeah, he's got to hit this straight. Blue is about an inch outside of the hoop. Less trivial than you would think, folks, especially if this catch it. Now, if it gets in the jaws, it's fine.
And he's done it.
Yeah. Left himself a bit longer of one than you'd like, but black is fine enough. He can deal with it. And his split shots are so accurate. We have 60 people in with us now.
Nice.
So it's pretty good for an AC crowd. So, folks, spread the link around. Tell your friends. We're here all afternoon, all morning long. So
this is a best-of-5 series, so this match, I would say with these two players, the likelihood of it going to 5 games is pretty good.
Yeah. It's a minute before 10 a.m. here.
And he's landed that just beautifully.
So nice. That's so nice.
Blue is actually about, from what I can see, inches from the peg.
It's about a yard.
Oh, is it about a yard?
Side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
good cut.
That would be 36 inches.
It would be 36 inches. So you are
technically correct.
So from here to Timbuktu could be measured in inches as well, right? So I'm mere inches from the Orient. Peter Rothwell says, good morning again from the UK, or afternoon as it is here. This is shaping up to be a great final. It is. Already game 1, we've had a super shot, a 3-ball, third turn break, a hit-in response with a TPO, so we're going to go to a 2v1 or a 1v1 if Zack wants to play a little 1-ball, if he's banking on himself.
I think Zack's not going to peg himself out here. He is giving up a contact, so it'll be interesting.
So the position here is perfect. He has a perfect angle to peg this ball out while also just approaching with a rush on his partner ball. So he's just going to push blue into the peg to send it out of the game while getting a rush on his ball over to the east boundary near hoop 4. That would have been kind of disastrous if that had jumped back and ruined his rush. So that's an interesting aspect of the rules, Michael. The second that blue ball touched the peg, it was in the box, so to speak, out of the game. But had it interacted with his yellow ball, it's still...
It's an outside agency at that point, isn't it? No.
No, I do believe, especially because that ball was in motion, we could have that confirmed. but I think that that had an opportunity to ruin his rush. I'll ask David about that.
Or Martin. We have our
That's right. Martin
number one
Selman is
referee
here.
for the country here today.
So, Zack Watson has come through the adversity with his opening turn of the day being a TPO.
So blue is in the box.
Blue is for the
Yellow's
box.
for peg.
Yellow's
Red
for
and black are both for one.
If I were Zack, I would attempt to get a few hoop lead in one ball and peg my other ball out. I do not want to give Matthew a 3-ball break. I think Zack has. I think Matthew understands 2v1s a little bit more deeply than Zack does, just from experience, and I think that Zack's best strengths lies in his accurate split shots, as we've seen, and his hitting. I think he's been on perfect hitting form most of the week. He needs to maximize the power of both of those things by just getting that third ball off, take away the vehicle for Matthew to run a break and win, and just force a 1-ball game.
Do you like this leave where he's put yellow?
He went over the fence.
He's over the fence, but he's put yellow. He did get the corner. Okay, I from where I was saying, it looked like he was outside. I'm looking at where the pipe ends, but he did get the corner. Okay,
yeah.
It makes more sense now. Or he's 9 inches outside the corner.
Yeah. So Matthew going over to take a look at the position of that ball. See Matthew very confident, whistling a little bit, I believe.
So red is purposely level with hoop 4 just because it makes that roll from the boundary to 1 a little more difficult because you've got hoop 4 in your way of a clean roll up to hoop 1.
Correct.
A corner ball there would have actually given Matthew a bigger advantage, and so that was very carefully placed.
All right. So this is an interesting variant that he's done. He's gone to yellow. He's taken off to push it a little more south, and taken off to red, which he's left a little short, by the way.
Yeah, he's got to be 5 yards. What do you think, Tom?
If we can zoom out a little bit, he's in line with 3 and 4, almost. This is like
he's 6-7 yards.
Yeah, 6 yards away from this at this angle. This is not a gimme. He's been sitting for 20-something minutes, so.
Shot.
But what does it matter? Now,
and he brought that ball down the line a little bit.
He probably wanted to hit that a little more to the south. So, because now you don't want to have to play this roll up super tight to hoop 1, and hoop 4 is now a little south of the ball's position. It's hard to tell from this angle, but yeah, you see that hoop 4 is just going to be an object sort of right in the middle of everything he wants to do. So there's Zack communing with the family. So, all right, big roll up coming here. It's off.
Can't see, but it looks like he's gone a little far.
He's straight in front. It's deep. So what we're likely going to see here if he tries to run this, well, actually, what we're going to see is a squeeze. He's going to set up wired from red, most likely. Oh, is he lining up to go for it?
He's looking like he's going for it.
He's going for it. Okay. I guess he doesn't trust Zack not to hit.
And
wow, what a shot.
What a clean shot.
What a shot.
He's almost down to yellow. He's going to have to take yellow first. Actually, he may be right in front of hoop 2.
He may be. That is... He's going for yellow.
Yeah.
Wow. He still has some work to do to build, but oh boy, that was a hell of a hoop shot. And that had some pressure on it because had he bounced off that hoop to the side and given Zack a way in, and he's hit. I'm telling you, in my experience, there's just no two players that are just more steely in a final than these two. I mean, they look at 10-yarders that, could be their last shot of the game if they miss and just go, business as usual.
Now, Matthew's got a almost 7-yard shot to get shape here. He wants to move yellow where he can use it again.
Is he going back down to red? He's looking over at red.
I don't think so.
He keeps looking
I think he is.
He keeps looking at red.
Yep.
Yeah, he's doing it. Oh, he doesn't like it. That jumped off on him. That is going. So, yellow is short. He has no realistic rush on red. I mean, obviously, if he hits right half it, he'll push it up towards hoop 2. But he has a 6-yarder, 7-yarder. So he's got to be precise with this one and the roll-up shot to follow it.
So he's played
no real cut.
Very sensible shot at black.
And again, this is
red.
This is the benefit of the corner hoops. If he can just get within a yard or so, a couple yards, and just power it through to the boundary with red waiting back there for him, then he's good. We're back to the races. Take that.
Black is looking pretty good. It's about 2.5 yards back.
Yeah. One good hoop shot, and this may be all she wrote. And this is why I think Zack needed to play one ball.
And he's got that nicely.
Here's a whistle.
Okay. So the hardest part of this is almost in the rearview mirror, Tom. Would you agree?
He still has work. Red is not going.
Still got to build. Red's going to just be.
I think this is a load and hold. Yeah, I think what we're going to see. Ooh, he hasn't.
He's not pointed the right way for a load and hold. He's pointed right at the hoop.
I guess he's just confident in his ability to do some long rushing.
Well, that's lovely. He'll take yellow back, get a little separation, and get a nice rush on red.
If he pulls this rush off, everything is perfect. Break will be together. And we'll be looking at game 1 as an OTP. And again, folks, like we said, this is the reason that TPOs come with a certain amount of risk if you're playing a capable opponent. They have to make some difficult shots to get going, yes, but once they get going, it's just one turn to finish.
Okay.
Beautiful rush.
Now the break's looking pretty tight.
Yeah. Again, not the best approach, but on these corner hoops, it hardly matters. He's going to power this through. Red's deep enough. Yep. If he had approached hoop 3 like that, he would be unhappy, but hoop 4. make any material difference. Wow, what an eventful first game this has been. So, it's not often, folks, that you see someone step out on the lawn for their first turn of the game, more or less like Zack did, and just do a TPO. First real break.
He started it on the third hoop. I mean, he was gunning for Matthew from the moment he walked out. I think we're going to see a very interesting series here, a match that's.
And once again, you see there the yellow as the 6-7 Pioneer, left well in lawn away from 7. I normally like it a little bit more to the west, but that's because my stop shot ratio is a little worse, so I need a little extra spacing. But Matthew here has full confidence that he's going to get a decent Pioneer at 8.
And he's left red where he can take it back and get a little more separation. So, well, he's not going to do that now, but
he's going to tap it.
He's just going to tap it.
He doesn't need that much room. The 8 Pioneer can be a little short if you need it to be, because you're probably going to roll up to it anyway if you don't get a rush out of this hoop. But yeah, no, that's fine. Very good. And like I said, that's not bad for an 8 Pioneer. It's very approachable. You get a little more leeway on those corner hoops. Canty Pace Calloway says, good morning from Carrollton, Georgia. Learning a lot about AC from your terrific commentary and the amazing play. Thank you. Thank you.
Say hello to Jimmy Huff while you're there.
So, I've yet to make it to Jimmy Huff's lawn. I really want to. I've seen pictures. It looks beautiful. So, what a great guy. All right. It's like we said, he didn't get there's not a lot of forward rushes being gained out of these hoops with how respectful the players are being with running them. So it is okay that he left the 8 Pioneer a little short because it just means a little less distance that his striker ball has to travel to get shape on it, sending out this Pioneer to 3-back. Pioneer to 3-back looks like it's going to be pretty good. That's nice position. And, yeah, he got himself a decent 2.5-yard, 3-yard rush. Nah, it's 2.5. And I think game 1 will be in the books in just a few minutes. It does not seem that he's feeling uncomfortable in the slightest.
It's highly unlikely that Matthew will not finish at this point.
And right there you see he's sending red deep so that he doesn't have to try to mess around with this corner hoop. So one of the beauties of AC over 6-wicket is that you may run hoops out of bounds and it does not end your turn.
Which allows you to set a perfect Pioneer for your rush.
Yes, so players will use the corner hoops to their advantage because they know that as far as they can go is the boundary line, and then they have to mark it in 36 inches. So you can position your reception ball such to where when you come through the hoop, and obviously there's a little deflection, you never know quite where you're going to come out, but you can get an automatic short shot on your reception ball. So if you find yourself breaking down at hoops like hoop 2, hoop 8, hoop things, because maybe you're a 6-wicket player and you're trying to run them gently because, if you don't, you're going to go out of bounds. In AC, let it go, man.
Absolutely.
Send that reception ball deep and use the boundary line and forget about it. It's hoops like these where you have to get good position and be mindful of your hoops because he doesn't want to run this hoop too far because then he won't be able to turn around and easily hit yellow. So you see there, he gave himself a little angle.
That's one of the hoops that I had to reset this morning. That hoop is snug, and he didn't even touch a wire coming through there. And when I say snug, it's less than a 64th.
That is short. Again, not going to probably jeopardize his turn, but this is just not the type of rush you want to give yourself on a Pioneer. Mid-break. All of a sudden it goes from never in doubt to a couple of not so good shots, and you end up with an awkward hoop. But as you see there, a perfect recovery. I mean, beautiful rush. And again, we're going to see him probably use the boundary here. So he's going to do this as a stop shot. Red's going to go significantly deep behind the hoop, closer to the boundary than it is to the hoop. And he's going to run this firmly and go all the way out of bounds. And now, look, he's manufactured pretty much a perfect reverse rush out of the hoop back towards yellow at penalt. So a textbook way to play a corner hoop in association.
This is going to make gathering up yellow and having a rush to penalt a lot easier now.
And Michael, I talked a little bit yesterday about the principle in both six wicket and association about minimizing the movement of your striker ball. If possible, every shot your striker ball should move the minimum distance required to achieve your goal.
I agree with that.
So if you have a choice between doing I guess the scenario would be like, if you can take a 4-foot rush and rush a ball 60 feet away and then play from there near your target, that is much better than just tapping the ball 4 feet away and then having to roll 60 feet to your target. Because in the second scenario, your striker ball is going to have to move 60 extra feet that otherwise would have been handled by you rushing it. So that's 60 feet of potential errors right there.
One of the big differences, I think, between this game and American rules.
Safe, is that you? Hey.
All the way from Egypt.
All the way from Egypt. Safe. How are you doing? For those who don't know, a lot of the Americans the last couple of years have gone over to the Egyptian Open. I went my first time. It's a golf cricket tournament, but I went my first time this past year, and truly one of the best experiences of my life. If anyone out there listening has a chance to go play croquet or just go to Egypt, period, go to Egypt. And Safe became a good friend of us all and showed us around and, really represented his country to the fullest. And so we have come to be very close to one another. So glad to see you tuning in, Safe, to watch Matthew.
Safe also played for the Egyptian team in the Kamal Cup this year.
He did. And thank you for congratulations on the doubles. Thank you for that, Safe. All right. Textbook 3-ball break off of the contact leave. And we will go to game 2. So what an exciting first game. Which, by the way, we started a little after 9 o'clock. That entire game clocked in at
That's correct, right?
About an hour. Yes. No. He was
for bed, yeah.
Okay, so 26 OTP for the first game. Here's a nice aerial view of the lawns. This is actually from yesterday, from that drone footage we mentioned on the live stream. You can see on lawn 4 there, Edmund Fordyce actually mid-turn. So footage from yesterday's semifinals.
Okay, we're going to start immediately. They're not needing a break.
Yep. These two players are very efficient. Zack now gets choice and is going in. And we're seeing a super shot. Once again, a much deeper super shot than what Matthew left.
Matthew likes to leave that super shot almost level with hoop 5. Most everybody else puts it a couple yards deeper.
Matthew going for what the rest of the world calls the Patel response, what we here in America have dubbed the honeycut response. But so the idea is that Zack must now make a choice. He either has to lag one of these balls softly in order to avoid just firing into another balk line and giving Matthew an immediate start. But if he does shoot at it softly, it means that there's more chance for the court to roll it off. It's not his most natural swing. If he hits, he's pretty much got it going. So what a lot of players will do here is they will just take a full blast swing anyway at the super shot ball.
So he's come all the way to
He's at the end of
center
A ball.
line.
Zach
He's shooting hard at blue,
Yeah.
hoping that he goes. If he misses, he goes out.
he'll give up maybe a 10 or 11 yarder to Matthew if he misses. He's not missed. I do prefer. I will just say this.
Prefer going at red.
I prefer going to the end of B-balk maybe and going for red because it's just so much easier to get started.
It was a shorter shot on blue from the A balk than the B balk shot
Fair.
at red by 4 or 5 yards.
But what good does it do you if you don't get the break around? You know,
I've seen Zack pull breaks together with much worse
I'm not saying he won't. I'm not saying
conditions in the ball position.
we just saw what he did before. I'm not saying he won't do it, but I'm just saying, you know, if you're backing yourself to hit.
I mean, he's a master of the third turn 9.
We're through the opening salvo of game 2 almost, and we haven't seen a missed hit in yet.
No.
And in fact, we haven't seen a drop turn or anything. Like I said, folks, the hitting in will determine this game. The first person to blink and miss probably lose the match. He hit the
not
peg.
happy with that.
He hit the peg. And this is what I'm saying. You know.
And I'm not sure that he can see red right now. I think the edge of his ball has the peg.
I think he
Can
can
we
see it.
zoom
He
in
can
on
see it.
that?
He can see it.
Okay.
It bounced off. He's a few inches from the peg. Okay, so what he should do now is set the leave that Matthew set in the first game. He's going to give his black ball a rush back over to blue. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
He's trying for it.
Okay, this is fine. He's doing the takeoff. He can come back.
Yeah, he can always come back and come to the boundary.
But red's so far out on the lawn. It's 7 yards out on the lawn. Just turn around, roll to the line, make Matthew hit. I know it's not the ideal world, but this is just damage control.
Well, we'll see.
I don't think that has enough pace. It didn't.
It's short.
Yep.
Okay. So now he's left Matthew a significantly shorter shot from the A ball.
Yeah, now he needs to lag back behind red. But now, you know, Zack may also just give himself a 7-yard rush. Yeah, he's just going out of bounds. Matthew now needs to make a choice. Take the short shot and give him everything, or he's left himself a 7-yard rush to start. Take the long shot and just see, like, all right, you blinked, put it together. I think there's no universe in which Matthew doesn't take the short shot, but
Oh, Reg, he's taking the B-balk shot.
he might be going B-balk at blue.
He might.
If he can put yellow in corner 1,
He's walking to that end, so I think you're right. He's going B-balk at blue.
or he might be going. No, he's going yellow blue. He's looking at it. It's the shortest shot from B-balk, and I think in terms of defense, it's pretty good. You throw a ball lurking around hoop 1, but not in a very useful position. If he hits, yeah, he's got a little more work to get back, but not much. All right. Ready, aim, fire.
Oh, he hit it center ball.
Nailed it. Zach's going to be kicking himself. That was the first error we've seen, and maybe that was a commentator's curse to a certain degree because we were talking about how perfect everything had just gone. But obviously he was trying to take off fairly close to the peg. There was probably just some roll off of the court that he didn't account for.
Or maybe just a little more draw than he accounted for. Or not as much draw.
Yeah,
because
so
it didn't separate as much as he wanted. It just pulled in.
So Matthew here with the chance for the first break. So he's going to leave blue here. The other bad thing about the way Zack played this is because he left red so on the lawn, Matthew's going to have plenty of room to get black into the court and get a good rush to hoop 1.
Right.
Had this red ball only been a couple of yards off the line, he'd still get the rush to hoop 1, and blue's still in the middle of the lawn. But that fourth ball would have to wait around a little bit. So Matthew is just doing a thick takeoff.
So, Tom, do you find that with these balls, with the little bit more aggressive draw
That's
because of the milling, that when you're taking a long, wide-angle split shot, that you have to add a couple of balls of width for the draw because they're going to pull in on you.
Yes. Yeah, it's been pretty aggressive, honestly, on a lot of these shots. I mean, I've watched players with these balls try to do peels.
I'm not even talking about peel. I'm just talking about an open court split shot where you're going a long distance and how much additional draw you get towards the center.
But just to illustrate so that people can understand it is that I've watched people from 5 feet in front of a hoop attempt to do a peel. They aim the ball outside the right side of the hoop and it's on the left from 5 feet away. So even within 5 feet, it was 2 whole balls almost of draw. So you can imagine what that would do propagating over 50, 60 feet if you were splitting a ball up to hoop 3. Oh, that's a great rush. That's a fantastic rush. All right.
Do you know how I can mute this? Do you know how I can mute this?
All right.
Matthew's still got plenty of work to get.
It's not that much. He's got a perfect rush over to blue. Red's a little short, but he can send black back over as a good pivot. Too bad. Too bad Pioneers makes one good one. Ooh, he thought for sure he ran into that. That's actually happened quite a bit this week. I've seen that a few times. He thought for sure he'd ran into that blue ball. That would have been bad. That would have made a lot more work for him. But as it sits now, we expect once again to see a leave. Matthew is a fan of the new standard. For those at home, we do apologize. We did not anticipate the players switching colors between games. That is obviously their prerogative, but so we're going to try to correct that on the screen momentarily because
I think it's correct now.
Well, I mean, the game outcomes didn't change, so you got to flip those around. So, but we're going to get it here in just a second. Hopefully they stop switching colors between games. So for AC, for those who are unaware, it's not quite like 6-wicket or golf croquet. When the players have their initial coin toss at the start of this match, which I assume by the fact that Matthew went first that he won the coin toss, but whoever wins the coin toss has the option of choosing first. Their choices are they can either choose whether they play first or second, and they can elect either, and then the other player gets to choose their color. Or the first player can choose their color, which then allows the second player to choose whether they go first or second. So whichever choice you make, the opponent gets the other choice. So it's not guaranteed by winning the toss that you play certain colors or go first or not. It depends on the prerogative of the opponent who wins the toss.
Some players like to just change up the color on you if you decide to go in just because they think you might forget which color you're playing in the second game.
I don't think these two are doing that to each other. I don't think that's a worry here. But so the in multi-game matches, it is just assumed that whoever won the toss in the first game, the other player, win or lose, automatically gets choice in the second. So Zack clearly elected to go first this game, and Matthew probably elected to change the colors. So those would be their choices. So then in the next game, it'll be back to Matthew's choice again. No more coin flipping needed past the first of the match. Jack Rush says, Tom, what did I miss in game one? It was very efficient. Matthew laid a super shot. Zack went corner 2. Matthew hit, ran his 3-ball break around, set a 3-ball defensive diagonal spread. Zack hit, did a TPO. Matthew finished off of the contact lift. So pretty flawless game all the way around. Zack will be kicking himself for giving up this first break when he made his hit in and had the initiative.
Warm in there.
All right. Matthew has just about everything that he could want. So what he's doing here is he's preparing to preload 2-back the Pioneer early. We talked a couple of times today about the transition from 6 to 7 and sending the Pioneer down to 8. So one of the ways that in a 4-ball break that players deal with that is they send the partner ball, which is the ball you want at 2-back for the polarity of your leave. They send it there early. Well, he's giving himself a little more of an awkward approach than he wanted from here, but this is the hoop that was at contact in the beginning, so just a little mental thing. He's probably going to want to get this through cleanly. He's probably going to give it a little extra. Yeah, just you see a little bit more acceleration on that shot. Even if you know that the hoop is fixed, it's not going to grab, it's going to go through cleanly. Just having that thought somewhere in the back of your mind that you did stuff this hoop before, even if it was the hoop's fault, can sometimes cause. So here we go. Matthew is sending his Pioneer over to 2-back.
He's going to rush black to the east of blue on a line that he can go to 7 and be right on the rush line of blue when he lands his striker ball.
Now in this situation, he will send the black ball to be a good Pioneer at hoop 7 and not leave it deep because there's no longer a need for him to send a Pioneer down to hoop 8. So he doesn't have to do that big turnaround. So you see there, he sent the ball all the way up to hoop. Because blue here will just become a pivot ball. It's just he'll rush it back into the middle of the court, and he'll go immediately to that ball at 7, and he wants it to be as good as possible so he doesn't have to do any long rushing or anything that may cause him some concern.
I wonder if we're going to see a mom leave here.
It is his MO.
He's setting up for it.
Yep. He's new standard pretty much exclusively. I've never seen him set a diagonal. So, because he's really comfortable with the position that a new standard leaves him. He does not want to do a delayed triple if he can get away with an on-time one. Now with Zack's clips for 1 and 1, it doesn't really matter which ball he leaves here. Zack can pick up either one. Zack will be heavily incentivized to pick up the hoop 4 ball, whichever one that ends up being, and it will end up being blue in this case. So the reason being is that if you pick up the hoop 4 ball and you take the defensive shot down B balk, Matthew will not have the immediate prospect of an on time. Ooh, he's left that black. That's fine.
It's wired. It's about 8 inches out, but
that one's not as important.
He's gotten a nice rush.
we're happy to announce that we just have gotten over 63 people here with us on the live stream. So, like we said earlier, for those of you who came in a little late, if you are tuning in from parts unknown or the exotic corners of the world, we'd love to hear from you. And if you belong to a croquet club that may be a little lesser known here in this country, we heard the other day from a club in Shreveport, a little small private club, and we'd like to hear where there's croquet all around. So we had someone in here earlier. They're from Brisbane. We have some people from the UK. So, all right. That's a nice rush over to 3-back.
Blue is in perfect position to load.
It is. So when doing this new standard leave, the important thing, and I've heard Matthew say this before, you know, if he doesn't get blue kind of where it is as a pioneer, like just a couple feet in front of the hoop, he is unhappy because you really want a high amount of control coming out of this hoop. He has to pin it, not against the wire, but very close to the wire, much closer than that is, so he will adjust that when he comes through. But it needs to be, he's he's unhappy because now
he's got to croquet it back there, and he runs the risk of it breaking away and leaving it wide open from the A-block.
Because he is going to, in an ideal world, he is going to leave red and yellow with a rush back towards the middle of the court, just over on the east boundary, a little north of here, where blue couldn't see it and has no backswing on it. But if he doesn't get this right, he may not be able to do that.
He's done a nice job.
He's done it very well. But you can just see, and I don't think he ever thought that there was a very great chance of this ruining his turn. But you just see the little bit of frustration from not getting exactly what he wanted. You know, he has a great deal of confidence in his hitting ability and his control, and you just don't want those little things to cause you pains. All right. First turn of game 2. First break in the books.
Well,
Zack's gonna have to stand up and hit again.
He is, and I've played enough games against Zack and talked with him about this leave. I would say he's 99% going to pick up the blue ball. He just doesn't like leaving that ball with a rush to 1 for his opponents.
Zack is looking, and you know, this is that thing again. Matthew's just proven that he's running very clean breaks. We've said it a couple times throughout the week, folks. If you're thinking about, you know, yeah, there he goes. If you're thinking of improving AC, there is a spectrum of players that you will face. There are players who are not strong break runners and either do not or cannot triple often or at all. There's, on the other end of the spectrum, you have hyper elite players like Matthew and Zack and players like that who hardly ever drop a triple on decent conditions, and you expect to finish from no matter what. And then there's a huge range of players in the middle that could go either way. They can triple, they can finish. Making the turns more difficult or a little bit more unusual can sometimes stymie them up. So, and the reason I mention that is he is taking this dead center.
Just clocked it.
Center. Not a single missed hit in so far. But this is what I'm saying. The short shot that he took from the end of A-ball is easier to hit. It also gives up much more if you miss it because he has all 4 balls immediately. So against players on either end of the spectrum, the never triple or can hardly triple or the hardly ever fails a triple, take the short shot. You know, take the short shot because whether he had gone to the defensive shot down B-bulk or not is irrelevant. Matthew's probably going to finish.
He's going to triple anyway.
So you might as well just take your best chances of hitting. The only time that there's an exception to that is if the conditions of the court are difficult enough. You know, maybe it's a goat patch. It's got some hills. It's extremely fast, and you know the hoops are like Melbourne or Chesapeake Bay. If the conditions are such to where tripling is even for the best players is suspect, then a defensive shot is completely justifiable. But most of the time, the only time you really should take the B-bulk shot is if there's some doubt in your mind that the opponent would finish regularly, having to do it delayed. And
that normally counts for all of the players in that sort of middle area of the spectrum that it could go either way, but causing some extra difficulties or discomfort for them is important. So become more comfortable taking the short shot against opponents that you're confident would finish, because it's about you hitting. It's not about them failing.
Back when I was playing tennis, Tom, I had maybe not the worst backhand in the history of tennis, but it certainly wasn't a very good one. And I'd play against opponents who would figure that out in a hurry, and they served every ball to my backhand.
Yeah.
So just same thing you're talking about. You play to the weakness or the strength of your opponent.
Well, you got to give your opponent, if you think that there's a chance that they will fail, you have to give them an opportunity to fail. You know, there's, like, if you step out against Matthew, Zack, Reg Bamford, Robert Fletcher, this list of players that just, on conditions like these, are just going to be 90+% on their completion of any turn you give them, don't give yourself a longer shot than you need. And Zack knows that very well. We're going to see another.
I think we're going to see another TPO.
I love it.
Zack is a slow learner.
He might have learned to peg both balls out. Now, I will say this completely in Zack's defense. You do not expect even a person like Matthew to consistently roll up, get within 5 yards.
Look at this cut. Look at this cut. This is brilliant.
Beautiful.
That was a
With
50,
power.
55-degree cut to put
power.
red over there.
I mean, perfection. Perfect approach to black now. Can send red back into the lawn as a pivot. But you do not expect even a player of Matthew's caliber to consistently be able to roll up from the east boundary to get 5-yard position hoop 1 and run it so cleanly that he gets down to yellow and can continue. I mean, Matthew, these hoops are tough, you already said. He ran that hoop casually, but how often do you actually get that?
Again, the fact that both of these guys play GC well, Matthew much better than Zack. Not anymore?
No. Zack should have had him at the U.S. Open. That was tragedy. Zack has become a top-level GC player in just the couple of tournaments that he's actually played. The problem that Zack had was...
It's not Zack's favorite game.
Well, it's been hard on his wrists. But he's actually been working on improving his wrists and repairing the injuries, and he says he's about 70% better than it's ever been. For those who don't know, Zack was a competitive D1 tennis player in his college days. And so he unfortunately sustained some long-lasting wrist injuries there, some tendonitis issues. And so even playing croquet, golf croquet for half a day can really ignite his wrists and have them hurting. But he's a tough guy, so he powers through it.
He was good enough that they built a tennis court in their backyard.
Yeah. So he had an injury where he recently, over this last season, where he bruised a couple of ribs. So while he was having that tended to, he finally saw somebody about his wrists and started, disastrous. That's unlucky. That drifted off a little bit, but is he lucky enough that it's through the hoop?
No, it's on the playing side of the hoop. I'm not sure it's peelable. With this takeoff may, if he hits it just right, put it back enough that he can get through the hoop and tap into it.
That is he's getting unlucky. The pinnacle of the,
All right, so it's right behind, but
he's not going to be able to get through this hoop cleanly. He's got to either.
Does he take a jump?
He's got to try. He cannot drop this turn here. It's over. So all balls on the lawn, easy in for Matthew. Oh, what a! That is a hoop and roquet.
It's a hoop and roquet. It bombarded into red.
That is, gosh, that's unfortunate.
And
So unlike in 6-wicket, in association, if you run a hoop and in the process of running the hoop, you roquet a ball, you are ball in hand on it wherever it lies. It is not incidental contact. So,
But the bombard into red doesn't end his turn.
Because on roquets, balls can go out of bounds. So, and red is incidental part of the roquet. So, red just is on the side boundary now. So, honestly, if I were Zack, with how good my split shots are, I would.
He's abandoning.
I would think about just going and getting red right now and rolling back to black. Black's not the best 4 pioneer. This is also very reasonable. If he gets a good 5 pioneer, he can roll up to 5. But
yeah,
no TPO, folks.
No TPO on this.
Matthew's going to have to do it honest. You know, Zack got incredibly unlucky a couple of times this week that I've seen. Like, just perfect turns, nothing wrong with them, playing good shots, and then just something like that happens. And you're like, how did I get here? Yeah.
So I like the fact that Zack very quickly was able to decide that abandoning the TPO was the smartest strategy. And too many times you see people cling to an idea for a couple more turns before they realize, I've just blown my break.
That's a nice cut rush. I don't know if it was actually a great idea to move black that close to red. Yellow is not a good 5 pioneer. So Zack's stop shot is efficient enough to why is he sending a ball back to 4 back? Oh no, he's not. Okay. So sorry, I looked over the monitor and I looked at the real life and I saw a weird angle or something.
He has set it out there, but I think he wanted the rush on red.
Yeah, I would too. That's short.
It'll
be workable,
puts it
but
right where he wants it. So
he wanted it closer and a little bit south of yellow. So, and again, the monitor shows something very different to what we see in real life because we're sitting far enough away from the court that our heads almost look like they're on ground level when we peek over the monitor. So we're seeing.
Tom looks like a hobbit peering over the top of the monitor.
That's the first time in my life I've ever been called a hobbit for any reason.
It's all about focal distance here, Tom.
That's right. Short, little, and angled. He's just giving himself extra work. But
So he put the top spin on it that time. You saw the little extra. You'll see him gather black in now. Very pretty shot.
yeah,
Yellow
he
is
would have liked a
very
little further
nice.
on blue. But red's such a good 6 pioneer. We're back in business. Shouldn't be any more theatrics for the rest of this break. So now that Matthew has a ball on 4 back, if Zack sets the new standard leave, he is going to be heavily incentivized to place that 4 back ball up at hoop 2 and have the. Sorry, I just said that backwards. He wants the 4 back ball at hoop 4. He wants the 1 ball at hoop 2 because you want to try to encourage your opponent to lift the ball at hoop 2. And obviously, if that's the 1 ball, Matthew is going to want to lift that. So if he hits, he finishes. Because this is what's going to allow Zack to start the on-time triple. If that ball is rushable from 4 to hoop 1, and if Matthew gives him the 4th ball, either in the corner or right next to him.
He's not setting for a mom.
Huh.
He's setting for a diagonal here.
Interesting. tell your friends, guys, that we're here, that we're well underway. We're going to be here for at least a few more hours, even if these games go quickly. We have about 50 people still watching with us, and we'd like to double that number if we could get to 3 digits. So I'm sure there's 50 more people who like AC well enough that they would come and watch. So put it on Facebook, spread the link around, encourage your friends and family to give a watch. Well, you got a lucky little bounce there off of that peg, so it's a nice pivot now. I mean, a peg ball. It's no longer really serving the function of a pivot the same way. Once red in good position, level with 3 back is nice because he's going to approach it from the north with a takeoff. That'll work. That'll work just fine. Very tight to the hoop. Little, just about a yard in front of it. You know what I think the most impressive thing about watching players like this is that even when they come up against, like Zack had that adversity at hoop 3, things like that, very rarely are they dropping turns. No. They find a way to recover. And that's one of the most important things is sometimes you got to scramble, man.
And you've got to be able to, like I said, throw that plan away and develop a new one on the fly.
Never sacrifice the break for the triple. So the triple doesn't have to get completed, especially if it's a TPO.
But the break does.
But the break does. If you don't complete the break, then we have a real problem. All right. So he's got this tidied up nicely. We're going to see
He's going to set a reverse.
No, he's not.
No. Okay.
But a nice tight diagonal. Yeah, he used the peg there. Hit that a little harder. He used the peg there to his advantage because it was so close he could just sort of run it up against the peg. The only thing that he needs to make sure is that yellow ball rushes cleanly to hoop 1, and if it's either level with or south of the peg at all, and it is a little bit. You don't necessarily want it, though, that close to the peg because it creates the opportunity for Matthew to take a double target of sorts from the south boundary. And obviously that is his 4-back ball at the peg, so he'd be happy. He's going to lift the red ball no matter what. So that yellow ball is going to remain there.
And when he takes that shot from the south boundary, it's just going to move that ball closer to its peeling hoop.
Correct. He would probably still need to move it to hoop 2, though, as his pioneer, because Zach's going to have the ball's pretty tight on the other boundary. So. He's
yellow a little bit.
He's a little far from yellow. That came up short. So again, yeah, he's just leaving yellow there. They're wired, and I think that's the smart thing. You were just going to ruin.
Wired, huh? I think
yellow's wired. Yellow's wired.
Yellow's wired on red. Red can see at least half of red.
You don't
yellow,
shoot at that though. Even if you can see 4/5, 9/10 that ball, you just don't shoot at it. And for the folks at home. You might say, but this is the shortest shot. That peg, if you hit that peg with red and don't hit yellow, and that ball just stays in the middle of the court, you've just given up
everything.
The whole world. It's an on-time triple automatically off of the diagonal, which is not what you want. Take your lift. If the ball's wide open, like you could miss it even a little left to center, fine. There's a justification, but that peg is still a problem. But 99 times out of 100, do not shoot at the ball from where he's left red at the peg ball. You're just begging to get something bad happen to you.
Do sponsors.
All right. So we have the second break of the game in the books. Both players are now at 1 and 4 back, and whoever gets around next is going to take game 2. So big hit coming up from Matthew. Real quick, while he's preparing for that A-ball shot, want to remind you that the broadcast today is brought to you by the USCA YouTube channel, and sponsorship and support for the USCA YouTube channel is provided by Oakley Woods Croquet, Chris Barley, who I saw was in the chat earlier, Karen Weiss, a local artist and member of Sarasota County Club, and the Sarasota County Parks and Recreation Department, as well as Visit Sarasota, and all the support that they've given this facility in putting on this wonderful event and others. And then we'd like to give a special thank you to the Sarasota County Croquet Club and their members for giving up their lawns for an entire week. We've taken all 7. They have not been able to come out and play. They've come out and spectated, volunteered, and supported. But it is a lot to ask of several hundred members to give up in such a beautiful week of weather here in Florida the use of their lawns.
Also, those very same members are the ones that have turned out at 6:30, 6:45 in the morning to set hoops on 7 courts, put these black pipes out, make sure that we had breakfast and lunch served in a timely and delicious fashion. So a big thank you to all the volunteers that have worked to make this such a wonderful event.
And finally, we'd like to thank the USCA, our governing body who controls the YouTube channel and also sanctions and helps organize all of our tournaments, including this one here in the United States. To my right, actually, sitting in some shade is Ursula Peck, the USCA office manager. Brian Hovis, the tournament services manager, has been here as well, and all the work that they do to keep us running smoothly. Matthew's shot is off.
Ooh, it's the first missed hit-in that we've seen all day.
So now, and this gives up an opportunity for Zack to get the on-time going if he plays a couple of really good shots. So to get the on-time going off of a diagonal, obviously, partner ball is going to be sent naturally over to hoop 2, right? Zack's, I didn't realize, Zack's balls were much more in lawn. So, Zack's going for it's short enough. It's fine.
4 yards.
He's not going to miss. Cinder ball. Zack, there's a lot of players whose knees would be knocking together looking at a shot like that. But to Zack, that's just, it's like, why? He would probably think, well, why wouldn't I hit at him? And he actually has enough separation now that he's going to get this red ball. He could get it. He needs to put it as the pioneer at hoop 4. And what happens is, if he can put it at hoop 4, he doesn't need to worry about a hoop 4 pioneer later. He can come back and use it early if he needs to. And then blue, his partner, is going to go to hoop 2. So if he wants this triple on time, he's going to need to... Okay, well, there's another way he could do this. So with his split shots being as good as they've been, he has the spacing here. He could play a stop shot to send red into the vicinity of hoop 2, south of it.
Not doing that.
I know. It's more risky. This is much more reasonable. Just get your break going. But if he really wanted the on time, he needs to not have blue as his 2 pioneer. So he could have substituted with red, kept blue in the middle as the pivot, and then just dealt with that. So what's going to happen is, if blue goes to 2, if he wants the on time, he really needs a rush out of hoop 2 over to hoop 3. Yes, you can do it with a roll shot, but you have to, if you're rolling to try to get a ball in peeling position at hoop 3 from hoop 2, that's very unlikely to work properly. So really you need a rush out of hoop 2 to get it in the vicinity of hoop 3, which is, on these hoops we've seen, getting rushes is not a guarantee ever. Looks like good shape on that rush. Blue's a wonderful pioneer, and he's got red as a perfect pivot ball. So whether it's delayed or on time, it's on. He just needs to get through hoop 1. Got a little heat on it.
It's got a little more space. No, it slowed down quickly.
I think did that nick the side of the hoop?
It might have.
I think so. It's about perfect.
Yeah. So, folks, for those of you that are wondering why we don't see that, for Hoop 1, we can only see what you see on the monitor. We can see all of the other hoops on the court, but we are blind on Hoop 1.
Yeah, there's some benches and rocking chairs in front of us, so we can see Zack from the waist up right now. As you can see, those chairs on the end there, because there we are under the umbrella. But which looks like it's threatening to blow away, but it's actually doing its job just fine. We've tethered it to the tent. Oh, so this is actually perfect. I completely overlooked this part. He can actually get this wonderfully on time because he had red as a pivot ball.
Right.
He
so red's
doesn't
going to come to 4.
He does. No. Red's not going.
No.
So red is going
After
4. Yes,
after
but,
2.
Yeah, but so he's going to make the hoop, but he's going to hit red first after 2. He's going to leave blue deeper on the lawn, and he's going to send red towards hoop 4, trying to get a rush on blue. So yeah, you see he's sending red a little deeper and towards the corner to give himself space. Blue is not going to go.
He's going to leave blue right there, is my guess.
Or off to the side. He's going to push it a little more towards hoop 3. He's going to push it even deeper back behind the hoop. All right, cool.
So a lot of people will call that the trap line.
Yeah, you gave yourself a hampered stance. Not a fan of that, but ooh, got that well.
He's got a nice rush on red to drive it back.
So now he can get the ball to hoop 4 and get the rush on blue over to hoop 3, where yellow is not the best pioneer, but very usable. You don't even need blue all the way to hoop 3. You actually want it a little bit closer to hoop 6 so that you can split it back behind the hoop while approaching yellow. If yellow was tighter to the hoop, you could take blue all the way to hoop 3.
And Zack doesn't have any problem making a 6 or 7 yard split shot and put that ball within inches of where he wants it.
Yeah, his split shots have just been beautiful the majority of the week. He plays a very split shot heavy game, and it shows. He's just got such great forward ball control. An aspect of my game that I need to improve upon. It's probably the weakest part of my break plays, those sort of higher ratio splits.
Red's going to be a little short here.
Very usable, though. Yeah, we don't mind that. Especially if he gets any sort of rush down south. He's got the rush he wanted, more or less, on the blue.
And he stopped it just 3 yards short of, 2 yards short of yellow.
You would have liked it a little south because yellow is to the south, so you always want to approach on the rush line, but he won't have any problem taking this. Matthew Essick walking by. So, care to give a comment, Matthew? No, Matt, no comment. So, care to respond to the recent allegations that you're... So, sorry, that was just me. He could hear me. I had to give him a little... Oh, you didn't want to be doing this. Folks, you definitely wanted to get this in front of the hoop better. So you see just a touch of a worse position on this hoop.
And the first one he's bobbled like that.
And because he didn't get through the hoop as cleanly as he wanted, blue was already not in a great peeling position for the on time. Now it's really not. And red's not a great pioneer.
I think we're going to see him take this on gently. He's happy if he puts it in the jaws. He really has to get the rush on yellow.
Yeah, you really want that. So a wider angled, he could do a narrow angle, and come because red's more to the west. He could come inside of yellow, but yeah, take some draw off it by doing this split shot as a full roll. Not too hard.
Hat comes off.
I've never seen that before. It's because the mallet is so close to his head.
So he's...
Yeah, I can hear his voice already being like, "Where's the draw?"
No draw. That ball just stayed dead straight.
That's probably exactly where he played it. But that's the problem when you're used to
the harder shots, which are going to pull more.
Right. He's used to hitting them with less ratio, a little wider angle, or we saw him blob pin up with a flat stroke earlier. Having a lot of draw. That shot probably had very, very little draw. Had he played to get black the other side of yellow, it may have drawn more.
But Tom, again, this is not a disaster. He goes from an on time to a delayed, and
this is the beauty of starting the on time is you can make that mistake.
right.
And now, does he still have to play some good shots to get his management back? Yes,
he
because
absolutely
blue is
does.
behind the hoop, and that's not fun. So, in a perfect world, what he's going to do is he's going to rush
Gonna
back
red
out of
all
hoop
the way
4,
down to the north boundary.
and again,
He's left that a little short.
not the best rush. You're not going to get as much control as you want doing these takeoffs from the side. We just saw this. This is what got him in trouble at the previous hoop. Slightly less controlled position on the hoop.
Okay.
now-
It does have a rush,
It's not the best rush,
but it's pointing at Penalt.
He
It's
would've-
not pointing at.
he would have preferred red to be on the other side of this hoop so he
Right.
could send it up towards the corner. Because now if you miscut this, you're just on the other side of the lawn. He needs left half. He got it.
Got it.
Very accurate rush. That's a fantastic rush. He's sent that almost to being a perfect escape ball, just as it is. He doesn't-
It is.
But Michael, that would have been one of the other problems of having that rush that way. Let's say that goes short and it's in no man's land. He's got to do a
He's gotta
really
do a
weird
big
pass roll to get to blue.
Right.
And he's very lucky that red has ended up in a good position to almost be a straight peel escape ball to hoop 6 if he can get. He didn't. I would have taken off a lot softer towards that, or a lot thinner, because I'd rather do this as a straight peel. And now, I think he hit it thicker than he intended to, and he didn't get in.
He's a little too far east of where he wanted to be on
Yeah.
this.
So, that's a pretty good cut. With the takeoff back to 5, he's almost going to get that back in front. But this is, again, if he had taken off thinner and just focused on black getting past blue and leaving red there,
Red was
rush
fine
it
where it
deep,
was.
rush it deeper behind in front of the hoop, and do it as a straight peel, just to even jaws it. That's a little firm. He's not happy with that. Now you have to get an accurate rush out of this hoop
To the
the east
east
boundary.
boundary.
So if he had left that more in, it's actually not as good to leave this 4-back ball tight when you're doing a delayed to the hoop, because you have to get close enough to it that even if you don't get the rush you want, you don't have to move it
You
very
can
far.
cut it.
Right. So, because let's say it's only a foot in front of the hoop, even if it's in perfect position. If you come up 4 yards shy of it, how are you going to reliably hit a 4-yarder so soft to move it less than a foot and keep it in front of the hoop? He's giving himself a slightly longer hoop shot. I don't think we're going to see a rush out of this unless he runs this really well.
Ooh,
He got lucky on that one. Oh boy, he got lucky on that one. He may not have gotten as lucky as I thought he did.
I apologize, folks. I got so caught up in the game, I forgot to be inputting the scores here.
Yeah. He's asking if Matthew wants it watched. Stuart Lawrence is coming out to give it a watch. I think from the angle he can get a clean mallet on it. He's not going to be able to hit it hard. If it had just bobbled a few extra inches, this would not be in any doubt. But this is about a 5-yarder. And yeah, not in doubt.
He's got it pretty center.
But now you got to make a really good split shot to get this triple back. You
And
need to be
he
north
has
of
to
blue a bit.
He has to be north and east of blue.
He's looking yellow. The peg is in a
yellow-
very awkward spot.
I was going to say
for
yellow doesn't go to 7 here very easily on this.
So
So it's going to end up being well inside the box, I think.
and that
he's
could
aiming
be,
it. He's aiming it to the outside, so he's going to be outside.
This is
Just
where
makes a wider split.
This is
It's
where you
less
don't if you
reliable.
don't count the draw right. Wow, that drew a lot. That actually ended up really good. Oh my gosh, what a shot!
Wow.
That's those split shots. He's so good at them. Why am I doubting him?
If you had seen the angle that we were looking right straight along his backswing.
Yeah, that was
Yellow was aimed
to the left of the peg.
a yard and a half to the left of the peg.
And it went to the right of it.
And it pulled in. Gosh, just it's a lovely Pioneer now.
He needed to hit that a little harder.
I think he's pretty straight on this.
No, look at the screen. He's angled.
Yeah, but it's gonna pull on him anyway as he goes to red. So.
It's gonna pull, yeah, but you just never like doing these from any sort of angle. You catch that near wire weirdly.
And again, he's got to hit this as almost
now
a full roll.
Now he's gonna be
not punch it too deep.
So now he's gonna be wondering how much draw he's gonna get, because the last time he accounted for all this draw, he got none.
He didn't get any.
So now he's got to be wondering, do I just play for no draw and just hope for the best?
He doesn't need to be very wide here.
That's a great shot.
He's got it. Okay.
That's a great shot. And he's got the perfect rush back to 6. And he's hit it well. That rush, folks, is probably one of the... Yeah, this is a beautiful replay. Beautiful replay. Boom. I can't see exactly how much draw he played. I suspect he was aiming a little bit into the near wire to his face some draw. Another takeoff from the side, though, which he has a beautiful touch on, but you just don't want to keep doing that. But, folks, that rush to 6 is probably one of the most overhit rushes. People, because they just come off, especially in Italy, they just come off that 4-back peel.
Adrenaline's coursing through your veins.
Oftentimes it's a cut rush of some sort, because you're trying to get past the hoop. You don't want to be short. So many people just clobber that rush, and you end up having to approach the hoop from 3 yards the other side, 4 yards the other side. So probably some manner of that was involved to keep him from overhitting that. That's why he came up a little short. But all right, so folks, we are back in business. So in a delayed, blue typically goes down to be the pioneer at 2-back. Now, had he gotten red rushable into the corner, which is very rare on conditions like this, he could have chosen to stop shot red down to 2-back and rush blue over and attempted some sort of pin-alt peel, or at least positioning it for the pin-alt peel now. But most of the time, red is left as a eventual escape ball at pin-alt. And the partner actually goes down to 2-back, because after 2-back, using the boundary often, you can rush it back up the court towards pin-alt, and red is waiting for you there as an escape ball. Yellow will be the pioneer at 3-back. So you really need yellow to be good, is the key.
And he doesn't need a forward rush on this. Even if he runs past it,
that's a great
he's
shot.
got red as a pivot there, so.
So yeah, so this is a pivot swap.
And I was going to say, he's probably going to swap, put yellow as the escape ball.
Yeah.
And take red down. And he'll take this, I'm guessing, to the west boundary, and then place it at 3-back from there.
Yeah, and it's always smart to do a pivot swap when you're going to lay in the 3-back pioneer, because think about how tough it is from the north to send a ball accurately to 3-back. It's not about the direction so much as the power. The longer you go, the deeper and deeper that ball goes. And you have to travel 60, 70 feet. This
now
shot
it's just got a stop shot.
This shot is a stop shot from 30 feet.
Exactly.
40 feet.
And that's an excellent pioneer with red.
It is. Level with the hoop is fine. It could be a little closer, but...
It's a yard, 4 feet out.
It's a little more than that. I'm thinking probably about 2 yards. It's just left enough on the screen. We can see the ball. We can't see the hoop, but it'll pan over there when he approaches it eventually. Now, the only thing that he has to watch out for here is if you try to rush this all the way into peeling position and you don't get it right, you can create some awkwardness where yellow is pretty much where he wants this peelie to end up if he doesn't get the peel right now. You want it actually a little bit to the side of pin-alt, not behind it. And again, it's the idea that if you don't get a forward rush, see, he's unhappy with that. And look, this is
he really wanted it in peeling position.
But even worse, this is a very awkward position. He doesn't want to leave blue on this side of the hoop.
Nope, he wants to put it in position.
He pretty much wants it where yellow is, because he's going to approach, if he has to roll up, he's going to approach from the south.
He'd like to rush yellow down and then set it back with a croquet shot, I think.
So he's just putting it in position. He's banking on himself either being able
doing
to
a takeoff.
The other problem with putting it behind the hoop like this is that from your approach, yellow might become an object in your way. you have to somehow get to blue, preferably slightly past it, while accurately placing the red ball as the reception, or as the escape ball back to penalty after you do the peel, which we'll see probably in a minute. And
he's going to be using yellow as his pioneer for 4-back.
Right. So blue's just a little more northerly than you'd want in an ideal world. Yellow's good. And see, he overcut that. There's
now
no hope
can't
of a
put
rush.
That
And look,
out with a forward rush.
that right there, that little mallet moving his frustration. He knows it. He did not want to cut it that thinly. He would like that maybe another yard or so back at least. Because now he's going to have to do a roll shot from back here to get both red accurately placed a little south of penalt. So this is a tough shot. A lot of triples end because of this, especially with how difficult these balls are to do these peels with draw. So Zack is obviously one of the best split shot players around. We've seen that repeatedly. So if anyone's going to do this correctly and recover
Going to play a big pass roll here.
two things that cannot happen. You cannot get blocked on blue with yellow, and red needs to be either a little bit south of or level with hoop 11. North is starting to get dicey. It's off. Black looks dang near perfect. Oh my gosh. What a shot.
That was terrific. Now we can rush that blue ball in.
Moly. I mean,
and he's
folks,
back in the catbird seat.
Folks, if I had come in right now watching this and you had told me, oh, he managed to get a rush on red. Look at that. He did that as a pass roll.
That was brilliant.
I mean, black went maybe 2 feet past ideal, but I mean, just, man, that's disgustingly good. So I cannot, folks, if you had told me, if I'd come in just now and not seen how he got there and you said, oh, he had rushed red almost to that position and taken off to blue, I would have believed you.
So he's just trying to jaws this.
Yeah. Gentle.
Oh, and it went wide. Did not draw at all. We can get a replay on that. You'll be able to see that again.
Yeah.
It just did not draw.
But you know, that is part of the issue of he placed that ball behind the hoop. He went past it, which is what you needed to do, but that forced him to rotate forward to where it was a little bit angled. Had that been level with the hoop and he could come up short of it, you can sort of rush it back in front. So now this is going to be a straight double finish. He's left himself, and he's going to bang this through. No worries about that. So a straight double is not as difficult as people make it out to be, provided that you can get the peelee directly in front of the hoop. The problem he has is that blue, though it is close, went off to the side, so he's not going to be able to get it, quote unquote, like in the jaws. Had it stayed in the jaws, he would still be doing a straight double, but it would be an almost guaranteed peel to get it in good position in front of Rover, barring any unfortunate hits into the peg.
Now he needs to be just a little south and west of blue, just to kick it back a couple of inches and get it on line.
So in a perfect world, he gets yellow level with the peg, a few yards to one side or the other, and he gets shape on red to pop it a little south of the hoop and get position on blue so that he can do the straight Irish peel. A lot of things can go wrong with a straight double penalty peel because you need to not only make the peel, you need to make it clean enough that the ball gets all the way down to Rover without going past it. So.
And that's why you've got that ball near the peg and a shorter ball.
So there we go.
So he's got the yellow in good shape.
Yeah, he would have liked a little more on black so he could rush. He didn't really have the option to rush red back towards blue. In an ideal world, he would be a lot closer with this red ball to blue because you really need tight position on this blue ball to have control.
But he's in good position with his split shot control to get that.
Got it. Now, you cannot position red in any place where it may impede the motion of the peelee as it comes through. You do not want this red directly.
It's got to be to the side.
To the side where it's hittable after your ball rolls through. So see, there you go. He's steepening the angle a bit. So he's thinking about the ratio he's got to hit in order for red to come up a little short. Oh, that'll suffice. So red is not going to impede anything, but it's going to be very hittable. This is a very touchy shot. It's a very touchy shot.
Hit it center.
You don't want any angle on this peel.
He didn't get it.
No. He's good.
Is he?
Do we have another camera from directly behind him or close? There we. It's slightly angled.
Okay.
Slightly angled, but it's now. This is a great view. So what he's looking at, folks, is he is trying to line up the sides of the ball in his vision to see if they clear the wires of the hoop. So what he's doing is he's adjusting the black until the horizon of the blue ball disappears behind the black. At that very moment where you can no longer see even a sliver of blue, you're then looking past it to see, can I still see air between the black ball and the wire of the hoop? Now, since he's a little angled, he really needs to make sure he clears the left wire from our camera's perspective right now. He can actually hit into the right wire a little bit because it's going to hit the inside and deflect off. In fact, it's required. He's going to have to.
Right.
But he cannot run into the outside of the left wire. This is a big shot. Ooh, it's clean.
And he's got it cleanly.
Clean.
And blue is rolling.
It's a little short.
It's short.
It's near yellow. He should be able to get. So he's got one more difficult rush in front of him. That probably caught a little more wire than he was anticipating. Probably just killed a little bit of that momentum.
Is Zach's stop shot good enough to get yellow as a short ball and still have the rush on blue?
No.
So he's going to have to bring yellow back away from blue.
That's what he's looking at, I think, is he's thinking about his spacing to get a side ball. So, folks, when you end up doing a straight rover peel, which is just standard business if you do a delayed triple, you need, in an ideal world, you typically have two balls. The opponent's in two very specific positions. One of them, the red ball typically, is what we call the deep ball. You put it behind hoop 12, closer to the boundary, so that if you end up having to jump through the hoop because your jaw is peely, you have a reception ball there when you go out of bounds. The other, more important ball, in most cases, is what he is creating red as, or tried to. Red went a little far. It's what we call the side ball. Oh, is he thinking about trying to bombard rush this? Oh, that is fraught with danger. It's close enough. It's almost in a straight line. It's not the, he's thinking about it so hard. I know he wants to. Because this is a tough rush. I got to say, I don't hate it here just because what are the odds?
He's 5 to 6 yards back from the hoop.
Oh, folks.
He's going to do this without a side ball.
Oh, folks. If blue had just gone 2 more yards, this is going to be treacherous, folks. I'm not saying he won't reliably get blue up in front of the hoop. It's your position of your ball.
Right. He could end up not being able to see blue.
Or not even not being able to see blue. He could end up not having to hit blue out from in front of the hoop. What happens if you don't get blue perfectly in front of the hoop and you have no way to rush it back? Right? There's no way to predict this. Oh, boy. Oh, never say die. Look at this.
Well, he's done a very nice job of that.
That's a pretty fantastic. That's a pretty.
We should get a replay of that when we have a moment.
He still has to rush this into position. This is not. Look at this. Boom. Oh.
Wow.
Look at yellow just stopped dead. Oh, he played the perfect ratio. He still has to cut this. He's left it.
He's left himself about a yard. It's and a half.
It's not quite a yard, but is it straight? It's mostly.
I'm looking from the side, Tom. It's a yard. It's a mallet length.
So, oh God, this is such a with no side ball.
Yeah.
So, folks, the side ball that red was supposed to be, red it went a little past the hoop. The idea is that if you do this as a straight rover peel, sometimes black, in an ideal world, it sticks in the jaws so that you can use your next shot to move it through. But what happens if it grovels through by just a millimeter or two and you can't hit anything?
And this is now he's.
And this is why you need a deep ball.
He's got to jump this through.
He's asking to see if that's stuck, I think. He's asking to see if that's stuck because that hit the middle of the hoop. Off Michael goes. Ugh. He's too close. He could do a drag jump if he hit it perfectly. So he's too close to do a clean jump probably. Although these lawns are fairly springy. Oh, he's not. I don't think he's checking to have it stuck. I think he's checking to make sure it's not a double tap. He's going to try to drag jump this. So the idea is that he has to get this ball, black, in the air, catch the top end of blue, and they both get pulled through the hoop. Black is going to probably fly over blue to the back boundary, which, again, is why you want a deep ball for this exact situation. And then he's going to have to make a choice. In his luckiest world, maybe blue rolls into a perfect position where he can rush it back to the peg immediately. He just needs to get through the hoop, though. Oh, boy.
Ah, he's got
What
it.
a shot. What a shot.
He's got a little hampered swing on red, I think.
I think he'll. Look at this. This is so clutch. Oh. Hitting the crossbar was his saving grace there. Folks, most of the time you catch the top of that ball and your ball just kind of skims over it. It oof. It
And
trickles the
rush.
It normally
rush
trickles
yellow
the blue
back
ball.
to black, blue.
It normally trickles the blue ball through. And then your ball ends up on the back
What a
boundary.
fabulous finish!
What a
fabulous finish.
God.
If we could do a whole highlight reel just on the last 3 wickets.
You can't keep a good Watson down. Folks, I've known Zack and Matthew for quite a few years now. I've watched them meet each other in the finals, not just of AC Nationals, but of finals of other high-end invitational tournaments at Zack Watson's place, at semifinals of Nationals, GC and AC. And Matthew has admittedly gotten the better of it all. Matthew has a great record against Zack, but Zack is...
Look at this. He's got a 2-foot peg out.
Zack is one of the few people I know in this world who doesn't look at Matthew and with the same level of intimidation that a lot of us look at, because I'll speak for myself, is that I've let the idea of Matthew Essick into my head at times in ways I shouldn't have, because he is, in America, he is that person. And Zack and Matthew are such old friends that
Wow.
if there's a single human being on this earth that will just never stop coming and just, doesn't care who he's playing, especially if it's Matthew.
26-9 TP for Zack.
He is perfectly poised to win this final. Zack has probably more second place trophies in the AC Nationals than anybody. By his own admittance, he's told me that. He lost in the finals once to Stephen Morgan, 2 or 3 times to Matthew, once to me, maybe a couple others, I'm not sure. But he...
So let's see.
We need to get through these
I saw
replays.
lunch just being delivered, so it'd be interesting to see if they opt to sit for a minute and have a sandwich, or if they decide to just play this 3rd game right now.
Gosh, the bombard on that peel, and then the cut rush, the drag jump. I mean, just
everything. That could be a highlight reel.
There were so many opportunities for that not to go right, and he just powered through all of it. That drag jump shot might have been one of the best shots I've seen in a while in AC. That is, I can't.
Look at this.
I can't
Look at
accurately
that.
describe.
That's the prettiest shot right there.
I can't accurately describe how difficult doing that is. On firm hoops, especially in that short of a distance, to get that air time and get it perfectly straight, just right.
There's
I mean,
that
look at
jump
this.
shot.
There's so many worlds in which black doesn't go through the hoop at all, and then there's so many worlds where it goes through the hoop too cleanly. Blue grovels through, and then he has like a 8-yard return roquet and no real prospects of getting blue to the peg. I mean, it just could not have gone better. I mean, obviously it could have gone better that he didn't get in that situation, but when he got there, the recovery was just world class. This is the 4th and 5th player in the world, folks, and they're playing for keeps. So, a nice aerial view we have of our facility. You see the blue umbrella in the top left corner is where we are. This court in front of the tin-roofed buildings is the show court that the finals is being played on. Lawn 3 here at the Sarasota County Croquet Club in Venice, Florida, which is, you can see in the background in this shot, that yellow-topped fence. That is a baseball diamond. And off to the right of the camera, on the far end of the facility, right across from the little parking lot, are soccer and football fields. And I could hear the whistles blowing. They're playing now today on this beautiful weekend weather. We almost couldn't find a parking spot today. And on my right, to the other side of this facility, are basketball courts, pickleball courts, frisbee golf. This is a very, very large and well-supported sports complex here in the city of Venice. So, folks, I've been informed that the players are taking a quick lunch break. We are not going to cut the feed, so you do not have to go find another live stream link later or a new system. Right, so, but as you can see, lunch break. We'll be back soon. I will probably bop in and out to talk to you, but we will be back presently. Keep the tab open, keep your audio on, but this would be a great time to go get some snacks, go get some food, go to the restroom, go call your mother, go do anything that you need to do before we come back to the action, because oh boy is it heating up. So I'm gonna go mosey over and see what they're serving today, but I will be back with you all presently. So see you in a minute.
Thank you so much.
With a big hit in. He has not missed a hit in yet. He's going to be aiming for partner, just north of corner 4. Nice, beautiful, solid shot. So, really solid hit from Zack, left half to that ball. And that's nice. Push it a little further from Black, actually, so you just got just that little extra bit of room to get that ball out while still approaching Black for the rush. So what he would like, and you see how he placed red originally, put a lot of furniture between what Matthew's shot would have been to get to the super shot ball. So Zack's move here would be to pop red out on the court. He's going to rush Black into the lawn and a little north so that he doesn't have any furniture in his way, and he'll just, or yeah, he's going to the south side, so that's also fine.
He just wants to get past 5.
Yeah, and that's the only thing that can happen when you rush it south is if you are putting the hoops that you have to get past between you and where Black wants to go, you can end up in what we refer to as dead zones, where you no longer can send the Pioneer where you want it. But he has managed to overcome that issue, and this will be a pretty straightforward beginning to his break. Yellow is short. Yeah. It's not critically short, but you see here that this is going to have to be a cut rush. This is probably pointed a yard or two behind the hoop. Just not quite as much as he wanted. Maybe a little more follow through on that one, but Black is perfect.
He's got a nice cut.
That is.
He's going to be a little short.
His takeoffs last game were very good. His touch was fine. It's a little bit dicier than you want, but again, he can always, if he doesn't get the position that he trusts, he can always run back to partner. Not that that's in his mind right now. He's going to make this hoop, and he'll be feeling pretty confident about this. Nice.
Well done.
Caught just enough wire. He hit that quite firmly. Again, these players are not playing around with these hoops. I think that if he had ran that really cleanly all the way down to Black, he wouldn't have loved it, but he would not have held it against himself, because just getting through the hoop and getting going is more important. But that went perfectly. I did confirm with the players that these hoops are feeling about as firm as any quadway here they've ever felt. They're very demanding. So some of the hoop shots that we've seen, even from slide angles, are they're making them look easy because they're just so talented, but very difficult. Most players would
well, Tom,
struggle.
The fact that we were able to go into absolutely fresh ground last night that had never been punched previously, and we've had the irrigation turned off for a couple of days, so the ground is very, very firm. And with double cutting every morning and rolling every day, it's also packing down, and that's helping to keep these hoops even firmer than we normally have here at this club.
Carl Brown asks, one back leave from Matthew soon, ? As Zack doesn't look like missing anything less than 20 yards. Matthew has been known to do that against Zack. I've watched Matthew walk out in the final, set a T-lady against Zack purely on the grounds that, hey, whether I finish the sextuple or not, I just am tired of running 9 hoops and letting him hit me. I just want him to miss. So I have to give him like a 30-yarder. The problem is again, these hoops are very difficult to peel. They're making it look somewhat easy, but especially if you have to start doing some of the sequences in sextuple,
first shot,
like 3-back peel would be very difficult. And I don't know if with the hoop conditions being what they are and the Invictus balls having as much draw as they do, if Matthew would be favoring doing a sextuple here if he could get away with it. I think he's just going to trust in his hitting ability and the fact that everyone's human. Everyone has to miss. Zack will miss eventually, but the question is when. But Matthew needs to, when this turn is over, and I fully expect it'll be a lead, Matthew needs to hit. So if he doesn't hit now and gets himself down 2-1, I don't think you can rely on Zack to miss enough in a short amount of time. But time will tell.
Hopefully Matthew's not suffering from a pizza coma.
Yes, they just brought the pizza over. We just had a couple of slices, and when they bring the rest of it, I'll hopefully have someone run me some more. But
we've put in an order for that, Tom, so we've got somebody going to be bringing you another slice.
Oh, good. I'm a growing boy. The growing just happens to be horizontal. So, but Richard Hayes asked, can we give an update on the first flight finals between Adam and Kathy? Well,
Adam won the first game 26.
Oh,
I think 9.
He's asking for. I think he believes the hoop was stuck. I think he's saying the yellow ball. I didn't see what happened. I looked away at the court. Can we get a replay of that? Okay. No replay. So I think he believes that hoop was stuck. He hit the dead middle of that, and it popped out. Would not surprise me. He was in perfect position in front of that hoop. So, yeah, it's extremely close. Michael Albert is going out to use the depth gauge finder to check. This would be extremely surprising. Oh, it's close. He's clearly looking at it from all different angles. This is going to be a very... I wish I had seen the shot itself. I looked away to look at the first flight game. So he didn't fail the hoop. Okay, I must have missed that. He must have made the hoop, and then I don't know what he was. I think. Okay, I see what happened. I think he maybe felt that the ball grabbed. It got through, but it might have grabbed at contact. I'll ask Michael in a minute if he knows exactly what the situation was. I did look away right when the shot was hit. So. What was the he thought the ball grabbed on the way through?
He thought it grabbed. It does still have a 20 thousandths clearance.
So, but not a lot. Because he was right in front of that hoop.
20 thousandths is not much.
So, Carl Brown, who asked the question about the one-back leave, says, I was just thinking back to the 2023 World's Final at Hurlingham when he did that against Fulford. How much harder are these conditions? The lawns are slower here than they were at Hurlingham.
The hoops are much more difficult.
But the hoops are much firmer. The hoops at Hurlingham, they were quadways. No?
I don't think so.
They didn't switch to
steel
quadways?
hoops.
No, I thought they switched. They started with the Ultras.
Okay.
And then I thought they switched to quadways because I remember being asked for several rounds.
Okay.
Finals. I remember being asked whether we thought the quadways were better in their soil. So, yeah, Matthew's very capable of sextupling. He's better at sextupling now than he was 3 years ago at that world event. And he has done, I think, a couple against Zack before. But I'd have to go back and look. But the conditions for sextupling here are definitely tougher just with the difficulty of the hoops. And the lawn surface itself would not pose any sort of challenge. They're running at a decent speed. They're fairly true. But with the Invictus balls having, a lot of draw to them, some of the peels that you normally have to play, like the 3-back peel, especially in my mind, to get a sextuple going, it would be difficult. You'd have to play a very immaculate turn. And Matthew's been playing some of his best croquet, his breast break play. I mean, we saw in the first game, but how easily he got those 3-ball breaks around. So, and yesterday, I would say, even though he wasn't hitting in, he made some of the cleanest triples I've ever seen Matthew make. So if he was going to complete one, even on these difficult conditions, it would probably be this week. But I just don't know if he feels, if he gets up and hits and runs it around, it'll be interesting to see. Maybe if it was like the last game and he had to. What he may end up doing, though, he could set the tea lady with the idea of doing the New Zealand TPO, which would not be unreasonable given these conditions.
So in answer to Rick Hayes' question, the score in that first game was 26 Adam to 8 for Kathy Hart. Right now, Kathy has just taken control with black. Adam failed at hoop 4 with yellow, and Kathy has done a takeoff shot to 1, and she has landed it perfectly. But unfortunately, if she takes this shot, she's got no pioneer. She's got blue in corner 1, but she's not even looking at it.
So Zach, with everything together now, no more big adventures for the rest of this break, most likely. But it will be interesting to see if Matthew hits, what his decision-making process becomes. Matthew is intimately aware of Zach's hitting ability. They're regular doubles partners. Matthew has seen him in very tense situations just play absolutely flawless croquet and hit just about anything he ever looks at. So Matthew has to weigh his judgment about how offensive or defensive do I need to be if I assume that he's going to hit most of his hit-ins. But also earlier regarding the super shot, so one of the questions that I asked for clarity, I misspoke a little bit earlier. So I mentioned that Zach Watson liked to put his super shot out a little bit wider, a little bit deeper than most. And his actual reason, I misspoke saying that it was because he wanted to discourage the corner 2 response. Because as we've seen, Zach is really good at pass rolls, so the corner 2 response actually doesn't really bother him that much. What he does want the luxury of doing is what we actually saw in game 2, where he wants to be able to shoot full pace at the super shot ball if someone lags to the Patel response. But if he misses, he'll still not give up an immediate, easy beeline balk hit. So it's something he does to allow himself just a little bit more leeway if a person does decide to do that response. All right. Nice smooth hoop. Good reverse rush here. He's got black up and tidy by the peg. Blue is just to the east of 3-back. It won't cause too much of a problem. One good takeoff and you're back in business. But, and it's tight to the hoop. So quick as a flash, we are looking at a leave. Just want to take good shape. That's perfect. And like we said before, in an ideal world, you actually, unless it's for a couple very specific reasons, you want black a little out from the peg because you don't want to go up any weird double targets where the ball's so close to the peg that if you hit the peg, it may ricochet into the ball. right. You see how that ball just kind of bobbles as it goes through the hoop. That's because of how tight these hoops are. It kind of, even when you hit in the middle, it wants to grab it. It wants to stop it. But the ball, his shot's so accurate and the ball has enough momentum on it that it can kind of pull itself through. And that was the reason he was having that hoop checked earlier, was when he went through it, he felt that the ball just
stuck.
Tried to pull hold on it. So we're getting into the hot part of the day. It is becoming a scorcher. Ground just keeps getting firmer and firmer. Ooh, don't run. Don't get behind red. Perfect. A little further, you might have been in a little bit of trouble there. But
You know, black is almost perfect where it is.
it is. But he has no rush on red. So even if you don't really move it, just use the black ball to get your position on red. Because last time he set this leave, he did leave the peg ball alone, and he ended up with his balls a little bit more on court.
Right.
Which didn't end up hurting him, but it does leave a shorter shot for Matthew.
Yeah.
And
That ball was 6 yards on the court.
all right, the camera angle's a little weird. It makes it look wide open, but the blue ball is actually a little to the left of the screen in its orientation. So I think that the blue is quite deep. It's a long shot.
Blue is deep.
And
I think blue can see black, but I think
can you
it's...
step around, actually? Is there a way to see? Michael's going to step around the table and see how much of black or blue may be open on each other. The important one is not leaving black open on your balls. Half ball? All right, so blue and black cannot get to blue. Blue can only get to half ball on black, which is, again, you do not shoot at that ever in your life. Maybe if he left like the fattest triple target ever known to man with red and yellow, but even then, there's shorter shots available to you.
3 yards off of the double, so
Matthew will be lifting. Peter Rothwell says, Tom, could you please explain how a New Zealand TPO differs from a regular TPO? So, I've never seen one in real life. My understanding.
I've been on the receiving end.
All
Rich Lamb loves to do that.
If if your opponent has ran 9 and you get the break in, you run 6 and set a T-lady as if you are anticipating doing a sextuple. You then, instead of doing a sextuple, if they miss, TPO them with your other ball, and in the process, try to maybe peel one more hoop for yourself.
4 back.
And then you peg out both balls and do a game of 1 ball for hoop 1 and either 1 back or 2 back. Am I correct in that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think there is a variant too where you trying to remember if there's a variant that was talked about where you don't actually do the TPO immediately, you just do the 4 back peel as you go around the first time. I'm trying to remember. I have to ask someone else, but at the very least you're peeling the opponent after you've already advanced 1 ball to the 1 back hoop without giving up a lift. So you set the sextuple lead.
Look at
then
this.
You don't do a
Room
She's
service
so
from
nice.
Connie Coling.
I got
Thank
my
you very
pizza
much.
Slice. Thank you. So the reason it's effective is if you're a very strong shooter who's confident in their 1 balling ability or even their 2v1 ability, although you should be doing it as 1 ball ending, then you take away the opponent's ability to run any good breaks on you, and you have a very significant lead in a 1 ball game. And then it also, if the opponent is a strong shooter, they have to hit a T-lady, which is significantly harder than hitting this shot. So Matthew here with a very critical hit in. He missed the last one from here, but he did not miss that one. He did not miss that one. So very rare that Matthew steps up and misses 2 in a row. So hit it perfectly, and he'll be off to the races now. So now this is that decision-making time. Zack has, for 2 straight games now, for 3, has not missed a hit in. When you have that up against you, when you have an opponent who has seemingly refuses to miss a ball, do you just go around and set another leave and take cross your fingers that this will be the one he misses? Or do you do something like we were talking about earlier with like setting a sextuple leave, maybe doing a sextuple or a New Zealand TPO? Do you start to get creative and force Zack into an extremely long hit or an unusual situation that he may not have as much experience in building from? Blues went a little long. It's a good cut, though. He just needs to catch left half of this. Even if you just bang it sort of towards the south boundary behind the hoop, it's a decent approach. Yeah, so what you don't want to do is that. You don't want to leave it short and to the side because that's just an awkward approach angle coming across the face of the hoop. Peter, or Carl, I think part of the determination of whether he goes beyond 6 is not just the difficulty of the courts, but how he feels. Ooh, no, it trickled out just a little bit. It looked like it was going to stop a few inches short of that, but we'll see how close he can stay to this black ball coming through this hoop. Oh, that's a nice smooth hoop shot. He trusted that one very much. With how firm these hoops have been, that's really good. But I wouldn't be terribly shocked if he went to 6. I'd be a little bit surprised, but just based on how difficult the hoops are to peel, if you break down in the sextuple, you end up in awful clip. He just made a hoop one. You end up in awful clip positions, most likely. So
with blue or with black?
With blue.
So I apologize for the scoreboard, folks. Somebody just notified me that once again the players switched the colors, and so it's not just a matter of. So I've got to redo the whole scoreboard every time they do that. So thank you. If we miss it again, please send a comment. I apologize for the groaning in the background. We've got this umbrella, and the wind is starting to come up, which is causing the umbrella to jump around a lot, and it sounds like a haunted house. And I'm sure it's transmitting through the speakers, microphones. So Tom, Matthew has sent red over to 3, and he's got black over there already. Do you think that he's thinking about a TPO on Zack?
I got so caught up in the idea of him going to hoop 6, I hadn't thought about that, but I think it's very possible.
Looking more likely.
Mm-hmm. And it makes good sense. Matthew's already shown today that he's perfectly capable of building and running a 3-ball, even from a difficult starting position. He's very knowledgeable in the 2v1 game. All right. He's not doing a TPO because yellow is the ball for 4-back. So, yeah, got our clips mixed up there, Michael. So, he's preloading. Oh, he is going to do a T-lady, I think. He's preloading opponent at 6. Yeah. I think we're going to see. I think Carl Brown might be correct. I think we're seeing a T-lady of some sort. Whether he does the sextuple off it or does some other maneuver like a New Zealand TPO remains to be seen, but I rarely see Matthew preload an opponent at hoop 6 unless he's planning to do that.
All right. This final couldn't get much more exciting. TPO, OTP in the first game. Adventurous triple peel in the second game. And now potentially a sextuple or some other such unusual finishing turn in the third if Zack fails to hit. Trying to get this umbrella to stay still. We're tethering it to the tent as best we can, but as you can see, it's on, the wind's got it a bit on the lean over there. Yep, so this is looking awfully apparent at this point that he's not planning to make hoop 7. Ooh. And he's got to go back to yellow. This doesn't really affect anything negatively. Lucky that he can get to yellow, because if yellow was a little more south of where it was, that would have been a very unfortunate into that turn. That hoop is just so firm. So to set the tea lady, the idea is that you have one opponent, yellow in this case, and your partner down just north and a little bit to the east of hoop 8. You're going to take off to opponent, which you want to be a very good pioneer at hoop 6, and it is, because you need a controlled reverse rush out of hoop 6. And what he's going to do is he's going to try to rush red back down the court, just a little north of yellow, and send it to across the hoop, sort of south and to the west of it, and then adjust yellow until they're both cross-wired, meaning they cannot see each other past hoop 1. And then he's going to use his partner as an escape ball to rush back up towards corner 3 and set his balls up with a rush back over to hoop 2, hopefully hiding the on-court ball from both of the opponents. It's a usable rush. He's going to want to cut this a bit. Yep. Nice cut. You just don't want it too close to yellow. So you can't leave this too steep. You need to push yellow more to the side, because red cannot be allowed to have a shot at hoop 1. So there you see he's going to send it to the side a bit. The beautiful part is they do not have to be tight to the hoop. They just have to not be able to see each other, because their only shot that they're going to get at one of Matthew's balls is going to be all the way up in corner 3, diametrically opposite this corner. So So he's looking at a very precise place. He thinks he can get this. You don't want them level with the hoop exactly if you can help it, because that is the narrowest angle to get them wired. So because he got red so close to yellow, he's leaving red north of the hoop, and he's going to rush yellow south of the hoop. Yellow obviously is not for hoop 1, so they could be almost directly in front and behind. It does not matter. If Zack's clips were for 1-1, this would probably not be the most ideal position, because the easiest shot might be for yellow just to take on the hoop shot instead of trying to hit the 100-footer. So he had rushed that into pretty great position to begin with, and he does have a very wide area in front of that hoop. That red would not be able to hit that. So here we go. So game 3 of our final, we're seeing a tea lady. So now what he's going to do is one of these balls has to be
open on both of the opponents. That's what he's checking right now. This is a mistake I made last year's AC final because I did not check it. And he needs black to be roughly where he's indicated on his with his mallet, because it needs to be close enough to the corner and the boundary that if Zack shoots and misses at it, that he's going to be able to turn around and hit it. It needs to be open on both opponents so they cannot claim a wire, which is what I did. And then blue, he's not going to give himself the shortest rush, but blue is going to be hidden behind this hoop 3 so that neither of the opponents can see it. So that if they want to shoot, they're forced to shoot at his back ball and give it a short pickup. The only other acceptable option typically is corner 4, but that doesn't really stop the sextuple. Maybe he has to play a couple more big roll shots to get it going, but you can still get it going even if Zack sends one ball to corner 4. So, this is not the first time Zack has faced this with Matthew. And he is not looking to corner. This is going to be a shot. He's going to make Matthew do the work. If Zack did corner, then black has a slightly longer rush on blue than he might like. He wouldn't get it in perfect position by 2, but Zack doesn't even want to see a world where that happens. He's going to hit. He's going to finish in his mind. This is a long shot. Restocking. First refusal. This has to be at least 100 feet, this shot.
Yeah, that's a long way.
Straight follow through. He's looking at it. Oh,
that was close.
I heard him audibly say, hit it. I think when it passed the peg, it was still on target. I think he wasn't going to catch the full ball, and I think it just bobbled off at the last second because after it had already gone past the peg, he exclaimed, that he still thought it had a chance. So, gosh, and this is why you set the Tea Lady, because
it's such a long shot.
It's such a long shot. Anything can happen, even a ball traveling
it's
at
longer than the Lady leave, which is from 1 to 2.
Even if that ball traveling at the speed it was dead on target to start with, even if it bobbles off 2/3 of the way there by a degree or 2, it can miss. So he's going to want that one back. Not because he hit a bad shot, but just he got unlucky. So we've all been there with those long hit-ins. Couldn't have swung better and just was robbed. But clearly he's swinging incredibly well. Probably some of the best swinging I've seen him do because he thought he had that. Matthew with a quick shoelace break. Don't want to trip while you're out there. All right. So now the goal here, he has the spacing. He's going to send red back over to 2 while getting a rush on his partner ball over to 2 as well. And then he'll rush it and try to get it close to peeling position, or just somewhere close where he can eventually knock it into peeling position. And he's going to take off to the ball at hoop 1. So, sextuple. This is assuming, by the way, that he's doing the sextuple and not going to do any sort of other New Zealand TBO or anything like that. So, assuming the sextuple is on. So, in an ideal world, you would love to try to rush that almost level with 2 or very tight to 2, because there's always the specter of peeling it early. Now, with yellow being as deep as it is, I don't think he would have done that. If yellow were north of the hoop or more just to the side of the hoop, it's reasonable to try to play that roll shot just to get that first peel in early, because you won't have a lot of extra opportunities if things go wrong. So the earlier you can get that first peel. So what he's going to likely try to do is he would love to still get the peel before 2. So if he manages to get a perfect rush on blue again, he's probably pretty deep to probably get that, but
He's nice and tight to hoop one here, Tom. So
he is, but it's Blue's position that's going to be the problem, because
get the rush.
if Blue was right up next to the hoop, what he could reasonably do is he could approach Blue, tap it behind it, do a big stroke to peel it through, going to red as his pioneer, and then you still have the one back peel done before hoop 2, which is giving you a little extra breathing room. He ran into red. Not a problem. He's just going to go back so he can rush Blue up to the hoop. He'll put it behind it in peeling position as he comes through. He'll turn around and he'll try to peel it all the way or a long way down towards 2 back. So the sequence from here is if he hits the peel after 2, he then may have an opportunity, if he peels it through long enough, to do it escaping to 4, although most likely he's going to set it up to do it escaping to hoop 5. So he'll get the 2 back peel going to 5, and then most likely you get the 3 back peel going to 1 back. And then you're looking at a triple peel where potentially you're escaping to, if you do it all perfectly, maybe 2 back, but most likely 3 back. But that's getting into straight triple finishing territory.
He's not set that.
Okay, so we are not seeing a sextuple. He would have done everything in his power to get it in peeling position right there if he was. I think we're going to see a New Zealand TPO. Yellow is the ball over at 3. It's perfect position to do it. And I think this is wise. I think that on these conditions, with the hoops being as grabby as they are, and the balls being, fairly aggressive in their pull, I think a sextuple is just too low of a percentage for it to be a winning statistic on these conditions. If the hoops were a little bit similar to how they were at the start of the week, although the lawns were too slow to probably justify a sextuple then, but if the hoops were the same quality, then I can see him going for it. But I think he's just trying to create an end game where Zack's hitting ability is somewhat neutralized by the lack of a 4th ball on the lawn, and Matthew's ability to set wired traps.
I'm looking at the way the balls are rolling today on all these shots, and I think they're probably a second and a half, 2 seconds faster than they were a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I think we're getting up close to 11, which is not unreasonably fast, but it's nice and comfortable.
We might be even a little better. We were 10.6 yesterday. So,
Were we?
And we're faster than we were yesterday.
All right, so he's setting up here for the first peel of this TPO. Woo! Lucky to nick that on the way by. That'd have gone a little further than he wanted. Not that he couldn't have held it in front of the hoop, but it might have created an awkward angle. That was a clean peel. Nice pace. Curled in on him a little bit, but very cuttable right up to the hoop. He would like, again, just like we've seen in earlier triples, he would love to get control. Yeah, you see that little head bob there. It means it didn't go quite as far as he wanted it. You end up in that weird middle ground where if you hit a flat stroke, you're going to send Blue sort of into the middle distance and have a longer rush, which may, if the ball comes through the hoop at an interesting angle, you may not have a straight rush back. So he's going to hope to catch a little of the left-hand wire from our perspective, like that, and get more straight behind that blue ball, because he would love to rush that back up towards corner 3 so that he can immediately send the ball over to 6 and get a rush on that ball to send it over to the peeling hoop. So a pretty straight hit here is what the doctor ordered. It's fine, actually. It'll reach the north boundary even if he cut that a little bit to the west of the hoop. He'll be approaching from the correct end of the ball, just as long as you get north of hoop 3, so there's no weirdnesses about getting cross-wired from it. It will mean that his split shot will be a little bit less precise, just having to have that wider angle and that higher ratio, but nothing he can't handle. So blue is going to become his pioneer at 6. Yellow is going to want to be rushed back over towards 6 so that he can get it in good position, do the peel right after he scores. Red is a good pioneer, a little bit to the east of 5. We'll see it as he comes down, and he'll just do a nice
Heavy
smooth
takeoff here.
I don't think he's going to be.
Not too heavy.
It's going to be decently. Yay. He trusts that. So for the folks at home, when I teach takeoffs, I typically recommend to most club level players that they should do exclusively thin takeoffs. Thin meaning that the yellow ball in that instance, the ball that he was playing off of, does not move more than maybe a few inches to a foot. The reason being is that a thin takeoff, in terms of the distance that your ball will travel, is virtually the same as a single ball shot, with very minute difference, less than 5% if you hit it thin.
Oh, he stuck it.
He wants it checked. Oh, no. Yeah, he does want it checked. I thought he was getting his clip out of his pocket. Michael is off. But the thicker you hit a takeoff, the more energy of the shot the other ball is taking away. So you're going to have to compensate for that more and hit it a little firmer to get it to go an appropriate distance than you would if you hit it thin. So if you're a golf croquet player who's transitioning into 6-wicket, hitting thin takeoffs is going to be much easier to predict the distance you're going to get out of it. But in an instance like that with Matthew, he wanted yellow to move a little further over. He wanted it in better position. We see here that the hoop must have been clearly stuck. So they're going to try to reset it. That is the second time that hoop is stuck. David Malouf. So basically he's wedging his foot in there to make sure that as the hoop goes in, it's not able to constrict. So what ends up happening is when the soil is firm and compacted, as you pound into the ground, the holes kind of want to cave in and pull the wires of the hoop a little bit closer to each other, just by a couple of fractions of millimeters sometimes. But so it's a good opportunity to check the black ball on the other hoops. It may be that the hoop was at fault. It may be the swelling of the ball. It is hot out right now, and I know that there's been research done, I think by Mr. Ian Plummer on the Oxford website. It's available. Research about the swelling of the black ball versus the other colored balls in hot conditions. Physics is always getting in the way of the party. So yeah, just a quick check to make sure no other hoops have to be dealt with. And Matthew will have an opportunity to replay the stroke. Matthew patiently waiting for them to be done with the use of his black ball. We're all the way up to 81 people. So some people must have I don't know what time it is in the rest of the world, but some people are probably staying up late to watch us. Others may be just getting their morning started watching us. So we do appreciate wherever you may be for tuning in. If you do want to have an acknowledgement of maybe wherever it is that you play croquet, maybe you're a club here in America that doesn't get as much traffic or visibility, or maybe you're from some far-flung corner of the world, please put it in the comments. We'd love to know where everyone's tuning in from. We've had some people in here from the UK, from Brisbane, from Egypt. So, anywhere and everywhere. One final tamp and check. It's always it's a bit of a balancing act doing this. You can't have the hoop in contact. That's obviously not acceptable, but you also don't want to loosen the hoop up so much that it becomes a trivial or forgiving hoop. We want the conditions to be difficult. We want the hoops to be just above being in contact if possible, which most of them obviously have been for the majority of this match. But as things heat up and the ground firms up and the hoop constricts just a little bit, it can go from just outside contact to just in contact. And as you see here, they're still struggling not to get this hoop to be at contact. I remember one time at Chesapeake Bay, in that hard ground, I had to pull a quadway out of the ground, take basically like a 9-inch nail, like a mini little railroad spike, and I had to carve out the sides of the hoop holes with this 9-inch nail in order to get the hoop to not be at contact. And carving out the side of it was not as simple as just running a nail through dirt. It was like chipping through borderline rock. And it was all I could do just to get the hole wide enough to not stick. Matthew goes through. That ball still looked like it grabbed, and he kind of shook his head. He's lucky that he did get the forward rush he wanted. There just may not be much to do. That hoop being so tight does not bode super well for the rover peel. We saw what trouble Zack got into with his rover peel sticking in the jaws. So they're really going to want to prioritize getting that peel in the jaws or through early, which when you're doing a TPO, this is one of the reasons you really want to do it on time. You want to try to get that rover peel done going to 2-back or 3-back, most likely 3-back.
We're going to interrupt the commentary for about 5 minutes while we reposition the table inside so we can get rid of the umbrella.
Okay, so I've just been informed that the umbrella is causing too much distraction noise, so what we're going to do is we're going to pause our commentary. We're not going to take down the cameras or anything, but we're going to pause the commentary for about 5 minutes or so that we can move this little setup we have inside the tent, so we no longer have to deal with the annoyances of the umbrella. So I'm going to get out of my seat for a minute, and but before I leave, I will just say that we have Anton G in the chat saying, I used to play a lot of croquet with my parents growing up. Greetings from Tennessee, and happy to have you tuning in with us from Tennessee, a beautiful state, and hopefully you're enjoying our coverage here. We will be right back momentarily once we get our setup moved inside, and hopefully I'll have more comments to read from y'all.
Okay, folks, I hope we've got our audio back. How does it sound over there in the control booth, Armando? All right, we're good. Give me just a moment to look at the court, and I'll see if I can get this scoreboard updated for you.
All right. We are back. So Matthew's just scored 2 back.
And he's already gotten the peel done on
Nope.
penalt or no?
Oh, no, penalty, yes.
Okay, so the penalt peel is done.
Okay, so this is a very important shot. You do not, as we've seen, we would rather not be doing a TPO with a straight rover peel. If he can get this at least in the jaws. Oh, what a great shot. What a fantastic shot. And you saw that this kind of just bobbled through, but all right. So, all the hard work of the turn is done. He's gotten the rover peel. Blue is for, well, yeah. So blue has not made any hoops yet. Blue is for. I'm sorry. Blue is for 1 back. Blue is for 1 back. We forgot what happened. So blue is for 1 back. Black has just made 3 back. He has peeled yellow successfully through all the hoops. So yellow is for the peg and will be pegged out when he's finished with this break. So
What do you do?
okay. Ooh, ball went on a little bit of a. He's lucky that stopped short as it did. It was starting to trail off there, but still very makeable. Yep. And again, the beauty of those even numbered hoops facing those boundaries.
Okay, I believe we've got this correct.
All right. So it'll be interesting to see if he decides to make this a 1-ball game. He did not get any pops. Or is he going to just rely on the fact that he has good tactics and good touch in a 2v1 and can give Zack a lot of hard decisions to make? Blue heading down. It's a little short of being a perfect pioneer, but it's not going to make much of a difference. Yep, all that matters is just keeping control here. So, yellow has to stay by the peg. So he's going to want to keep that ball in the middle. He's going to rush red down to get good shape on blue.
in an ideal world, he'd probably be making the hoop off of red so that he doesn't have to hit blue until last after the hoop. So what he'll probably do is he'll probably send red behind the hoop so he can hit it first, get back to the peg ball, peg it out, and then tidy up blue wherever it ends up. So he would like yellow and the blue ball by the peg here, kind of like how we saw Zack in his first TPO, so that when he does the peg out, he can rush his partner off into an appropriate position. Unless he has some other idea that I haven't lighted upon yet.
Matthews left a little more room between red and blue, so he doesn't have to resort to the heroic shot that Zack pulled off here.
Well, he's not doing any peeling. He just needs to be able to get back to yellow, peg it out. If he's pegging both balls out, then it doesn't really matter. As long as he doesn't leave red any decent roll-ups, he can put them out of bounds just in wildly different places. Slight angle on this hoop, but he knows it runs.
With a 6-hoop lead, he's probably got the advantage in a one-ball game, don't you think? I mean, he'd like to have 8 or 9, but
it can be difficult. You know, me and him were talking about this just the other day. If he was for 2-back, then yes. 1-back, though, is interesting because Zack's going to get the contact. He's going to get to go and, at the very least, set up at his hoop with you across the court if he wants to. And how do you guard against that? If you shoot at Zack and miss and he turns around and hits you, you've given up, a 2-ball break potentially. And if you don't shoot at him, or you can't set up at hoop 2, you have to stay away. He runs hoop 1, now he's for your hoop, and you're still far away. And again, if you shoot at him, you give up a 2-ball. You can chew away a 6-hoop lead pretty quickly if you don't play it perfect. We do apologize if there's some extra wind noise. Both balls are getting pegged out, and it's a 1-ball game. Folks, you'll love to see it. We've gotten 2 TPOs, 1 inning and a perfect 3-ball break finish off of the contact lift. We've got an adventurous second game triple, and now we get another TPO for a 1-ball ending. How often have we managed to film an actual 1-ball ending before to an association game?
We haven't done it on
this channel.
Watch, not since we've started this channel.
I think there's some video lurking out and about of
yes, but
some video of the Fletchers doing one out and about in the world somewhere, I think. Richard Hayes says current time in England is 6 p.m., Egypt 7 p.m., Australia is 3 a.m. on Sunday, New Zealand 5 a.m. on Sunday. So the New Zealanders will be waking up to join us any minute now. So if there's any early risers. The Australians can come back and watch what they've missed in their slumber. Okay, so what you want out of this, obviously in an ideal world, you want a perfect position in front of hoop 1 and a good ball at hoop 2, but in a realistic scenario, you just need blue deep sort of towards hoop 2 to where you can set up at hoop 1. I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say that Zack was confirming with Matthew what does and does not give up a lift anymore, because now that Matthew has pegged the ball out, he doesn't get any more lifts from
Zack
lift hoops.
Still gets lifts from Matthew.
Well, Matthew does get lifts. Zack cannot wire Matthew.
Correct, but he doesn't get a lift.
He gets wiring lifts. However, Zack can go through 1-back and 4-back with impunity, and Matthew wouldn't get a lift because Matthew has pegged out a ball, which is another interesting quirk of association.
The reason he asked that was, if you remember at the Worlds, he got confused on that issue, and it cost him the game.
Yeah. Not a bad roll-up. So standard operating procedure here, if you aren't going to shoot this hoop, is, and it is a tough hoop to make. We saw Matthew make a similar one, a little bit straighter on, but about the same distance in game 1. You have to leave this ball open. So he needs to leave Matthew a shot. Now, it is a shot Matthew probably will not take, because Zack would just turn around, hit a 4-yarder, and have a perfect load and hold approach to hoop 1. That's definitely open. He didn't get up as much as he wanted. It's not going to be the most forcing position. Jack Good says, didn't expect that. No, this whole match is taking some twists and turns. But, you know, that just goes to show you the respect that Matthew gives to Zack's hitting ability. I think he just truly in his heart was like, you know, the sextuple may or may not finish. I can't give him another inning. He's not going to drop the break. And if I do give him an inning, the only way to reliably ensure that he doesn't just hit and run around on me is to go down to 2 balls. If Matthew had just gone to 9, he probably sits on the bench for the rest of the game. So Matthew doing something quite standard here is he's just triangulating away from Red. If Red fails this hoop, Matthew will have a pretty decent shot at him. But he's too far away for Zack to justify shooting at him. What a shot. Great hoop shot. Boom. Now life gets interesting. If Zack sets at 2, Matthew can take a shot at him, and if he hits, he's pretty much back in the driver's seat. He's pretty much back in the driver's seat. Might even have prospects of getting a few extra hoops out of this. But if he misses, he's missing at an angle to where Zack will not get any rush out of hoop 2 to hoop 3. He'll be able to pick up the ball for sure, but he'll still be doing roll shots. So he could probably do another sort of squeeze play up at hoop 3 to hoop 4. So this is what we were talking about with just, you can chew away this 6-hoop lead if you play it correctly. Because, ooh. It's well short.
Wow.
It's like half.
7 yards short.
Unexpected. Now that's just a free shot. Because not only is making the hoop much more difficult now for Zack, it's going to be a very long and dangerous hit in for Zack if he aims for Matthew's ball in the corner. Zack needed to be within a couple yards of that hoop. It's off. He's looking. He's hit. Wow.
Jeez, you know.
He has cut Zack to the west boundary. Maybe not quite level. A little south of level with hoop 2. So it's still going to be a tricky roll-up for Matthew. 2 things need to work for Matthew here. He needs to, A, get position on the hoop, but B, if he wants to continue the turn for very far, he needs to also get some sort of a rush. So Red has to go pretty deep, and he has to be able to run this hoop with some measure of control if he doesn't want to end up doing a roll shot up to hoop 8 halfway across the court, which, again, would give up quite a bit. Because Matthew still gives up lifts.
Good position there.
It's angled, but it's runnable, and Red is very deep. That's a very good shot given the circumstances. And that's a good hoop stroke. He's gone past it. So he gives up a lift. Now, in a 2-ball game, it's very simple. If he doesn't get a position that he's comfortable with at hoop 8, he can just bail. And the lift doesn't really do much for Zack. Zack can go set back up at hoop 2, but now Matthew is on the other side of the court from him. So I think he'll be happy to shoot that. And he'll probably get some usable rush over to 3-back if he runs it to the boundary. Not a perfect one, but in that direction. Yep, clean as a whistle. Folks, we may see a very impressive 2-ball break all the way around here, because if he hits this well, and he did hit it well, he caught the side of it he wanted. A little short of where he might have liked it, but my goodness, he's given himself room to send Red down. What an amazing match this has been so far. And that's a great shot as well. That's a fantastic shot. Perfect pace. Straight on. A decent chance he can get a rush out of this.
Read his peg high. He's left it in the hoop.
No, he's claiming it's no, it's not stuck. He just groveled it. Okay, so Zack gets a lift now for two reasons. Number one, he's wired from it. Number two, Matthew went through one back in this turn. But there's no reason really to take his lift. He might as well just shoot at this ball because he can only lift to the south boundary, which would peel Matthew through and just be a harder shot for him. So this is a great angle.
No, it did not look like a hit from me. What do you think? I think he hit the wire.
I don't think he hit it.
Through.
I don't think.
Can we get a replay on that, Armando?
Yeah, let's go back again. He's saying he doesn't think he hit it. I don't think he hit it either. I think that clipped the left-hand wire. That's really unfortunate. But and we had a great view to see that. Matthew has to make some decisions now. Does he take the 7-yarder? It's how long to that because Zack's in the corner. Zack went all the way to the corner. He's just going to take his hoop and accept the lead that he has. Zack now has some ground to make up. If Matthew sets here and he shoots and misses, he's giving up a potential 2-ball finish again because he would miss on the west side of 4-back. And, Matthew's just taking on the hoop. Matthew's almost level with the peg. He's a little north of the peg, but a good 7-yarder here. Rejected. Now I think the move here for Zack is just to set up. Matthew would be risking a lot if Zack gets a good set. If Matthew sets, Zack makes the hoop and just shoots across.
He's not, though.
He is. No, he's setting up. He's for hoop 2.
Oh, he's for 2. That's right.
It doesn't have the pace. Does it? Maybe. It's hard to tell this camera angle.
No, he's short.
It's soft. Short. Now.
Still south of Pennell.
So now Matthew's going to say, all right. Matthew did not get a great set there, but he's putting just and he didn't get the wire, I don't think. He's looking at it with hoop 6. Peter, I think that that ball was sticking out of the hoop pretty significantly. We saw from that side angle that, there was a good third of that ball sticking out of the hoop. Yeah, probably should have a watch, but these two players trust each other and, they're very honest. And it is one of those situations, though, that you would like to have a third party just to, maybe they said it did hit, maybe it just snicked it ever so lightly, and, you don't want to have to be the one to make that judgment call, but off. Dead center. He just won't quit. He's the little engine that could. He's not little, though. He's a big boy, but so that's a great angle. So, but that we saw that hit from. It swings very straight. Well, I think Croquet Jay, in that situation, if he had flicked off the right wire and popped the ball out as he did, there would be no wiring lift anyway because the ball would be free of the hoop. So, yes, he would have been responsible for his position, but, this is looking like it could be perfection. My God, what good split shot that is. He's been almost being able to put those balls on a blade of grass that he wants.
From the east boundary. 60 feet away.
Oh, that's an old shot. That's not the one we're looking for. So, that's all right, though. So, wow.
Ooh.
That is unexpected. That's the first. That's the first truly poor shot from Zack that we've seen in 3 games. And I think maybe that's just that moment of that adrenaline coming down. You made the hit in, you made an amazing roll shot, and maybe you just didn't take the extra moment to breathe. He was probably already envisioning the rush in front of him, but if he can do that, if he can hit and roll up again.
Matthew's got pretty nice shape on that.
Yeah.
A little long, but
He's going to look at what type of shot he's got, how angled it is. It's
giving up a 5.5-yard shot to the boundary.
Yeah, that hoop is makeable. It's far from a gimme. But I think he's just setting. Yep. I think that's the smart play. Matthew will still have some work to do. But gosh, that was such an opportunity for Zack. That could have been a 2-ball.
It could have.
He would have had a lengthier rush on blue, but the way he's been hitting, you just expect that he'll get something that he wants. Big shot. Yep.
Done.
And you see that hoop flexing ever so slightly. He's bullying his way through there. This ground is firming up, but it's not super duper firm. These hoops can still be made to do what you want if you hit them firmly enough.
Armando, our scoreboard is off the screen.
So Matthew just going back to a max distance position. Zack gets a lift if he wants it. He's through the hoop now. He can take position at hoop 3. In an ideal world, he'd come up a little bit angled maybe and have a wire, but he'll be happy just to take shape. Matthew will have to decide if it's worth a hit or just set up at penalt. Matthew's looking at penalt. Zack ran long on that. It's not a great hoop shot. So because Zack's hitting has just been so laser focused, Matthew's like, I got time. I'm going to wait till you're down the other end of the court, and then I'll set up at penalt, and I'll put some pressure on you. Zack taking this shot at 3. Bam, what a shot. Good pace, too. He'll be able to set up from south of the hoop. So the problem here for Zack and this hoop disparity that they have is he sets for 4. Matthew sets penalt. If Matthew gets a good set at penalt, Zack cannot set up at hoop 5. That's a good set. So now Matthew needs good shape at penalt. If he doesn't get it, then Zack is going to have some nice leeway to get back up to the north side of the court. But he has gotten... Oh.
He's a little short.
It is pretty angled, but he's been running hoops so good, he's just locked in at the moment. Now, I'm here to tell you, if this was a game of GC that Zack and Matthew were playing, Zack would shoot hoop 5 from this spot, and he'd probably make it. But as it sits, I think he's thinking about shooting at blue, if he can see it. Nope. He's going to make him do it. He's setting up.
Well, and he can wire. He's not responsible for blue.
I get that, but Matthew can run penalt. So I think he's daring Matthew to make penalt. Oh, Matthew's bailing out. It's not a good enough shot. Maybe our angle on the camera wasn't showing, because from where he was standing there, that actually was a really bad hoop position. So Zack is doing his best to cut this lead down. He's almost got through the middle of the court. It's going to be a while before Matthew can comfortably set up at penalt again.
Wow.
That's a little unlucky. Yeah, it's a little unlucky that he caught there. That hoop is running so firm.
It is, and he was not close. He's taking a shot at blue.
Croquet Jay, you can disagree all you want. I'm the one on the microphone, so. Woo!
Got it?
Gosh. I think the other thing that we need to think about is these two are lifelong friends. Zack was a groomsman at Matthew's wedding. it's just there's no level of distrust between them, and you could see in their brief exchange, Zack would if Matthew truly felt that there was a real, going to be a serious issue with the outcome of that shot. Ooh, is this going to be fast enough? No, he underhit it. Perfect line, but he underhit it. Now we're getting into some dangerous territory. How do you play this?
He's going to try and get it.
Yeah, so now we're for 6 and pin alt. This is interesting clip positions. So both balls for the same hoop. Man, that was, a little more juice on that back ball. And he was looking at maybe another chance at, if not finishing, blue would have been a little deeper had he hit that slightly harder. He would have had a good chance of at least getting another hoop or two out of that with some good shots. But gosh, what a...
That's a long way back.
Nah, he's not shooting
He's
this.
not taking
Because if he misses that, he's very likely to
Yep.
miss near wire and ricochet right to Zack. You cannot shoot at this. He's smiling. Look at him. He doesn't know what to do. He just assumes Zach's going to hit him. He's like, if I set up, he's just going to hit me. You just watched him making a 14-yarder on a whim.
I would venture to say that Zach's critical distance is well past 14 yards.
Oh, yeah, today? Yeah. His critical distance has been, we could do the math if we look back at all his hittings, but it's got to be getting up towards 20.
Yep. And for anybody that doesn't know that term, we're talking about the distance that Zack hits at least 50% of his shots.
Correct. Every player has, day by day, your critical distance changes. Like we said yesterday, Matthew missed all of his hit-ins except an 8-yarder. So, his critical distance was much, much lower. But today, both players have been hitting in pretty consistently. Zack has hardly missed one. I think he missed the T-Lady, and that might have been it. And the T-Lady is over 30 yards. So if we do the math, his critical distance might actually be above 20 yards at the moment.
And he missed the T-Lady.
Right. He thought he had the T-Lady. It was on for a minute. So all right. This is starting to get into some Idaria territory. He's going to give Matthew a free go at shooting.
He was overlooking for a wired position.
Yeah, he
but
hit that
chose
short.
Not to.
I would have liked to have been a little closer to that hoop, but Matthew's lining up as Solomon. This is going to be a shot at red. By the way, those observant among you may notice that Zack is doing his set shots as Irish grip, which is a fairly new thing for him. And a near miss, just north of corner one, level with hoop one. All right, so now Zack needs a good shot here. He's given himself about a 3.5 yarder. Good effort, but he didn't stay in front. If he had just been a yard closer to that hoop, I think he gets through it.
This gives Matthew another free go.
Another narrow miss. And he ends up on the north boundary behind hoop 3. Zack has a potential here to maybe get at least a partial wire and still have a runnable hoop. It's going to be angled. but he's really weighing his options here. How many more times is Matthew going to miss if I give him shots? Is the question. And the answer is probably not very many. So he's looking at a position where, at the very least, it may not be full ball because he wants to still maintain a runnable hoop, but it at least puts the hoop close enough to the shot that if Matthew misses on the wrong side, he bounces off. And then we have some potential issues if Zach's able to pick up his ball again. It's hard to tell. I assume he's lining it up. He can see part of it at least. I don't know how much of it he can see. He might be able to see all of it. Matthew checking to make sure the rotation of the earth is in his favor. It's off. And it's a hit.
Not by much.
Oh. So that may be almost all the ball he could see. I doubt that he had the full ball on that. He has driven it off to the side, so he's going to have a similar roll up to what Zack had, trying to approach hoop 6 a few turns ago. Zack just doesn't have. He's done well to close the gap. You know, Matthew started. Zack has now been able to get to hoop 6 from starting on hoop 1. That's a pretty good looking. No, blue's traveling. Blue's traveling. He just overcooked it a bit. It was a good line. It was very similar to a split shot I did earlier that landed perfectly. But he's going for it. I don't blame him. You got to get through this at some point. Zack doesn't have a whole lot more opportunities. If Matthew misses this, he needs to probably think about hitting at Matthew, because he's got a lot of ground to make up.
Shot.
Yeah, well, it's going to be harder to make that ground up now. Oh, and he might be in position at 12. Yeah, he's going to go for red. He's going to go for red. He didn't quite get it. Came out at just a bit of an angle. If he'd gone a little bit further or a little bit straighter. Dead center. So Zack had chances to get a break going there at hoop 6 if he had just, his split shots were, well, really it was when he rolled to hoop 2. That was his best chance. He did all the hard work perfectly and just must have just got a little jumpy on that hoop shot. Matthew just needs one good takeoff here, and he's done pretty much everything he needs to do.
That's traveling.
I think it's going to be good. There you go. A firm run to the boundary here and a free go at red, and then it's all the way to the peg. That's all she wrote for this game. So he's been very steady on these hoop shots. Yep. And that'll be all she wrote for game 3, folks. He's just got to take off anywhere in the vicinity of the peg and peg his ball out. What an exciting finish to game 3. We don't often see a sharpshooter one-ball ending like that.
Somebody hit electricity.
Say what?
Somebody hit the electricity over there.
Did we just lose power?
Jeez. Folks, if you can still hear us at home, I don't know if you can.
One of our cameras just lost power.
Yeah, we're losing some camera feed. People, apparently something went wrong with the electricity over here. Hopefully, let us know in the comments if you're still getting this. But Matthew has taken off to within a yard or so of the peg, and just going to finish this up here. Game 3 in the books. 26 TPO to, what would that be? Box and 6, so 13 and 5, 18?
18. Should I put NZ TPO?
TPO. Gives a TPO. All right.
I'm hoping that the players don't switch colors again because it's getting more and more difficult.
They seem to be doing it.
Recreate
They normally don't do that.
Each time.
Croquet Jay, I agree with you. Zack was never going to claim the Roquet if he wasn't sure, and he didn't. And I think that's one of the reasons. I think there's 2 reasons why he didn't call the ref there. Number 1 is I think when he and Matthew play, they've played so often, they get very intense when they're going back and forth that the thought doesn't occur to slow down or break your rhythm. And then the second thing is that ball was sticking so far through the hoop. If he hit it, it was going to go to the south boundary. It was dead in the middle of the hoop. So, the proof would be very obvious. If he touched the hoop and the ball didn't leave the hoop, it's going to be obvious to him that he didn't make contact with it. So, yes. Do you want the referee and it would have more, maybe I don't want to use the word more seasoned because Zack is very seasoned as a veteran, but a more traditional way of doing it would just be to slow down, call the ref, and make sure it was all marked. I think in Zack's mind that might break his concentration a little bit to have someone standing over that watching it. So, and I don't think Matthew felt any real necessity to have it requested either. So.
So we're going to have a little short commercial break here. So let's meet some of the people that are helping to make this tournament happen. Inside the club here, we've got 3 of our lunch ladies. And we'll introduce you. So right here, we have Jillian Merritt, who has been the tournament manager throughout the week, and she's assisted today by Connie Coling and Tony Gelino. And thank you, ladies, so much. You've done a great job of feeding us twice a day.
Pizzas and Klondike bars today.
Great. Pizzas and Klondike bars. What could be worse?
It's always great seeing everybody. And some leftovers.
Thanks, Amanda.
All right.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our live coverage of the 2026 USCA AC National Finals here, singles between Zack Watson and Matthew Essick, the 4th and 5th ranked players in the world, respectively. We don't know how that will shake up after this match is over, but it's going back and forth. And we thank you for bearing with us through the commercial break and making sure that we get our electricity feedback up. That's us there in the dark of that tent. Wave hi, Michael. And I would just like to quickly remind you of the supporters and sponsors that we've had that help us bring these broadcasts to you around the world. This is the USCA YouTube channel, official coverage provided by the help of Oakley Woods Croquet for all your croquet needs. Chris Barley, Karen Weiss, artist who is a local here and a member of the Venice Croquet Club, Sarasota County Croquet Club in Venice, I should say. The Sarasota County Parks and Recreation Department, and Visit Sarasota. And we are here at the Sarasota County Croquet Club, and we are very thankful to their members and to the volunteers who have helped us all throughout the week to bring you this wonderful event. They've been serving us lunch, snacks. They've been getting up in the mornings to help pound hoops, set new holes. We really just do appreciate everything that they do to make these very special events. I've been coming here for 4 or 5 years now, and it's just been wonderful every single time. And we do want to also thank the USCA and all the hard work they do, not only in maintaining this YouTube channel, but also making sure that these events happen, that we are able to sanction events, get around, travel, support the U.S. team in our international affairs, which we'll be doing this summer, and just everything they do to promote the sport of croquet in this great and beautiful country. Right, Michael?
I agree. And thank you to all of our viewers who are tuning in early and late around the world to see this match. Sir, what do you say? Want some drink?
Nah, go.
We got feedback up.
All right, so we're back. Let me get our scoreboard up here, if we can. Have they switched colors again? Yes, they have. So every game, they seem to be wanting to do this to us. So. Okay, so super shot. Matthew does I thought he was going to do the duffer from the north boundary, but it ended up being somewhat of a Patel response. Zack here looks like he's preparing to take on, just like in game 2, hitting the super shot ball from the south boundary.
So they've changed colors on us once again, so it's going to take me a minute to redo the scoreboard, folks.
Here we go. Fire away. And never in doubt. Solid center ball hit. Driven it down to hoop 6. Ooh, he might have actually gotten somewhat unlucky. He would love to take off from the east side of it to push blue back over. But unfortunately, hoop 6 is now completely in the way of that. From what I can see here, I can actually see it in real life that, yeah, he's looking at it. He's annoyed by that. Had that stopped just a few feet short, he could have at least kicked it back over. bit of a cut rush here. Oh, it looks like he's handled it really well. Keep going, keep going. He had a great angle, but just a little short. So now this is going to potentially get a little awkward because now that he's having to do, he needed that to go at least another 2 or 3 yards. Now that he's doing this takeoff, he's not going to get any forward rush. And his Pioneer for 2 is currently dead north of 6. It's a decent takeoff. It's angled hoop shot, but fairly short. Nice and smooth.
It's black.
Yes. This is going to be I mean, his roll shots have just been pristine, but you cannot be short with the back ball on this one, and this is going to be a long one. Especially since he's driven that all the way to the south boundary. Okay, one big shot here, and the break is together. I've watched him hit these all week long with a shocking amount of precision. Look at him winding it up like a baseball player. He's going to need to put some shoulder in this one.
He's got some guns on him.
He does. Zack is not a stranger to the gym. So you just cannot be short and crossfire on 6. That does not look like it's going to be a problem. Look at this.
Oh, that's lovely. Look at that.
Oh,
Perfect.
oh.
Perfect line to go to 2.
That's incredible. That's incredible. I mean, just it's not even that he got it far enough. It's that he got it both balls, like, perfectly. Like, yeah, we could quibble about, oh, we'd rather have red on this side, but, like, he got it within a yard of the front of the hoop, and he's got a rush pretty much pointed dead at hoop 2. I mean, just from that position, what a quality split shot.
And that's the reason Zach's got so many third turn 9s. He makes it look routine.
That is not a good rush. That is not a good rush. He needed the other half of that ball and a little firmer. Heck, even hitting that half of the ball is okay if you hit a little firmer, just so that you do a reverse takeoff. But now,
just take off.
Yeah, but
He's happy with where it is. He's got
this is the hoop that he had trouble with in that one shot. So you don't want to be taking a 9-yard return roquet on this.
But he's half the distance here.
Right, but now.
Oh, but now he's got a 10-yarder.
Now, thankfully, it caught and didn't go all the way through the boundary. But with red being as deep as it is,
Right.
You really aren't going to get a great 4 Pioneer unless you just happen to rush it down there, which you don't want to be doing. Ooh, he snicked that one. It actually might end up being okay. He's so good on his split shots, he can actually do a wide-angled one to get blue down towards 4. He's got to play 1 or 2 more good shots.
This is the position Matt was in when he had to 2-ball to Penalton Rover.
Yeah.
And just laid it in there perfectly.
Good looking pace. Oh, he's looking. It's drifting. It's drifting.
Oh.
And it hit the side of the hoop. Can he see it? Can we get the other camera? Oh, I think he can see it. Oh, can we get the other camera angle from behind it?
It's not
The other
behind
one,
it
the other
anymore. Oh, it is. Yeah.
Oh. Oh, I don't know if he can see it.
I don't think so.
I think it drifted. He looked
I think he's just got enough of that wire
Oh,
in the way of
no.
catching red.
with red right there. How unlucky can you get? He had the pace on that perfectly. Yeah, you got to go corner 2. Oh my goodness. How unlucky. I mean, he didn't hit that shot poorly, but you could see it when it was halfway between 6 and 3. He sort of stood up out of it and like threw his hands up because clearly that ball had started drifting along a path he hadn't intended.
Matt's got a very easy B-box shot at red now.
Oh yeah, it's a guaranteed hit in, just about. And the question is, with a ball in corner 2 and a ball down by 4, he's got to play some good croquet strokes to get started, but he's been playing them well. But wow, you just don't see that often. But again, you know, he played that poor rush at 2, and you just get a little out of position with that return roquet.
He's not taking any chances on that ball going into the back of the hoop. You see how far over he's
Yeah.
gone to the west?
Yeah, well, he's trying to rush this down to blue.
Yes.
So he wants to make sure that there's less chance that he cuts it into the hoop, so he wouldn't take it as straight on. So, yeah,
Boy, center balled it.
that is a stop shot. That is perfection. Probably didn't even want it to go that straight into the corner. He would have liked it on, you know, a little bit closer to blue, but he'll take that. Now he's got all the room in the world to get that as a pioneer. But, wow. I just can't believe that we just saw that on Zach's turn. That is so unlucky. He played a good shot. Blue is a good pioneer at 4. Black had the perfect pace.
Boy, yellow's just perfect.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I don't know if it's pointed a little north of the hoop. Let's see. Yeah, it's gonna require a cut. It's pointed roughly at hoop 5, so needs good pace. Right half of this. He's gonna be more focused on distance rather than the exact angle, just as long as you get it near.
That's a great shot.
Nah, it's gonna be short. It hopped a little bit when it hit, so let's see what we see. I think it came up short. It's hard to tell. Yeah, it came up well short. So he's been playing these strokes really well, though, so I expect him to recover. Yep. Great touch. And if he's... Yep, clean as a whistle. And we're off to the races again. So,
Yellow.
yes. So Zach Watson wins the opening, drops the 3-ball break, lets Matthew in. Matthew here with a really good starting build. He's just taking off immediately to that ball in corner 2. He's going to throw that as his 3 pioneer going to red, and he'll come back down to pick up blue momentarily. But just not wanting to take any long split shots into the corner on, just in case something goes slightly wrong there. So he's just going to build this a little slowly. I just can't get over that. What terrible luck that was. Zach didn't play a bad split shot. It's just sometimes croquet is cruel like that.
Yep.
But
The weight was perfect.
he hasn't missed a hit in other than he missed the one where it was hampered in the hoop. Which had the hoop not been there, he actually would have hit the ball, and he missed the Tea Lady, which he thought he had right up until the very end. I mean, it's just been an almost unbelievably flawless hit in from Zach. He's hit every opening, every lift Matthew's given him just about. You know, it's just he got critically unlucky there, getting around.
So he's got that. He's going to be coming back for blue.
All right, and everything's pretty much in front of him now. Well, folks, it has been a roller coaster, this match. We'd all like to see a Game 5, regardless of who we're rooting for. Both of these guys are dear friends of ours, and we wish them both great success, but just as croquet fans, we all want to see as much high-level play as possible. It could not be any more of an exciting final. I mean, we've seen some very unusual back and forth here. My suspicion is that Matthew's going to run this around and Zach's going to hit, unless Matthew decides he wants to set another tea lady, because that was quite effective in the last game. We have Janet Brunton. Thanks for the live stream. Watching from Edinburgh. Thank you for tuning in. Happy that we could bring this to you guys all over the world. And you can see him there just, trying to will the yellow ball to stop a little shorter. He obviously wanted to rush down towards red. Not that that's going to cause him any severe issues, but again, the less your striker ball has to move in a shot, the better. And now he has to do this roll to get his rush position versus doing maybe a little rush and a drive shot if he had held position on the blue ball. So we have him making hoop 4 off a partner, and in a natural sequence, this would go up to hoop 6, which is not what you would do if you were going to set the tea lady. So we'll see here if he has any designs towards that. So, yeah, I think this is just going to be
Standard 9.
Yeah. All right. This has been the tricky hoop. Slight angle here. It didn't make that look tricky. So, but that hoop has been the one that's had to be adjusted twice actually today from being stuck for 2 different balls. It makes a straight row repeal a little bit more interesting, knowing that it's not the most forgiving. Yeah. So we're just seeing. Standard break. So he has not preloaded 2-back with partner, because again he had partner at 4, which naturally goes to 6, which means that partner naturally then goes down to 2-back, which is what you want. The blue is a good enough pivot ball, or will be a good enough pivot ball, that he still can send the black ball up to the hoop appropriately. He wouldn't have even minded if it went a little further. He's going to come through this hoop, send red down, and use blue to get shape on black. Now, Matthew does new standards. I don't think he'll have a super strong preference about which ball to lift. I mean, obviously, Zach would like to advance the hoop 3 ball if possible, because you don't want to have your clips on 3 and 4 back for the start of your triple if you can help it. That means there's no good possibility of getting it on time unless you pull together some really good shots. And then, so Matthew may be thinking of leaving the black ball up at hoop 2 so that Zack is more likely to pick that up versus the ball he leaves at hoop 4. Yeah, and that definitely looks like how it is because he's now going to try to approach this hoop quite tightly and send black into close to its final resting place. That's a nice shot. Good controlled cut rush. All right. Yep. He's got it almost exactly where he wants it. Just a little takeoff to just push it a little closer to the wire of the hoop. There you go. That'll be in perfect position.
There's a great line from it.
Yeah. So you see that the point of that ball being there is that it is rushable to hoop 1 if necessary. It's a good pioneer at hoop 2 if necessary. And it also is unhittable from the end of B-ball. So if Zack wanted to hit that ball, which there's really no reason to hit that ball, he would have to move over all the way to the other end of the court to be able to see it past hoop 2. Blue goes as a good pioneer at 3-back. You really want that ball in good position because if you don't get a rush out of this hoop, you need to roll up from it and you need to keep it tight to 3-back so that you can do exactly what he just did with black on because this is going to be the critical one, the ball at hoop 4. And see, he doesn't really get a rush coming through the hoop, just a little firm, so he can cut this over, but he's not going to get it all the way over. He gets it to directly behind hoop 5, and so if blue was not an amazing pioneer, if blue was maybe the other side of the hoop or, many yards off the hoop, you run into the issue of if you may not get it to good tight hoop position as easily, and then you end up having to do a less reliable roll shot to keep it tight to the hoop and also give yourself a short, easy hoop shot. But here he should have no real problems. He's just within a foot or two of the hoop. That'll work. Now he can pop it back. So it's very important that this blue ball be tight to this wire because you don't want it to be hittable from A-ball, especially if your balls are going to be in the background, and you cannot allow it to have any sort of backswing towards your balls on the boundary line. It also needs to be rushable to hoop 1. So if it goes level with the hoop or too tight to the wire, then it can't rush to hoop 1 effectively. That does give Zack a little more leeway in when he picks up his black ball. He could shoot the defensive shot down B-balk, and if blue doesn't effectively rush to hoop 1, it's going to be much more difficult for Matthew to get going. All right. First successful break off of Zack's misapproach to his 3 pioneer and Matthew building from the short B-ball hit. So clip positions are now Matthew's red is for 1, his yellow is for 4-back, Zack's blue is for 1, and his black is for hoop 3. So Zack is seeing from the end of A-ball what sort of target he's going to have and if there's any validity in maybe moving a little further away to create some sort of double with maybe a visible part of the blue ball and the opponent in the background. As expected, he's going to pick up the black ball. Now, this does mean that any shot he takes would give up an easier build to the on-time triple for Matthew. But again, with players of this caliber, he knows either way Matthew's going to finish a triple the way he's running breaks right now. And Zack just needs to get around cleanly. So the benefit for Zack here is that he's got 3 balls on the side of the court that he wants them. He's already got a pioneer at 4. If he hits the opponents, he'll be able to get a rush back up to 3, and he'll have the break right back in front of him. incredibly unlucky.
There's a lot of pressure on this shot. He knows that a miss here pretty much hands the match to Matthew.
I would, at this point, with the way he's hitting, I would be surprised if he missed. He's been very solid. But we're all human.
He's got it.
Got it. My gosh. I mean, folks,
He didn't even put a lot of pace on that. He just had
No,
a
he
nice
didn't.
mid-pace
Just-
swing.
relaxed it. Folks, there's very few contenders in the world to call themselves as good of a single ball shooter as Zack Watson. I'm here to tell you. I mean, you just don't see many people do this. And
Tom, I've seen you out there looking like you had a laser sight on the end of your mallet.
I've had my days. And Zack and I go back and forth with our discussions of who's the better shot. I would say that who was it? Pat Riley one time said, if I had to choose a player to hit a shot to save a game, I'd choose Michael Jordan. But if I had to choose a player to hit a shot to save my life, I'd choose Larry Bird. It's like there's different levels of pressure. Like Zack stepping up to a shot that wins or loses him a match, right? Like it's do or die. I don't know many players I'd rather have taken that shot. Chips down, gun to your head, like, it's over.
Michael Jordan once did a commercial for Nike in which I can't remember all the stats, but he talked about all the different shots that he'd missed and how many. There were hundreds and thousands of these shots that he'd missed. He was just making a point that you've got to take the shot to be successful.
Can I just say, I don't love how Zack has Zack forgotten that he's for hoop 3?
I think he has.
Oh, my
I think
gosh.
He's going to 1.
Oh my gosh, he's forgotten he's for hoop 3. I was about to say, I don't love the way he's played this.
He's going to 1.
He's
oh
forgotten.
My gosh, this is just, you just get on autopilot and
He's did the hard job and he's
going to figure it out in a moment.
will he figure it out before he approaches the hoop? I was saying I don't like the way that he played his approach. I didn't want,
He's
I
not
thought it
even
was
looking at the clips.
I thought it was much easier to
He's not even
it would have been
looking
much
at
easier just to
clips.
rush the opponent up to 3 and leave the blue at 4, and I was like, why is he
Oh,
going?
no, he's just seen it. He's just seen it.
Okay. You
All
saw
right,
it.
it's not too late.
You saw it just in the nick of time. You're going to set a leave. You're just going to roll, protect yourself in the corner. The beautiful part of this is that Matthew is going to have to move his 4-back ball because if you give blue any sort of a start or ability to go in,
He's not setting a lead.
oh my God.
He's going after red
Wow.
without a pioneer.
He's going to the hoop. This is known like fearlessness.
I guess he figures if he gets shape, he's going to run it hard enough to come down to red.
Yeah, but red's not near the boundary.
No.
It's not stopping.
But it
I
is
just-
in line.
It's angled too. This is not good. Rolling into the corner there and just setting whatever leave you can. He found it in the nick of time to get himself out of trouble. This dude, man. This dude. Why are we even talking? Now I just need him to complete it. I just need him to shoot it partner. Shoot it partner to get your break back together. That would just tickle me pink. Look at this hoop shot. Bam. He wished that caught a little more wire and slowed up. Dude, at this point, just shoot a partner and get your break together. Like, Red's your pioneer, man. He can make pioneers out of everything else. Take a short shot, I guess. But, like, holy moly. Folks, if we weren't filming it, you wouldn't believe it. Man, Matthew's probably sitting on the sideline going, what do I got to do just to stop this guy?
I think he's got to go to yellow now.
Yeah, you send red to 5, go to yellow, rush yellow to blue, rush blue back to 4. That's
That's the only way he's going to pull this together.
heck. just if you're worried about the rush, take off to yellow, leave red, and get it later. You know, get it before you go to 6. Nah, he's going to send it out. But you really want to rush on yellow. That's looking to look good. That's looking pretty good.
That's doable.
That's really good.
That's doable.
He left red north. Red's more of like a pivot ball, which is fine. Yellow's going to go to 5 if he gets it to the other side of blue. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, that's a good rush.
Wow. What a recovery.
Look at this. What a recovery. Thank God he saw it at the last second. But what kills me is how quickly he made the decision to turn around and just go for 3.
Yeah.
He barely thought about it. He never even looked at rolling into the corner.
So, Tom, imagine if we had the old metal clips with the little tiny, top on it where it's not obvious. We have these new clips from Brookwood Croquet in England, and they got a great big plastic top. And so you just glance in that direction, and it's obvious that that's the color.
That's a great rush. That's a perfect rush. He's just about gotten away with it.
He's in shape now. Yeah, he's got a pretty tight 4-ball.
Folks, tell your friends they are missing out over here.
I love it. I love it.
I love it. That's the type of stuff that I used to do and that I'm too afraid to do now. Because people kept telling me you can't be doing stuff like that. But it's just like I shouldn't have listened to him because clearly you can. But it's just the confidence. He just knew in his bones. He's like, I can do it.
Well, Tom, the best analogy I can give you is as a sailor, I've always been told that the most effective bilge pump in the world is a terrified man with a 5-gallon bucket.
That's right. Like, he never even looked at the alternative. It was, I'm going for it. Ooh, that's short.
Oh, that's short.
I mean, it's cuttable, but, and he doesn't mind sending yellow deeper with where he left blue, but you just don't want, this hoop has been very grabby. You don't want these longer approaches.
He's not even, he's just going to take off.
That's shocking.
He wanted perfect
I don't
position.
disagree with it because you can rush blue back.
Right.
Yeah.
He can put blue at 2 back now. And
Yeah. So, and he'll get up to red just fine.
Yeah.
But Bev Cardo says, great recovery, Zach. It was. And so, I mean, I can count on one hand the number of players in the world who would even think to attempt that and get away with it. Richard Hayes says, it's hard to see, but are those shamrocks on Zach's belt? You know what?
They are.
They are. And the luck of the Irish might be with him. But, all right, folks, we are through the darkest part of the woods here, and he's pretty much got this break completely back in front of him. Wow, what an exciting. Now, the unfortunate part of all of this is going back to Zack dropping the first break. Had he ran around his 9, he'd be on a finishing turn right now if he was able to get a triple together, which, starting at hoop 3. But the problem now becomes if he just goes around and sets his leave and Matthew hits, it's still on Matthew's mallet to win the match. And Matthew has been hitting almost as much as Zack has. He's missed a couple, but not a lot. And he's almost guaranteed to finish his turn. So Zack here is now going to set the new standard this time around, it looks like, which makes perfect sense. So that's Matthew's hoop 1 ball that he's putting over there in preparation to leave that behind so that Matthew will pick that up and give Zack the on time. You don't need red glued to the wire of the hoop or near it. You can throw it out in the middle distance. So if he doesn't get exactly what he wants, rushing red back into position, if he wants to prioritize a rush on yellow. So like see here, it might be a little bit tricky. He's going to go look at the end of B-ball to see if how much he really needs to manipulate it. But there's a world in which you just throw red sort of out into the middle distance south of hoop 2 and you just keep going and leave it there because they're going to pick up anyway. Yeah. So see, he's leaving it fairly far from the hoop. Thank you, Bev. We really do appreciate that. We're happy that we could bring you all such entertainment.
What hoop is blind for now?
He just ran one back. So we'll update your scoreboard here, guys. He might want to go back and fix red. He knows Matthew wants to pick red up, though, so there's very little chance of Matthew lifting yellow to shoot at that, even though it is open. So, again, as long as if one ball's for 4 back and one ball's for 1, you know that they want to pick up the 1 ball. So there's very little chance of that coming back to be a problem. He just wants to make sure that it's far away enough from everything that Matthew's going to take his lift. Yellow is a fantastic looking Pioneer. Ooh, it's just it's sliding out just a little bit. It's not going to be a problem, but like these courts are speeding up, I think, because that ball did not look like it was traveling that fast, and it just kept sliding. But my goodness. Once again, just like Matthew, he doesn't quite get the rush over there. So this is where the awkwardness of that Pioneer might come into play. Oh, he cut that really well. Yeah, so this should be fine. He is going to have a bit of an awkward roll shot to get the rush on yellow that he wants. He's going to have to do this almost like a pass roll. And you want to just get past yellow. And the problem is it drifted back towards us on the camera view. So he doesn't want to have to approach from the side. You have to be very precise with yellow here. He'd love to cut this, but don't play it too cute. That's a great cut. My goodness. That was a 4th ball cut at most. And he's got this well in order. Whew.
Boy, he almost.
Matthew did earlier in the last time. Matthew did in the last game. My goodness. He was. That's the problem when you try to run those hoops very gently. Now, just don't hamper yourself getting back to blue. So, don't hamper yourself getting back to blue. Ooh,
that's not going to rush to 1.
No. I think it will. It rolled back a little bit, but that is very tight. And in order for him to get that rush, he was going to have to do that. So that was just, I would have played that more of a takeoff maybe and just left it a little further from the hoop. But as long as that rushes to 1, he can also, the other thing, guys, is that if he can get a rush to 1 directly, assuming red is either on the east boundary or in the corner, he can just take partner to hoop 1. It's not as ideal. Send it up to 3 going to red, and then use yellow as a rush to get up to 2. Because I can see yellow from over here. It does rush to 2. That's not ideal. It's not the way you want to do it, but if he's left yellow truly unrushable. I think it rushes a little north of 1. I don't know if it rushes south of 1. So.
Yeah, I don't think it'll go south of 1.
But what a turn.
Well, if there aren't a lot of people capable of bailing out from that disaster.
They're having a little conversation about this. And that's the thing again. These two are lifelong friends, doubles
Matthew's
partners,
probably saying
teammates.
something like, "Please don't do that in England in July."
No, Matthew's probably saying, save that for England in July because the moment may come where maybe you know what hoop you're for, but maybe you got to pull some stuff out of your system. Don't waste all that on me. So, but these two, they just haven't,
They are having a lot of fun out there.
they're having a lot of fun. They've played each other Lord knows how many times over the years. There's not a whole lot of ego between these two about that. They know they're both fully capable of winning this. They know they're both world-class players. They aren't going to judge themselves by whether they win or lose. There's not any sort of ego or any animosity here. So it's all very good-natured, very friendly. They just want to play well. They want to put on a show for us. And they want to win. They're competitors. No one's saying they don't want to win, but all right, Matthew with what may be the final hit in of the game. If he gets this, goes around, that's all she wrote. Fire away. Between them.
Right between them.
Similar to game two. Matthew took a little step back there. The camera didn't quite catch it, but Matthew took a little step back to check his alignment where he thought he was pointed. I think he's surprised that he missed that one. I think it must have felt good. Now we're going to see how rushable yellow is to one. But I think after that turn Zack just did, I don't really think he cares if it's rushable to one that much.
He's always got the option of pumping that ball to 2 now and bringing yellow back and taking black 2.
Yeah. So this is a slightly riskier way, I think, of playing it. But again, if he has the touch, he can get the control that he wants. Send that to the corner. Black will be retrievable. I think yellow is rushable almost dead at hoop 1. I don't think he can get much south of it. He's maybe an inch off of the wire there. He would have to play it tight to get it to hoop 1. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's got a little more room than I think he does, but it's really hard to tell from this angle. We're almost up to 100 people. We have 90 people watching.
Oh, great. He's played a lovely stop shot.
Oh, yeah,
there,
the touch is nice.
and
The touch is
just
nice.
about a foot short.
Touch is nice. He's open. He's cutting it away from the hoop. So you want, when it's this tight to the hoop, you don't want to be north of it. Because then if you undercut, you just wham it straight into the hoop. It's very hard now. The more likely thing is that he's just going to hit it a little too far north. But that's a nice pace on that. He wanted to cut that more. He definitely thinks he could have. That's going to be a bit of a tester of a takeoff, but we just saw him do an insane takeoff from this same position to hoop 3 a minute ago. But not bad. He's got to be careful, but he's got a lot of room to run this. Red is a great pioneer at 2, from what I remember seeing. Clean.
Clean, beautifully done.
Good pace on it, too. Those hoop shots, I failed one of those against Edmund Fordyce the other day. I had a 4-footer off of a bad rush that had to be a rough roll-up. I'd gotten a 4-foot straight on position, and I just clanged it. And that probably is one of my weaker faults is, when I don't get the hoop, when I don't get the sequence of shots I wanted and I end up with a slightly tougher hoop, I either have to rip it through full blast to the north boundary or I end up, pulling on a little bit. And so Zack and Matthew have proven here today that, it is such an important skill to be able to
Stay focused.
Stay focused on those medium length hoop shots that are not gimmies, that are, especially with the hoops being this difficult, that are going to test you, that require precision, and still be able to trust a medium pace, smooth stroke on them. So he's going over to black now, which he did not get very far off the line. The good news, though, is that red is easily approachable. That's a nice shot. That's a very nice shot. He can cut that pretty far north. I don't know how much north he wants to cut it, though, because he still has to get over to red. He would probably almost be able to get black in a better position, unless he cuts this really well and just gets it by hoop 3. But he plays such good split shots, I'd almost be tempted to say he should just... never mind. Never mind, that's really good. He can do
Now
a
it's
thick...
just a heavy takeoff.
Yeah, it's just a thick takeoff. But...
You know, you mentioned earlier about the takeoffs and how nicely Matthew did that thick takeoff next to 5 there, and how it's different from what you teach your students. But he learned a lot of his croquet skills early at a very young age from Danny Honeycutt, and Danny loves that shot.
Well, and I tell students, I'm like, as you get better at judging takeoffs, and as you get better at just feeling the weight of your split shots, you can start to be quite precise with how you weight those. You can actually put the back ball, the forward ball, in a reliable position, but it is a different mental calculation to how hard you have to hit it than a thin takeoff.
Correct.
Which is more close to what people are used to in golf croquet. So I tell my students in the beginning, don't worry about the other ball. Just do thin takeoffs, control where your ball goes, because that's the priority. Once you start getting really consistent with those, then you can start experimenting with different angles, different weights into the other ball. So Matthew and Zack at this point are very confident. I mean, they hardly even think about it. It's just an internal subconscious calculation almost of where and how they have to hit it. So because they've just done it so many times, they have a very intuitive sense for their splits.
And that was a stop shot.
Right. Red has traveled just level with hoop 4, so it's not awful, but it's a little further than you want. He's got black, though, in tidy position. I wouldn't play around with that, Zach. You got burned by this hoop earlier. I get what he wants. He rushed black a little too far over, so now he's going to have to accept it being a little more angle. He wanted, again, to use the takeoff to kick black back, but yellow, the hoop was going to be in his way to get good shape on yellow. So that was very intelligent of him. Just prioritize keeping the break together.
Look how far back he is. If he runs through with enough pace, he's going to be able to adjust black.
Yeah, he's going to, and he might even be able to do this as a straight peel. He's sending yellow across to the other side so that he can just sort of, he doesn't need the rush to red. He knows that. He just needs to get through it and get down there. So he's going to just tap black. He'll probably play this with a little draw because he would like the rush. He's been here before. If he plays it as, sort of a full roll, he's not going to get a lot of draw, so he can aim it just a little bit into the near wire probably, and just it'll pull over a bit. He's playing it straight. Into the far wire and back out again. Unexpected. It looked like it was on a good path for a minute.
Good thing it didn't bounce back.
Yeah, that was,
further.
He hit that a little firm. I might have hit that a touch softer just to make sure that if it did hit a little extra wire, that it's just going to nestle in the hoop. Now, he will have a good opportunity, though, to recover this because it has stayed right near the mouth of the hoop. So with some small adjustments, he'll be able to get this back going into a delayed with very little issue. So he'll definitely, this is going to be another sort of thick-ish takeoff to push yellow over. You see how much he's leaning into that yellow. That's short. That's short. He did not want that. Now, again, very recoverable. He'll tap red over to the other side. He'll do a little takeoff. He'll come through and he'll rush it backwards. But again, just little things about control that he won't be happy with. Because this hoop has grabbed a few times. So he may not get the rush he wants. It grabbed a little bit, but he gave it enough.
He's done a nice job of that.
So a little cut on this, send it up level with black. That's a lot of
a little
cut.
too much cut.
That's a lot of cut. I don't think he intended for that because that came up short of the mark. He wanted probably to hit that another inch to the left. And that would have got a lot further. But Mr. Split Shot. That's nice. You could justify hitting this somewhat firmly to kick it back off the wire. The other option is to hit it really softly and use the takeoff to try to nestle it in the hoop. The only thing that could mess you up here is that.
Oh my gosh.
So now I have done this before. He left yellow directly behind 5. There is an angle here that he's getting where he can do this takeoff and get it north of hoop 5. So, in fact, which is why I think
it's a very thin angle, Tom.
You got to do what you got to do. So I've done this before. It's workable. If you leave your Pioneer either north of hoop 5 or a little west of hoop 5.
I was going to say, even if he gets west of it, he's okay.
You just need him to touch, and that's the problem, because if the black sits in a weird little sort of rabbit run.
So I wonder if that shamrock belt for Zack is like that red hat for Matthew. That's good.
It's workable. Probably a yard past where he would have called ideal. But again, if you can get north of hoop 5 doing that. Decent cut. One good approach here. We're back in business. He has done a great job, though, getting it into jaws where he can get this back on time with a couple of good shots. Not bad. Probably not going to get a rush if he has to run this a little firmer, just to be safe. Yeah, just almost got the rush, but not quite. But he's done a great job to get this back in shape. One good split shot to approach the black ball, and then one good split shot to send it over behind 6. So this, folks, is where many players may choose to do what we call the Wiley method, which we mentioned on a live stream earlier in the week, named after Keith Wiley in his book, Advanced Croquet Tactics. What they do is, when they have started an on-time triple but didn't get the peel in an appropriate time, so now he is for hoop 6, and he still has to do the peel. Because he can rush peel it and free the ball up before he goes to hoop 6, it's very difficult to accurately position from behind 4 back the peelee in good peeling position at 6 and ensure that you get a good rush. So Keith Wiley came up with a method where he writes down, well, we're not going to try to get it in good peeling position. We're going to put it slightly to the side, and we're going to put yellow, what he has chosen to do, which is quite deep towards the back line. So normally yellow goes to be the 1-back Pioneer. He has decided not to do that. He's going to do the Wiley. You can see yellow back there. He's now going to rush peel black through. In an ideal world, yes, he wouldn't have rushed it that far, but he didn't have perfect position on it, so just take your shot. Now, the tricky shot here is he needs black to not be directly behind hoop 6. He needs it slightly offline, and he needs a good rush on red to 6. So what he's going to do is he's going to run the hoop firmly when he makes hoop 6 and hit yellow first. He's going to send yellow to 2-back, getting shape on his peelee to pop it back into position in front of penalt, do the peel then, and red will be his escape ball to 1-back. So if he does all of this correctly, it just escaped. That blue ball just escaped on him a little bit. That's the problem with hitting that black ball so far north, is you had to do a pretty... So he needs to be careful about this. He needs to position this red ball where he can escape. That's a great cut. Gosh, that's so good. Black is a little further than he wanted, but he's going to have to hit yellow into the lawn anyway because it didn't get all the way to the line. So
he's going to pop red over to the
He's going to tidy
side.
this up a little bit. Yep, just make sure it's not in black's way to get back in front of the hoop. So he's got to be careful. Hoop 6 is potentially going to create, if he hits it too hard, yeah, he only wants to hit it there. It's going to create one of those dead zones where yellow would not be able to reach 2-back. Push that over a little further than he wanted, maybe. He's got to be careful. He's got to get past black a little bit and hit it back. So don't be short on the blue. Blue looks good. Yellow looks good. Yellow is great. Oh, no, blue is not good. Blue is short. It's cuttable, but it's, yeah. Okay, we're back to a delayed now. Now, yellow being so good, we might see a death roll. He's going to try to position this in perfect position, so this might still be, this might get back to an on-time position. So the death roll, as we mentioned in previous days here on the live stream, is so named because it's where a lot of triples go to die. And the idea is that if you have a good pioneer at 2-back or 3-back, depending on when you're doing it, he's going to probably try going to 2-back. Oh, that's a good hoop. So actually he wanted blue to be a little further, but so. But he has a good stop shot. He would have liked to rush red north of black and send it down, but he can also do the death roll going to 3-back if he wants to. Although 3-back's a little more difficult because you have to, your pioneer has to be, you have to hit it past the hoop. Oh, he ran into black. Man, had blue just ran the hoop another yard, he would have been in perfect position. He's thinking about trying it, I think. This is dicey.
That's going to be dicey.
This is dicey.
2-back.
Yeah, he's doing the takeoff.
He's just going to set.
Had he gotten red north of black and he had approached it a little bit better, he would have positioned black to do a full roll peel through penalt while he went down to his yellow ball.
Well, black looks good.
Blue is a little short, but it's fine. He's going to have to hit it across the hoop. It's just little things of control. He's going to end up approaching from the side. May not get the tightest rush back. Yeah, it'll be fine, though. Kept it close. Now, his red pioneer, Michael, is not great. It is floating out sort of between rover and 3-back. The death roll is much dicier when your pioneer is not in good position. I would suspect, you can see it there, he needs precision on that red ball. I would be very surprised, even as good as he is at split shots, if we saw him do the death roll here. Actually, I wouldn't be terribly surprised, but I might recommend against it in most cases. He's looking at it. Oh, no. He's not looking at it.
He's putting yellow for a rush to
good.
back.
Good.
He's just going to tidy this up.
I still don't like that he puts this
directly behind.
I think he should pop it to the side. He should have hit that a little, cut more on the right, put it like halfway between where yellow and the hoop is.
Yep.
Maybe a little closer to the hoop. Oh, he is going for it.
Oh, yeah, no worries. No worries.
He's going for it.
It was sent to my address.
Why would you? I mean, I get it. Just in case you don't get it and it stays around, you need the escape ball. But now, if you do get it and it goes all the way down, then
Yellow's out of position.
Yeah, I mean, you can get back to it. It's fine. But I think this is too much. I think you should just do the delayed. If red was better, maybe. But
He got it.
oh, and it's looking decent on red. It's short on red.
It's short.
It's well short. 5-yarder with a cut if he wants it dead in front. I wouldn't even worry about a cut. He's good enough at hoop approaches. Just hit it. Yeah. But this is one of those hoop approaches that you just don't want if you can help it. I think the death roll was too much there. If red was twice as close to the hoop as it was, maybe. He played a good line on it. He just didn't get the distance. Needs to sit. Oh, he played that.
Man, he played that close.
Oh, that's a lot of
little
angle.
wide.
That's a lot of angle. Look at the camera. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. He needs to hit this perfectly. And he
Wow.
did. Sorry, folks. I'm getting hyped. This is some of the best croquet I've seen in a while. We haven't been playing as much AC in the country here ever since all the World Championships and everything we've been hosting have been golf croquet related. The U.S. Open, the World Championships, the Egyptian Open, all that. So we've been in a and the Open Shaw, of course. We've been in golf croquet mode. So I
Well,
forgot.
we had AC Worlds in October.
Right.
So.
We're getting back into it. But, I forgot how much I love watching good AC being played.
You'd like playing it even better.
I do, but apparently I'm not good enough at it yet because I'm always in the booth here talking during the final. I'm never in the final. Ooh, a little
deep.
a little squirrely, but on both balls. I don't think he wanted black in that direction. So, yeah, what is he gonna do about this?
He's just going to pump that down with a stop shot towards Rover.
He has no room with yellow though. He's gonna get it. He might get it to the peg. Yes, he can clean it up, and red is not a horrible pioneer, but he needed to be a little more precise on that split shot, and he needed to rush that a little harder. You just can't, if he was a couple more yards back, sure, now he's thinking. There is still always the option of leave it here. Yeah, you can kick it north when you come after 4 back and go back behind red and just do the normal Peely rover.
Up for a straight Rover.
Yeah, the load normally. Well, he's going to do a straight rover no matter what at this point. But red is a deep pioneer.
Got a cramp.
Maybe.
He's kicking that leg. It looks like it.
It's hot out there. What is he thinking?
He might be a little dehydrated.
Now is not the time to lose your composure, Zachary. Yeah, that leg might just be. Shake it off. Get yourself together. Ball. That's a pretty dang good shot. Now, send this next to Rover. Get behind black is the way I would normally do this, and rush it back north.
Back to red. And then
He may just be going to rush it straight down. He's just
He's
going to rush
rushing
it
it.
straight down. This has problems though, because what if you
long
don't?
take off to red?
Not even just that. What if you don't get the rush and get the pioneer, the Peely in the proper position? Like, what if you do that and you club it? You know? You need to, I'd rather underhit that a little bit. So, it's just a little, getting away from him just a little bit. That's a good takeoff, though. That's about on a dime. It's probably a foot short of perfection, but it's very close to it. He's going to cut that up nicely to the hoop. Folks, I don't know if my heart can withstand a fifth game at this point. This is, I want to see it, but, whew, boy. Good Lord, the wind is up. Our tent's threatening to blow away on us. So what he's going to do here is he's going to send red down with a roll shot deep. He's going to try to get a rush on yellow back behind black, pop yellow up as a side ball, and rush black back up. Level with Rover is not a horrible place for this Peely to be. He's a little bit too far to the side and a little bit behind it, but to be super comfortable. But this is still very doable. You just want to make sure that you get a precise rush on it. So position on yellow here. It's very important. Where is that front ball going? Where is that front ball going?
It's deep.
It's out. Is it out? No.
No, it's in. But it's deep.
Ooh. That thing had some heat on it. I had flashbacks to my World Championship match. My goodness. That's a good rush. He's getting this back together. So yellow can be, yeah, he wanted it to go a little further. I see the awkwardness. Forgo getting yellow perfect. Just focus on getting black perfect. If you get black perfect, you can repair a lot of this. But you need a good rush on black. You just absolutely need it. Honestly, I would be throwing yellow much more out far to the sides. I would be throwing yellow off to the right of our camera view. I wouldn't be leaving it there because if you do have to turn sideways and hit it, he's proven himself perfectly capable of hitting a 4 or 5 yarder. Ooh, I wouldn't do this. I would not do this. This is just making it so much harder to get the rush on black. And now yellow is directly behind the hoop, it looks like. So it might run in, your peely might run into it, and we may have problems. So he's made a decision I don't like. I would have sent yellow out more 4 or 5 yards to the side, and
It's dead center on the hoop.
he's put it behind the hoop.
Black's going to run into it.
Right now, it may deflect off. It's probably not dead center, but you've created a new
right up to it.
right. You've created a new problem. Now he does have the ability to run this firmer now if he thinks that black's definitely going to hit yellow.
And now,
That's
see,
the problem.
Blue ran into it because of that.
That is the problem.
Now he's got peg and pick.
Well, not yet. So,
He's for peg and pick.
but yes, but so if he had just not put yellow there. Now, the long peg out is still on. He can catch the edge of black, and he can just line it up and hope to get the long peg out. You know, you've made enough good shots this turn. You just got to make one more. That's what it just has to be. Shake it out.
I thought he ran into it. He didn't run into it?
No, he ran into it, but that's not ball in hand.
Hoop and roquet.
No, because it was in the same shot that he did the croquet stroke. It's incidental.
Oh.
So had it gone through and his ball not gone through, and then he ran the hoop, yes. But I am shocked that he ran that all the way to the south boundary. He may be thinking of some sort of bombard, but I would have just taken my chances with the 8-yard peg out. Because how much harder is the bombard? You have to weight this so perfectly. You want it. He wants it just, and I mean like almost touching the peg on the south side. Dead weight. He will then turn around to hit red. He will then attempt from red to get a perfect rush up to the black ball with yellow, leaving it short of it. And then is he going for the peg out? I get it. Well, he's going to hit it really soft. I guess he just wants someone to make sure. He's lining it up as if he's going for the peg out. Why would you? I guess if he does it from back here, he can turn around and hit red anyway. I would be lagging this like dead weight at the peg. Maybe I get it, but leave it within a yard of the peg, and then I would just focus all my energies if I didn't touch it. I would just focus all my energy on then getting a rush to black to do some sort of bombard. We have Paul here saying good morning from Tauranga, New Zealand. Good morning, Paul. Glad you could join us. It's been one of the most exciting AC matches we've filmed in a while. And this is going to be a shockingly exciting game into game four, whichever way it goes. If he hits the peg on this shot, I'm going to be.
Don't knock the table over when you jump up.
I was about to say, you might have to restrain me. He's looking.
It's like
He's looking.
pretty good.
He's looking.
Looking pretty
He's looking.
good.
He's looking. He dead weighted it. He did.
Oh my God.
It's within an inch.
It's certainly bombardable.
It's within an. It's okay. It's not within an inch. It's within a foot, guys. Oh, this would be great. He weighted that really well. Nice. Now you do have to get. The problem is that I think yellow is
So
somewhat.
it's right behind the hoop.
And I think it's going to be hard for him to get the direct rush line he wants. The other way to do this, Michael, is if you can get your ball directly behind it, just like you did with Rover, you can do the drag jump. If you get dead behind it, close up, and you flick over the top of it.
That's fraught with a bit of peril.
The whole thing is fraught with a bit of peril at this point. We're past the point of peril. I would not have been doing a split there. I would have been focusing on yellow. I get what he's trying to do, but at this point, it's all or nothing. Just you got to do it. That's a good rush. That is a fantastic rush. That is.
Well, the problem with this is
a fantastic
if
rush.
He's now had both black and yellow. If he misses the bombard,
you can't
he's handing it over anyway. So putting red out,
I know.
And separating,
It's
really was a wasted
It's
motion.
unnecessary, but you can't. Whatever works. He's looking at the drag jump. Do you see that?
I know.
He's thinking about it. Bruh, just go for the bombard, dude. Look at that. It's almost a straight line. You're not going to get a better opportunity for it. You got to push it just straight a foot.
Yeah, the problem is I think he's about 6 or 8 feet away.
Yeah, but
He's got to be 6
but
or 8 feet.
it's do or die. We can't be equivalent about how far away we are. You just got to do it. You just proved that the lawn is pretty true, right? Mm-hmm. With how black got up to that peg, even at the speed it did. You just got to do it. If you hit
He's not. He's going to
No.
the drag jump.
No. Yes, do it. Wait. Oh, Zack. Now if you're not straight on it, and he's pretty straight on it. I think this is harder. Because there's multiple angles. Yeah, he doesn't have a huge amount of room, but if he does the bombard and it's straight on, even if you hit it like 3/4 ball, you probably still get it, right? What happens if you...
I think if he'd been a yard away, he would have tried that bombard all day long.
Oh my gosh, this will be the... He didn't hit the peg with blue.
Nope, it went over the top.
It went off to the side. Oh, you gotta do the bombard there, I think. He had done all that work. He'd rushed yellow into the straight line with it. He had black a foot from the peg.
And now Matthew's got 1 and 4 back.
Now,
3 balls.
The only thing is that Matthew cannot play the 1 ball here because he only gets a lift to balk. Zack is going to get another hit. Zack is not done here because Zack only has to make the peg.
All right.
So that. Now maybe it looks a little smarter to separate red. And that was probably his thought. But, gosh, I wanted to see that bombard so badly.
He's playing his 4-back ball.
Well, because that was the easy hit.
Yeah.
So, Zack's going to... Now, this is tempting fate a bit if you're Matthew.
Ooh.
This is tempting a little bit of fate because...
He's on the wrong side of red.
No. I think he's going to try to make his 3 hoops and then set a leave. That's why he was hoping he was thinking that ball was going to run short and he would have nothing. He got the rush he wanted. We couldn't. It would have been impossible to tell from the video.
No, I'm pretty sure of this, but it was hard to tell because you heard black hitting the peg, and I should have had a different angle watching.
So, Matthew is going to try to get these 3 hoops and set a trap for Zack to hit at. So he's going to try to leave blue wired from the peg. He just ran for the back. He's going to try to leave blue wired from the peg in a corner somewhere. Corner 3 would be the most optimal. And then he's going to leave the wired trap where if Zack shoots at, Matthew will leave open and misses from across the court. Matthew's going to run the 3-ball break, and it's over. So I have a suspicion that no matter what, Zach's going to shoot at anything he can see. I wanted to see that bombard. I think that was the perfect opportunity for it. A straight on 8 foot and it was a foot away from the peg. That would have been something else. That is short. Now we're getting into some trouble territory, because now if you don't get shape on this hoop, what do? You're leaving blue in the middle of the lawn, right by the peg. And Zach doesn't get lifts from Matthew going through 4-back because he pegged out one of his balls. So Matthew could, send blue deep into corner 3 or somewhere and bail if he was really worried about it. But he's going for hoop. This is the takeoff. And I agree with it. You're kind of committed at this point. Zach has too short of a shot to the peg. You're not going to be able to join up. Oh,
He's short.
He's short. He's unmakeable. Wow. And he's left Zach with a 7-yarder at the peg. He's got to try to scatter him. But Zach's going to get a free shot at something.
He runs the risk of leaving yellow too close to blue.
Well, he's going to go right half of this. He's going to try to push Zach to corner 1. But Zach's going to get a free shot at red here if he wants it. And any hit Zach makes is game over. That's dead straight. Oh, that's not good. He gets a free shot at anything he wants.
Yeah.
I would shoot at yellow.
It's a closer ball.
You got to stay far away from red. So, not that Matthew would turn around with red and shoot anyway, because that's suicidal. But so
Red on yellow is easy. If you can see it.
she's shooting at red.
Yeah, he can see it.
It's shorter. So this is for game 4, guys. He's debating what he's going to do. This has been.
He's shooting at red.
Yeah, it's the shorter of the two. Red is directly behind hoop 5. Yellow looks close from here, but it's,
Can we pan out a little bit on that?
There we go.
A little more.
We can almost. There we go.
Perfect, right there.
All right, let's go for it. Looking at it.
Shot.
Game over. Wow. Guys, we are going to game 5. Tell your grandchildren about this one. If I've been kicked out of the live chat, I promise I didn't break any rules. Let me reset it.
Red is for 1, yellow is for penalty, right?
Hold on, I gotta.
Hoops, right?
Yeah. Wow.
It drifted off.
Game 5, everybody. Every single game has been insanity. Zach Watson wins 26, first game with no letters, to 10. Wow. So a mom error there on the triple. Almost took on the bombard peg out. That would have been the first ever drag jump peg out that I've witnessed. Every game is just getting more crazy than the last.
I gotta go to the loo.
So they're having a nice post-game wrap-up about that. And again, these guys, very good friends, very familiar with each other in their game. So there's no, even though the match is not over yet, the post-game wrap-up, they're more than happy to talk to each other about some of their thought processes and some of the things they were doing and thinking about. Wow, wow, wow. got some.
That's it?
Yeah. I'm sure I'm dehydrated, but you know. But I get to sit here in the shade and
Oh,
breeze.
that's
So,
much better.
yeah.
The sound was very annoying,
Yeah.
you know? But now it's better. For the next event, what we do, we find another tent just for you guys with the back door or something.
That's nice. That would be good. Yeah, because sitting out in the open wind is it can be disruptive. That umbrella was threatening to send us.
Sound in the movement.
Yeah. Richard Hayes says, "What a game! I can now breathe." That's right, Richard. Have you ever seen a match go like this? I mean, you know, this is what happens when two players who are very confident in themselves, two of the best shooters on the face of the earth, are both playing in good form. Zack will feel a little lucky to get away with that game after the initial drop of that first break and giving Matthew an in. And then obviously he made a beautiful hit in, had the almost game-ending error of forgetting what hoop he was for, pulled out in the nick of time some insane shots to recover, and then got one good miss out of Matthew. And then right at the end there, got out of trouble again. Matthew's first break running error, where he was short on that short on the rush to the penalty ball, and then short on the takeoff. So that was very interesting to see. We haven't seen pretty much any break misplay from Matthew up until that point. So we are in the hot part of the day right now. There is a nice breeze coming through that's kind of keeping that sweltering misery off of the players, but it is about 3 p.m., and they've just been baking out there all morning and afternoon long. So there's got to be some factor of that playing in there. But we saw Zack earlier appearing to have some sort of leg cramp after four-back that he had to shake out. So both of them are feeling the heat. But both Matthew and Zack have been lifelong athletes in competitive sports. Zack was a D1 college tennis player. Matthew played basketball, football, a lot of different sports in high school at a varsity level. And so, you know, neither one of them is going to shy away, you know, from an endurance competition. They both can go the distance, mentally and physically. So you see them there. But it's just an incredible match so far. I mean, both players just refuse to blink. They just refuse to relent. You know, just when you think that one of them is down for the count, they make a heroic hit and then just run an incredible turnaround. Zack managed to fight through a little bit of bad luck there. I still think that he should have sent yellow over to the west of Rover and just accepted a slightly further side ball. You know, if you have to turn sideways and hit a 5-yarder, then, you know, Zack has proven to us that he's rarely going to miss a 5-yarder. But it is just one of those days. All right, players are up out of their seats, and they look to be returning to the field of battle. Excuse me. As we go into a final game 5, Matthew Essick gets choice. A little knuckle nudge there from the friends with a little pregame discussion. Some jokes flying around, I'm sure. Spirits are high. They're both satisfied to be here in Game 5. Yep. But this one's for all the marbles. So Matthew, once again, opening. Every single game has opened with a super shot. Just speaks to the level of...
What color did you use? Yellow? He stayed with the same color.
Woo!
Unbelievable.
Every single game has opened from each player with a super shot. Just goes to show the level of confidence in their hitting ability and the respect that they give to their opponent. Basically saying, well, hell, if I go max distance, I think you're just going to hit anyway. So my second shot needs to be a hitting shot that I can go around on. So without much looking at it, he goes corner 4, and you can see there hoop 4 and 5 might cause a little bit of a blockage to a good approach line. This did work last time. Matthew did miss this A-ball shot. That's one of the few hit-ins Matthew has missed this match.
It's a 10-yard shot. He's almost dead level with hoop 5.
Well, but
He's coming in the corner.
So I'd say you get nothing for hitting the super shot ball here. So the only reason he puts that super shot out is he thinks he's going to hit this and run around. So take your 13-yarder. Solid.
Got it.
Left half pushed into the corner. All right. Hoop 5. He's got a gap between hoop 4 and 5, but unless he plays hoop 5 pretty tight, he's going to end up with probably a 4-yard approach to yellow. So he has to make sure he gets this far enough. It's a pretty long approach.
Tom, have you checked your SAG contract? Are we in overtime now?
In overtime. So, there was a moment at the under 21 Worlds in a year ago where I was doing the commentary and someone blue didn't quite get by the peg and red is short. So blue's actually ended up okay. It flit it out enough, but red he's gonna have to cut. Someone in the comments got onto me for all the ums and ahs I was doing during my 12-hour days, and I said, I'll tell you what I told them. You get what you pay for, and I'm a volunteer. So there's no overtime here. Okay, so not the easiest start to this turn that he would have liked. So he's looking at about a 4-yard reverse takeoff. Played it well.
Good shape.
These guys have had great touch all day long. Slight angle, but nothing crazy. Yeah, through without doubts. Now, he did go past that quite a bit. And yet blue is rather short. So he's going to have a pretty big roll shot here, and he's going to want to get decent shape on that blue ball. Because it did flick off that peg and didn't go right to 2 the way he wanted. Center ball. Almost a risk there of getting that into the back of hoop 1, That's always the unlucky thing that, like, you could try to do it a bajillion times. It would never happen. And then the second that you aren't thinking about it, it just rockets right there. Preston Stewart says, Tom, Michael, thank you for your comments. This match is absolutely fabulous. Game 5 for the decider. Yes, thank you, Preston. So this is going to be one for the history
Thank you,
books, no matter
Preston.
which way.
It is probably the most exciting match I've ever watched.
Yeah. So Matthew off to the races here. He did get the shape he wanted on blue, and he got a good pioneer. Yellow might be a little bit north of where he wanted it, but it's close to hoop 3, so very manageable. Second Chance Bluegrass, John Essick, I should say, says, great commentary. Thank you, Tom and Michael. Thank you, John. Your son is out here putting on quite the performance. How many of these has Matthew won? These singles events? 3?
I'm not sure. The trophy's over there. I guess I could go over and see how many times his name is on it. I'll take a
Let's
walk.
see. I know what years did he win? He hasn't played it the last few years. So I know he won in 23, I believe. He didn't win the year in 21 because that was the year that Stephen Morgan knocked him out, and I had to play him in the 3rd place round. That was my first AC Nationals. Then in 22, he probably also won. I'm just not remembering. That was probably the year he played Zack in the final. Three, Michael's indicating. So I'm going to guess 2022, 2023, and 2019? 24. No, I won in 24.
Oh, he had 2020, 2022, and 2023.
There we go. 2020, 2022, and 2023.
He's for 4.
Yes.
Red.
Yes. So, all right. So going into this match, the current ranking of these players at the start of the day, Zach Watson is 4th in the world, 2657 D grade, and Matthew Essick is 5th in the world, 2625 D grade. And now here in the Game 5 decider, I believe, regardless of the results, Zach will be able to retain his one-place lead over Matthew just with the spread of points. But two very evenly matched players, which just goes to show the accuracy of the ranking system. Because we can see when they're both on form, they're incredibly evenly matched at the moment. A little bit of awkwardness in his stance there, but nothing critical. It's just that hoop just kind of grabbing up again.
So, Tom, I spoke with Zack during the break, and as much as he regretted not checking the clips before he started that break, the shot that he regretted the most was putting yellow directly behind Rover. And all of the pain and angst that one shot caused.
That is the one shot that yeah. All right. So as Matthew approaches hoop 7 here, he's got a good pioneer, a little bit northerly, but down at 8. And it'll be interesting to see what leave he decides to set. The last couple of times he's done this third turn run around, he's sort of done just a modified diagonal spread. He's left himself a rush on opponent on the east boundary max distance and then put his partner ball out on the west boundary to be a little more defensive. I know Matthew is a fan of the 3 ducks as well, but the way Zach's hitting, I don't think he wants to give him that. I don't think he wants to give it to him.
It's too short, I think.
Little short on that rush. I didn't realize how north blue was. I thought that was closer because.
But he just snicked it. He had a pretty big cut to get that back on line.
Yeah. And again, these hoops, it's easier when you deal with it. Ooh, short.
Glad it's a corner.
Glad it's a corner hoop. Full blast this bad boy. But you just don't want to give yourself these if you don't have to. Perfect. Never in doubt. Both of these guys are swinging about as good as I've seen them swing in a long time.
We're going to need to shift this table back a little bit.
We're just trying to move our table out of the encroaching sun. There we go. The day has drawn on here.
Can you see?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like standard business. He's going to send yellow out of bounds. He's going to give it a rush on blue, and then he's probably going to go across out of bounds on the opposite boundary.
Just left that a little short.
Yeah. Oh, he is
He's
doing the three ducks.
Okay.
Okay, then.
Game on.
Game on. I think, there's probably a point where it's like, I just know he's going to hit anyway, so I might as well, give myself a chance to get the triple going as soon as possible. Whether he... All right. I've never set the three ducks before. So, folks, we are getting a demonstration of just about everything you could hope for. We've had T-lady leaves, we've had TPOs, we've had straight
New Zealand TPO.
bombards, jump peg outs, drag jump peels, some insane break building, 2v1 endings, one ball ending. I mean, pretty much anything unusual. We haven't seen any cannons, and that's about it. But we saw cannons earlier in the week. So he's taking the defensive shot, which I'm somewhat surprised by, because he's been so good at hitting. I'm surprised he wouldn't just take the short shot. So I'm not sure I agree with this line of play for Zack. He's been so good at hitting. Just take the short shot that guarantees you the hit. The first
miss.
missed hit in, other than the T-lady. Wow. I just think you take the short shot there if you're Zack. I just think it's automatic. Matthew's probably going to finish off of any shot you give him. And you've been hitting so well, why give yourself all the extra yardage?
And it was probably 4 yards further.
Yeah. Matthew did leave them quite.
Anyway.
Matthew did leave them quite southerly. Now, the beauty of the three duck sleeve is that all the balls get put on the west side of the court. You can see a little frustration there in Zack as he walks away. He knows that was a critical one and probably was unhappy with the quality of that swing. So all the balls now are on the west side of the court. Matthew will very easily be able to tap blue, send it up to 2, get a rush on red back down to hoop 1, and then it's a very quick pickup to get the ball out of corner 2 as he rolls his partner over to hoop 3, and the on-time triple is on. So probably the most aggressive leave that you can do on turn 3, just because it gets the on-time going right away, but if the opponent hits, then it gives them all the balls on that side of the lawn, so they have almost a guaranteed start. But when you're playing a player like Zack and you know that he's probably just going to hit whatever I give him, I might as well give myself the best chance to finish if he misses, right? I don't expect to miss, but this also created possibly the two. He left it right in the middle, so it was two very long shots, no matter which shot Zack took. Good rush. Well paced.
Down yellow.
Ooh. I can't see that angle from here. Ooh,
We
it's
got another
quite.
camera angle on that?
It's quite angled. He's looking like that's not. He's going to do this
gonna
as a
jump
jump.
it.
He's doing this as a little pop jump. This would be shocking, because blue and black are not that far from each other.
There we
He's really good at these shots, though. You expect him to make these most of the time. He loves this shot. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Another couple of inches, and that might have been impossible.
When we were at the Solomon last year, I watched Steve Mulliner practicing for his game, and he must have hit that shot over and over again for about 20 minutes from both sides.
At hoop one.
Well, it
Well, yeah, to
didn't matter,
practice it.
but he just was practicing that little short shot, jump shot from a fairly wide angle. Because it happened, especially at Budley, it happened
Yeah.
more often than we wanted.
So now you see he's rolling partner. He's rolled it well over to hoop three. He's got himself a nice position to hit black in the corner. And blue is a little deep, yeah, but again, these corner hoops, he won't have any problem getting back over to blue and rolling up to the hoop and just banging it through to the line. So has just about everything he needs. Zack is going to be wishing that ball had just traveled an inch or two further. It is a shot that Matthew is probably he's definitely very comfortable with it. I've watched him do it for years and years. It's something he does practice. For those at home wondering why he got down and did it like a three-quarter roll instead of just, his normal Solomon jump shot, it's because what he's found is on these quadway hoops, you need a little less momentum and a little more spin. So when he gets down and does the three-quarter roll and he can do a little pop, he doesn't have to hit it quite as hard as he would with a full jump shot swing. And so when it hits the inside of the hoop, instead of bouncing back as hard, it can kind of grab and spin itself through. Trick is just aiming it properly.
Zack is 1-1, right?
Good shot.
That's nice.
Put a great Pioneer down at 4 and a good rush. He just wants to keep black a little bit to the side and behind the hoop, focusing on getting a good rush here on red. So the key with red is just don't rush it directly in front of the hoop. Have it off to one side or the other a little bit. See, like that. That's perfect. Because now you have a free, uninhibited line to get it directly behind the hoop to where it's a straight peel attempt. Had he pushed it another foot and in front of the hoop, he'd have to angle it around, and he wouldn't be able to get a good peel. He's ran into that, so hoop and roquet, perfectly fine. And he's been doing these strokes as flat strokes, which I've been very surprised by. Be interesting to see. Yeah, he's going to do it mostly as a flat stroke here as well. He's been judging the draw really nicely. Ooh, that looked like it hit right in the middle of the hoop and just blobbled back out. I'm very surprised that didn't go through, and he got unlucky that it didn't stick in the jaw as it kind of came back out to the side of the wire. So, well, should not offer too much difficulty. It's not going to be an on-time triple anymore, so we may end up with some straight rover antics, but this has just been one of the most topsy-turvy matches ever. But it'll almost be somewhat of a shame if there's no real interaction in this game, because every single game before this has been so back and forth. I mean, just look at the scores. Not a single shutout in any of the games. The cleanest one was game 2, and even that had some
TP9.
Yeah, and even that had some back and forth action there. So, we've had an OTP, we've had a TPO with a 1-ball ending. We had that almost triple bombard action game 4. I mean, it's just been such a crazy interactive match. It almost seems surreal to be watching, a clean 5th turn.
Triple it.
Yeah. Not that either of these players hasn't been playing well enough to be doing this every single game, but just the other player has not blinked and allowed it. Yeah. Okay, so he's going back just to do this as a delayed. He's gonna kick red back over in front of 6. He's got blue in a decent escape ball position. He can even try to do the peel pretty straight. Yellow ball is just about perfect. Almost got himself in some trouble here. That'd have been a few inches shorter, but no problems there. He rushed that awful close. There's always the outside chance when you rush it like that you bang into your peely and then you're kicking yourself, but he got past it. That happened to me once in a critical match, and I just could not believe it. I was like, of all the blades of grass that it had to go over, I couldn't do that if I tried from 60 feet away. That's a good approach. So he wants to actually kick this peely back a little bit because you see the line that red has on blue right now is roughly the line he wants to rush it on. So he needs to give himself room to push red back through the hoop while also rolling up to that spot that red was just occupying. He's checking the hoop because wasn't quite certain maybe what happened last time, why that blobbled out. Really don't want this one to go back to that same position because then it'll start to get really tough to finish the triple if you end up with these tougher peels having to do it going to 2 back or 3 back. We have Kathy Gamble from North Carolina here. Amazing match, and the commentary is outstanding, even if I don't understand the jargon.
Well, Kathy Gamble, hello. How's Gary feeling these days?
Went clean through the hoop. Clean peel. Well struck. And everything's in order now. The delayed is on its way. Red is pretty deep, so it's going to go to 2 back. So he's going to leave blue up in the middle of the lawn, normally near penult, wherever he hits it back to. He can adjust a little bit with the takeoff, but there's no particular place it has to be. In fact, it's probably a little bit preferable, I've found, to have it on this side of the hoop because then there's no risk of it getting in your way, sending that Pioneer to 2 back. Yeah. So he just kicked it a little bit behind.
Yellows for 7, right?
Yep. Caddy says he's doing great, Michael. Thanks for asking.
Good. So Kathy Gamble just was sending in a chat comment, and I'll say back in 2021, I think, we had the Golf Croquet National Championships in North Carolina, and I was the tournament manager for that. And Kathy was my assistant, and gosh, we just had all kinds of adversity in that, and we couldn't have gotten it done without you, Kathy. So thank you. It's still remembered fondly.
Yes, that tournament, that was the first time that I met Kathy. I got the privilege of staying with her and Gary up there in the Highlands area, and been close ever since. So wonderful group of people up there that
They were actually Cashers people.
Cashers. I never really drawn the borders of the different places. So it's all Highlands to me. So. But all right, back to the action. Matthew here has just ran hoop 7 comfortably, hitting his return roquet. Yeah, red is down at 2 back. So now this ball is going to 3 back, and he'll just get shaped near blue, probably try to send it over to the other side.
That's pretty perfect.
That's pretty nice. Nothing to complain about there. And that's also a very nice takeoff. His touch is dialed in right now. He's putting balls right on the spot that he wants them. So. But you see these players just ensuring that they get through the hoop properly without sort of dribbling through it. They are accepting slightly longer return roquets, 3-yarders, 4-yarders, where normally, oh, that's a great rush. Oh, that's a great rush. It's a little shy of peeling position, but definitely getting it. So we'll see Matthew probably put this just to the side of the hoop on the right-hand side of your screen on the east. Yep.
And that's lovely.
So that's just a little different from what we've seen Zack do. Zach's been putting that ball sort of in peeling position. He did do the death roll the one time, so can't really.
Matthew likes this coming out of 3 back because it allows him to have a shorter approach and be able to roquet the ball into position for the peel, and then have the escape ball there to go to 4 back.
Oh, short.
Not by much.
Not by much, but you see the frustration in himself there. Even just little things. At this point, he feels like he should be dialed in enough that those don't happen. And it's just because he doesn't want this slightly longer hoop approach. It's just going to mean a slight decrease in control versus if he had gotten it a little up to the hoop.
But the benefit is it allows him to get black a little bit deeper and have a better chance of grabbing that forward rush.
That kind of drifted a little to the right to help him out there.
And he's done a lovely job of it. Now it's going to be a lot easier.
So the ideal resting place for Black, when this is all said and done, is going to be just a little bit south of Penalt and a little bit to the west. Because what's going to happen is if he gets the peel right now, he's only going to put it through by up to a yard or two. And after he comes through 4 back and he rushes back over and yeah, so just a bit south and just a little bit to the west. So basically what it's going to be is that if he gets this through the hoop, he's going to send blue down to Rover after 4 back, roqueing red back up to the northwest, so to the right of our screen, and then try to load Rover very carefully while getting a rush on Black back to Penalt.
With blue this tight, do you think he's going to hit a flat shot and try to pop that? It looks like he is.
Looking like it.
Okay.
That's a little deeper than I think he would want it in an ideal world because it's a slightly longer rush to get back behind Black. And I think he was anticipating it catching a little more wire than that, but it should not be an issue in the grand scheme of things. He's gotten a good rush to 4 back. He's been having good enough ball control that he's going to rush that pretty much wherever he wants. And he's just going to come through this firmly to the boundary. That's a lovely shot.
This could be the first 26-0 game we've seen.
So, Blue's just going to go down near Rover. Oh, that's right. I forget. Matthew leaves his near the peg. So now, as you see, he's going to get a reverse rush. He's probably going to want to hit right half of this just to be safe and send it past Black so that he has nothing but open grass between him and Rover and can load the hoop. Ooh.
Did he hit the wicket?
Yeah, he got lucky there hitting the wicket because it could have stuck right in there. That would have been really unfortunate. I do not think he intended to cut that direction. I think that was a bit of a mishit. Yeah, you can see him right there. He's just like, oh, please don't. If that had hit a little more to the left and glued to the wire, he'd be very unhappy. But as it stands, he's recovered very well.
And he's in really... Oh, slow down.
It's gone almost directly behind the hoop. Not directly behind the hoop, but...
Armando, can we get a camera angle from directly behind the red ball or not?
We got it right here. We can see it. So it's pretty close behind the hoop. It's probably a few degrees off to the side. Probably nothing that will prevent him from finishing this turn, but it's just those little things that can get you into an awkward position. If he ends up with an angled Rover peel on this hoop 5 that's been very firm, hoop 12, then it could, if your front ball sticks or goes up a little bit, it could cause problems like we saw with Zack in the last game. Obviously, that was caused by it hitting the other ball, but just little things like that. Rover has a way of getting after you. Yeah. Still manageable, but you'll need to get a good rush on it. He's rushed Blue down nicely. Yeah.
It was pretty much right where he wants it.
Yeah, he'll pop it a little bit more north of that, but he's just going to focus on this takeoff of just getting good shape. That's about as good as you can get it. So, just nice relaxed shot. Just roll it back in front of the hoop. It's going to be slightly angled. We can see his back is facing to the right of the peg pretty significantly. So, and I think there might just been a little hill off there.
Well, and that was, again, red was so close to the line of that wire that he couldn't get it much closer, I don't think.
We've hit 100 viewers. So thank you, everyone, for joining in with us. It's been a long exciting day. For those of you who have not been tuned in with us because you've been asleep, this is one you're going to need to go back and watch. So please go back, watch this. Please subscribe to the USCA YouTube channel. Please support. We bring you a lot of exciting matches. So this is probably the most exciting one we've had in a very long time. Even more exciting than a lot of golf croquet matches. So, all right. This is going to be a big one. He needs red to get through the hoop cleanly. If it sticks up, this is going to be a problem. And that's perfect.
And that's perfect.
Wow. Really good from that angle. Couldn't have asked for better. Folks, it's a bit of, it's a bit surprising that after such a wild back and forth of 4 games that it ends this quickly, this cleanly. But either one of these players was fully capable of doing this. All they needed was one miss from their opponent. And unfortunately, that miss came for Zack Watson. And Matthew just, wasn't going to let go as soon as he got things together. So we're a couple shots away from crowning a new champion. The only thing that can put a damper on this is an accidental rush into the back of Rover, which Matthew will play very wide of, as you see. And he's gotten a nice pace to get that within a yard of the peg. So, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the 2026 USCA National AC Champion will, for the 4th time, will be Mr. Matthew Essick. And that's all she wrote. Thank you so much, guys, for sticking that out with us. We're going to have our awards ceremony in a little bit, so we're going to get some cameras moved around, get everything ready. Zack and Matthew having a post-match hug. I know it's a bittersweet moment for Zack. He likes seeing his friend have the success that he has had, but obviously Zack wanted to hit that title for himself. I'm sure they'll have much to talk about from all 5 games. I'm sure they're both going to go back and watch some of that video and probably come with pitchforks to find me and some of the stuff I've said. But if we want, we can try to get Matthew Essick over here if he wishes to do a quick player interview. Just Matt. So, I'm going to give Zack I know Zack's got to be pretty down on himself right now, so I'm going to give him a little bit before we drag him in front of the microphone. I know I wouldn't want to be in front of the microphone right now. So, but they first need to have their powwow, make sure they say everything that needs saying. 2 of the finest guys in croquet, that's for sure. So. If anyone has any questions for Matthew, now would be a good time to throw them in the chat so I can maybe ask him those questions while he's sitting here with me for a few minutes. We're going to try to keep it short and sweet so we can get to the awards ceremony. And here we have joining us in the booth, the newly minted champion. Congratulations, Matthew.
Thank you very much, Tom.
What an exciting match. Possibly the most exciting AC match I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was full of everything, wasn't it?
Pretty much. We were just saying we saw 2v1s, we saw bombards, we saw one ball game, we saw TPOs, a New Zealand TPO.
Yep.
And there was a lot of conversation. I just want to go to that moment about, we're in game 3. Zack has hit every hit in up until that point. And I was of the impression that, if you were going to do the T-Lady, you would not be trying the sextuple just because of how difficult the peels have been this week with the Invictus balls and the quality of the hoops. Walk us through your thought process about why you felt the necessary need to try the New Zealand TPO and just put yourself in that end game.
Yeah, I mean, the reality was, against Zack, it's not a winning tactic to watch him run the first 9. hit and then just run 9 and hope he misses. He's going to hit, at a really high clip. And so, kind of my thought was, I'm going to set the T lady with, the standard New Zealand TPO is you do the first peel on your 6 hoops while you set the leave, and then do the last 2 peels, hopefully getting a pop. And kind of my intention was play the first 2 hoops after I set the T lady, obviously hope he misses, but then play the first 2 hoops as I'm doing a sextuple, hoping to get that one back peel, and then transfer over to a TPO. The only way that I was going to do a sextuple at all is if, I'd go for that one back peel and it somehow goes all the way down there and sitting right in front of 2 back. And then at that point, maybe I have, a thought in the back of my mind. But it was TPO all the way, hoping to get 1 peel and on my ball so that I was, 2 back versus 1 in a 1-ball game. But, the tactic, I feel very confident in 1 ball. That's part of it. But also just giving him a shot and hoping he misses and hoping he messes up a triple is not a winning tactic against Zack. So, we saw him hit how many 17
Oh my
yarders?
goodness.
I mean, he finally missed one in game 5.
He must have had a critical distance of almost 20 yards.
Yeah.
At a certain point. And he had the T lady. He indicated even after it had passed the peg that he thought he had it.
Yeah.
I heard his exclamation from over here.
Yeah.
And so, just some of the best hitting we've seen. You recovered very well. You missed a couple of hit-ins in some of the earlier games. Zack had set a leave, I believe, in game 2 when he had his triple. He set the new standard. You missed the hit-in. Opening game 3, you missed the hit in corner 3, but you recovered well, and then you started hitting everything again. For the folks at home who, maybe falter in some of those situations where they get down on themselves, what was the mindset? What was the things you told yourself to sort of find the swing again, get dialed back in, and start hitting everything in front of you?
Yeah, I only made 1 bad swing. I missed more than 1, sure, but they weren't bad swings on the ones that I missed. I hit the first hit in of game 1, ran 9, got off to a really good start, and then he TPO'd and I had a really good finish off of that. Game 2, I hit 4 turn and ran 9. He hits, runs 9, I miss. And there's my first miss in game 2. Not a bad swing. I put a really good swing on it. Was happy walking off the court, and then I think it was game 3. It was game 4 after he ran 9 where I took a really bad swing. It was never close, and it was nice to hit one solid at the start of game 5 and kind of get back into it and run 9 third turn. But I felt today much better about my swing than I have probably yesterday for sure, but really the rest of the event. And my break play has been really consistent. I felt really good once I get the balls on the court. And so I felt really good once I could hit in. The question for me today was, how well am I going to shoot? Because I know how well he's shooting. I felt like if I could contend on the shooting end, then the break play would take care of itself. And obviously throw some hiccups in there with TPOs and T-ladies with New Zealand TPOs. So just trying to keep him on his toes. I've said for a long time, I think Zack is a top 1, 2, 3 player in the world when it's a standard game. And it's just your hit, run 9, triple. He's just unbelievably hard to beat. Yeah. And I think I was just trying to keep him on his toes a little bit.
And so when you set the 3 duck sleeve in game 5, and we thought that you were before hoop 9, we thought that you were just going to go back and do the same leave you had done before when you'd run around third turn, give your rush on opponent, send the other ball defensively out of bounds. What was the particular thought process of giving Zack the 3 ducks? Because he's been hitting everything so much. If he hits, he has the easiest start.
Sure. So, I think the reality was I had done the defensive leave. It was uber defensive with that ball out of bounds. He hits, plays a great rush over there, gets the break going with no hiccups whatsoever. And I wanted to put more pressure on him, knowing I will finish if he misses.
Right.
With the 3 ducks. My thought was he's going to hit a 17, 18-yarder anyway, and I'd much rather put a little bit more pressure saying, all right, there's not a debate if I'm going to finish or not. I'm going to finish if you miss, and just putting a little bit more pressure on that shot. And like you said, I knew if he hit, he was going to run 9, do a TPO. He was going to finish whatever turn he played following a hit. But I just wanted to. I was hoping for a miss. Just please miss one.
Finally, just
just
5
please.
games in.
It's a breath. It's a breath of fresh air when you see that guy miss anything.
I was a bit surprised that he chose to take the A-ball shot. You had left the 3 ducks pretty southerly.
Yep.
And so was that just trying to elongate both shots to discourage
Yeah, I was
him?
trying to make him equidistant. I didn't want there to be a short shot. I knew he would take the shortest shot. And so it was pretty close to the same. The shot from A-balk down into corner 2 was almost the same distance as the shot from the end of B. Maybe the shot from end of B-balk is a hair shorter, but it wasn't by much. So it was just trying to get a max distance 3 ducks and hope for a miss. But I think I was fortunate to get a miss, and I was curious to know what kind of lead he was going to set. Each time so far that he had gone around, taken 9 hoops, I'd missed the leave. So my guess was he was going to go around, take 9, and hope I miss. But I was feeling pretty good with my swing. I missed a couple here and there, but I still felt good. So I felt like I was in a good spot, and just wanted to put a little bit more pressure on that one shot.
Obviously, both of you guys are frequent doubles partners together. You were doubles partners here this week. You've been doubles partners in previous Solomon's, previous Max. You guys know each other's game very well, and the 3 of us plus 3 other of our comrades will be playing the MAC this summer. I assume that there will be a lot of discussion about this match between the 2 of you, and a lot of things that could have gone differently, might have played differently in a certain situation. If there was one thing that stood out to you this match that for yourself or for Zack that you would like to highlight,
Yeah, I think I was really happy with. I think both of us stayed really level-headed throughout the entire 5-game match. It never felt like momentum was swinging heavily in one way, and I think that's a testament to both of us kind of getting behind the 8 ball, hitting a really big shot, finishing a turn to kind of keep the momentum from swaying in one direction, and so I think I'm proud of that. I think. The only thing I would say both of us can work on a little bit is learning from this and learning that in some matches people aren't hitting, just set a leave and make them hit something. And then also if they are hitting, do something different. We've talked about before the definition of insanity and doing the same thing over and over again. And so, I think this was I felt very comfortable with changing my tactics to match the fact that Zack was hitting everything. And had he missed a couple, I think I just run 9 and hope he misses and play it that way. But that's the thing I would encourage both of us to kind of learn from, and being able to adapt your tactics and play style without getting uncomfortable and messing up something easy.
Well, thank you so much for sitting down with us, Matthew. Your 4th AC National Singles victory. We can see on the screen here, we're about to go hand out some hardware. And thank you so much for sitting down with us, and congratulations again.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for commentating the entire final, and thank you for I Do Live Streaming for all of their work. So
yes, sir.
Thank you, guys.
All right, everybody, we're going to move over presently to the award ceremony, and we are going to hand out the hardware. So I'm going to leave you because I have something to accept along with my doubles partner, Kyle. But we thank you so much for staying with us on this live stream throughout the week. And thanks again to ID Live Streaming and all the different supporters of the USCA YouTube channel, Oakley Woods Croquet, Chris Barley, Karen Weiss, the Sarasota County Parks and Recreation Department, Visit Sarasota, and obviously the Sarasota County Croquet Club for giving us this amazing venue throughout the week. We're about to give them their lawns back this afternoon, so they're probably thrilled. But and thank you to the USCA for sanctioning this event and others, and for continuing to support the growth of croquet throughout the United States and the rest of the world. So this is Tom Balding. I am signing off, and I will see you guys later.
So I'm going to do doubles first. So first flight doubles, second place first, then first place, and then championship doubles, second and first. Okay, that's not the order I'm going to do it. Then I'm going to do first flight plate winner, championship plate, and then first flight singles, second and first, and then last championship. Okay? I don't want to have this in my hand.
So what am I doing?
Or I'll tell you what, I'll just put it underneath the plate. Okay. All right, everybody.
Armando, dime si ahí está bien o más atrás.
Hello.
All right. So we have had an absolutely fabulous United States Croquet Association Laws National Championship. I don't think in all the time I've been playing croquet that I've ever seen a finals match that was that exciting. Kudos to both. I'd like to thank all of the volunteers at the Sarasota Croquet Club for giving above and beyond all week long. They've been out here every morning at 6:30 to 7 o'clock setting wickets. They've made sure that we were well fed twice a day, and the place looks perfect because they're out here gathering up garbage, putting things away. It just big round of applause for the Sarasota County members. Okay. Championship, first flight doubles, runner-up, I gotta find the right one, doubles finalist, okay, Kemi Rusak and Bill Simmons. Okay, congratulations. Thank you. All right. Championship doubles winners. First flight winners, doubles, Chris Wise and Karen Wise. Match. All right.
Where's the beer?
Congratulations, Chris.
Where's the
Karen.
I got that.
Who taught you how to play croquet?
This is
You.
my first teacher.
This is the guy who taught us.
My first teacher.
Okay.
I didn't get it right.
Championship flight, doubles, runner-up, Matthew Essick and Zack Watson. plate winners. In first plate, we have Chris Wise.
There's the wine and the salad in here.
All right. I missed the first plate doubles plate winners, which are Alderson and Hart. All right, Rick and Kathy. Yeah, we're pretty sure. Good job, guys.
There you go, Rick. Kathy.
All right, I think we're down to singles now. First plate singles. Oh, you're right. Championship doubles winner. Yeah, how can we forget Tom Balding and Kyle Maloof coming back from that TPO? Good job. Doubles. All right, singles, first flight, runner-up, Kathy Hart.
Thank you, teacher.
And first flight, singles winner is Adam Peck. Good job. Ah,
A little something from the sponsor here on White's Fine Art for YouTube croquet channel. A little extra.
Thank you. Thank
And
you.
it's a little wet.
Turn it around. Which way is the right way?
there you go. There we go. Signature on the bottom. So Karen Wise is a local artist, quite well known. She's shown in galleries all over the country, and she has been a sponsor of the YouTube channel now for almost a year. So thank you, Karen.
Thank you guys for the event.
Tell them about
He does, he knows. Yeah, I did. Mom knows it.
Okay, championship singles, runner-up, Zack Watson.
Hey, Zack.
Great job. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I know that's not where you want to be again.
All right, and our 2026 Association Laws National Champion for the fourth time, Matthew Essick. His first national championship was in 2020. He followed it in 22 and then in 23. Is that correct? So this just may well be Matthew's decade. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you all for coming out.
Hold on.
Oh, we have for Matthew another presentation.
Oh my gosh, my wife.
For your mountain time.
Oh,
From Fair White's Fine Art.
Thank you all for coming. We declare this closed.